out too many shares and then it pops back up, I'm going to be quite annoyed. So let's let that one cook. OMEX is this one, guys. So this is the one that I was talking about, the higher lows, higher lows, higher lows with that flat top at that $1.24 or $1.25. It really looks like more like a $1.24 rejection with that wick coming into 125. This one is slow though, right? So that 5 million shares is kind of light for $1.25. Keep that in mind as well. So that we'll keep an eye out on that. And then Zcar continues to hang out at my level, 66 now showing. So I'm trying to pack my patience. Don't want to take out too much too quickly on this one. Looking for a move back up, Joe.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. I mean, talk about just choppy price action here in the Qs. We'll take a better look at this. So a lot of the candles are just overlapping, even though it does seem that we are slowly climbing higher. If you're that, you can turn it off, man. If it's that.
Just focus on what you're doing, bro. Don't worry what I'm doing.
Right,
I'm good.
Yeah, focus. All right. So anyways, so I mean, just like you can see these overlapping candles, right? That's not the easiest price action to sit through. I think be patient just in case we do break down. I mean, to mention, we have this gap down as well, so we want to focus on that. Is the market going to completely fill this gap here today? We can see that we've already filled about half of it exactly. So, I mean, if we're going to continue to climb, once we breach this, then I'm going to put in the assumption that, hey, we're going to come into the lower end of this zone, and then maybe even into this consolidation phase right here. So, yeah, I'll be patient. See, and again, just like buyers really stepping in and kind of engulfing this. One thing I'll mention it one more time is that Apple's at the lows, and some of these other big names are just continuously climbing in. So this might not be the best trade. Looking for that short, especially with the Qs, we're just holding VWAP steadily throughout this whole session, and same with the likes of Microsoft and some of the other big names. But one thing I want to talk about is that hood. I know Neil and the boys were looking at it this morning, and I was thinking about trading it, but then I was just like, I found some potentially better setups, but obviously those didn't work. But yeah, from a 5-minute standpoint, a nice trend here. First 10 minutes of the drive were relatively weak, but then you get that bounce and you can just continuously climb higher and higher there. So yeah, looking at that, but wow, what a signal here to potentially bounce. And once I seen that, I was like, we were already at the volume weighted average price, so it was too late for me to participate. I didn't want to get in all the way up here just in case the pullback was deep, and then we came around those around this range, because that's going to vastly skew my risk to reward ratio on that front, and that's not what we want to do, especially when you have a rough start to the session. So we're going to be patient. As long as we don't construct a new high on the Qs, I'm going to sit in this trade. But again, if Microsoft puts in a new high and then we get Meta and Google really start to recover, then I'm going to have to get out of this trade.
All right, guys. NITO, I see you guys. You guys are yelling about it. I get it. It still didn't trigger my alert because it didn't breach 70, and we know that that level there is around 73 pennies, give or take. Sorry, I don't have the ticker in there. Just allow me a second to throw that on. NITO is a good one from Friday. Ran both during the regular trading hours and more aggressively in the aftermarket where there's no halt parameters. Did the same thing today. Ran in the pre-market where there's no volatility halt parameters, and that's why it was able to weasel up to 73 pennies. It's double topping here at 70. I'm very interested on this name, but it's just got to set up the right way. Let me throw that into the side chart over here. So now we've got the high of the day right now at 70. So I'm packing my patience until I get that alert. I'm not going to be taking anything out, but what I'm keeping my eye on right now is Zcar. It's just moving to the high side over here, and it's taking out some of my orders. So we have 66s. It's got me 83s, and I've got way more share size than I typically take on this one. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up at the volume weighted average price, and obviously not just hold up, but boom, right into the top side there, taking out all my orders. Very profitable on it now. Let's go ahead and take some more out here as it zigs and zags above that $12 area. Very happy with this trade. Let's set up some more now. We're gonna do it even more. We're gonna set up at 29s, and now we're gonna set up at 50s. So that here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it live right now. We're going to set up at 45s, obviously looking to front run that 50. Now we still got 61s on. So what's the deal? Am I going to move up my stop into 61, or am I going to keep my stop exactly where it is? I think this is one of those situations where I'm going to keep it exactly where it is. And the reason is because my stop is based on VWAP, right? And the volume weighted average price is at basically 11 1/3. So I've already given it to below VWAP technically by giving it into that high 20s area. So this one's done 1, 2, 3, 4. Last time it was at VWAP. The last time, sorry, it was below VWAP was a green candle at 11.05, and the previous candle before that basically defended VWAP. It was like it closed a skosh below her. So to me, it kind of feels like the volume weighted average price here being respected. And now that we've de-risked on it and we're profitable on it, I'm very content holding on to this trade. So let's see if it wants to clear that $12 area between now and then. We're going to go to Adara and then find out what happens after that.
Here's the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on the Qs. We have more comments coming through from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, saying that the administration is, quote, very close to some deals on trade, maybe as early as this week. So Scott Bessent teasing out some trade deal related announcements potentially as early as this week. He also said that he's highly confident that 17 trading partners, not including China, have presented with very good trade proposals. So it sounds like they're approaching some form of deal or at least negotiations with 17 different countries, none of which are China, according to comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Back to you.
Yes, thank you for that, Adara. All right, yeah, Scotty Bessent doing the best there. All right, guys, still holding on this Zcar trade. It's a 3-candle hold up now at the volume weighted average price. That's the good news. The bad news is it's really having trouble doing what it couldn't do before, which is close above 12. Now, I'll submit to you, it spent 3 candles above that $12 area. So this is coming as news to me that 12 is going to act in this way. But I still have on what I've got on, and I don't want to take it out here because if it ends up holding VWAP and then test 13, or even worse, test 14, because 1340, excuse me, is a high day, I'm going to feel awfully bad about myself. So I'm leaving my stop exactly where it is. It's going to have to go into the high 20s for me to get triggered out here, and I'm not moving my stop. I'm not moving my stop up. I'm leaving it with the volume weighted average price. We're profitable on it. If I have to give some back, I have to give some back. That's the nature of the beast. But ZCAR, very aggressive. It's a bit more expensive, though, of a small cap gapper. And it's also quite spready. Look at this, 79, 78 on the bid, 79 on the ask, 60 on the bid. It's a 19-penny spread on a name that's done almost 11 million shares. I still can't wrap my mind around that. I can't understand how something that's done so many shares on the day can still act so spready. I got to do more homework to understand how this exactly works. But yeah, we'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if it ends up breaking through the level. IMMP continuing to do well and hold a 10 exponential. But it's the trade on OMEX that I missed, guys. It's not the biggest mover. Again, as I've mentioned, it's a $1.26 high now, but does feel like that $1.24 or, $1.22, whatever it was, this area here, feels like a flat top break, right? And then you have that ascending wedge pattern where you kept putting in those umpteen amount of higher lows only to get that break decisively there. We'll see how decisive it ends up being. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. ZCAR, the other one here, Joseph. We'll see if this one wants to continue to run or what its situation is.
Nice. All right. Yeah. So a lot of sideways price action here, especially in these bigger names, guys. You can see that we've been in this position for some time now. What time did we get in this, to be exact? So around 11:30. All right. It's almost a half an hour, and we're not necessarily getting the moves that we want. But I think the longer, and I was just thinking to myself this morning, I was like, usually I find, and again, this is just my observation, the longer that it takes to find a specific direction, I think the probability of a breakdown is slightly more increased. Again, I could totally be wrong. But that's just something that, you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
So there you go. So I was just thinking that as well. But I mean, is it going to happen? Maybe there'll be some liquidity grabs in between, and then we can break down and then head towards those pre-market lows, because I think that's going to be one of the primary targets here on the Qs, right? If I'm holding this short position, this is what I'm going to want to aim for. Once we crack VWAP, I think that's going to be that next level specifically that we can possibly head to. And I mentioned there's high levels of open interest on Google and some of the big names. I haven't looked at NVDAs today. Because I posted the overall markets, right? I was looking at the overall market to see what it was telling us, and you can go check out on X because I posted that over there. But let's see what NVDA is, and I was referring to just kind of contracts being rolled over. And one thing I will note is that we were talking about it for a span of a couple weeks through 115, or sorry, from 112 to around 116. We had a lot of supply within that tight specific zone. And now what I'm seeing here on the options chain is that a lot of it through those lower teen numbers is starting to be lifted. And then now those contracts are kind of just being raised to higher strike prices. What can that potentially tell us? Yeah, that the whales, is there slightly more bullish sentiment. So before, when we had the highest levels of open interest was around 116, 117, and now we can see those contracts being lifted a couple strikes higher, and that's going to put around 78,500 open contracts at that 119 level, and then we have about 70,000 at 120. So you can see that we're slowly lifting that, and what that tells me is that there might be some more bullish price action to come in the future. What is open interest on Tesla put? Well, that's a very vague question because there's a lot of strike prices, but what we will look for is the highest level, and that's at 260 on the put side with 31,000 open contracts. We're going to see what Adara, and then we're going to go to Neil right after.
Here's the NASDAQ. This one, along with the rest of the market, gapped down this morning. We've actually had a little bit of a rounded bottom, though, starting here pre-market, now trying to have a little bit of a breakout. But as you just had Joe mention there, it has been pretty range-bound and choppy, especially now that we're near these highs for the NASDAQ. Here's the S&P 500 looking basically identical, and the IWM looking a little bit more bullish here, potentially a bit of a bull flag formation for the IWM, whereas the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ look a little bit more uncertain. Comments coming through here from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that he believes there could be some progress in trade in China in the coming weeks. He also said they're actually near deals. They could be talking about some deals as early as this week when it comes to trade. Apparently about 17 countries, excluding China, are talking to the administration. Here's Google on watch here after Business Insider reported that Google is launching a film and TV production initiative. So GOOGL potentially moving into that film production space. Here is BRKB. This is actually bouncing quite nicely off of lows along with Netflix. Both Netflix and BRKB gap down for different reasons here, but BRKB on watch after CEO Warren Buffett announced that he's going to be stepping away from that role coming up soon here. So Berkshire Hathaway, nice bounce from the lows. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Without further ado, we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Welcome to Lesson of the Day, brought to you by the Chopfest that is this market here. And look, we've seen it, there's different market environments. We've had a heck of a lot of volatility recently. The earnings season has led to some pretty good moves. But if you just look at the index today, we didn't really do much. You know, I'm going to look at a 15-minute and show you guys the NASDAQ on a 15-minute. And when you even look at the more muted types of days, like you've had a couple of very slow grinding days here. Go back to the 29th where you move about $6. You go back in here to the 25th where you move essentially $8. It's not like that's not bad. But today we have half that range, only about $3. And it's felt every bit of that. A small move, a small inside day in the overall market. And what's interesting about it is you get something very distinct typically when you have this kind of a compression day. Because what it usually means is you're going to have this big push and pull in multiple directions, which can certainly help you to find some trades. Because you don't get a day like this when we have volatility in the markets without some extremes. And today, the extreme, and it showed you right at the open, honest with you, everybody, was Tesla down, Apple down, and then you had Microsoft up, not great to the upside. Netflix was a strong move to the upside. That also caught it back here. So what you ended up with was a lot of distinct movers in either direction. You had some of the banking stocks actually hold up pretty well. But when you have that kind of a move, you have to quickly identify which stocks deserve to be in which bucket. Now, ultimately, for myself, Tesla was part of the plan of action short, and I don't think I did very well on Tesla today, despite it being a nice, quick little scalp trade. because the continuation was much more than I expected. When you had the big drop down and we saw the market wasn't doing anything, it's like, okay, well, Tesla's in the other bucket. And I would say the same thing. You could have been looking at one of the stronger names like a Netflix or maybe a Microsoft to buy some dips or very, very early dips in the move to try to jump into something along with that trend. Because when you get a Chopfest, you want to allow yourself to just flow with whichever way the river wants to take you on an individual basis, on an individual name. If you simply try to say to yourself, okay, well, you know, it's a small move in the market here and it's not going up or down, so that means nothing should be incredibly weak. I got to catch a bottom because the market's not breaking any lows. You'll find yourself in trouble in a weak name. You know, it's just easier to say, well, I don't know where the bottom's going to be on Tesla, so you might as well be looking for some type of a short trade. And I'll be the first person to admit it. Did it set up a second short? Well, part of the reason why I wanted to make Tesla the lesson of the day is I think based on what I'm talking about, I should have been in a second short. It bounced off my support level, did a nice little topping tail candle. There was a re-entry off the same 79 that we got out that I could have taken here on the 3-minute, and it's reasonable. And at that moment, the futures are still not doing anything. So as long as you're inside and the futures aren't breaking out the highs, they're doing the same thing they were before, which is nothing, then you should just look for those tight little continuation trades with a little bit of risk. Relatively, you don't have to give it all the way to VWAP in a situation like that, but just a little bit more aggression because the market's not telling you anything that you don't need, that's going to scare you away from this, whatever the trend happens to be. The other thing that's worth looking for on a day like today, of course, can be anything that does reverse. And I'm looking at you, Robinhood, because when you do have a nice V shape and the market is inside like it is, it's not doing much, but it's trending higher, you're going to get like reversion trades on the things that are, I think, the most volatile. So Hood, nice bounce off the lows. I'm actually looking long now, even though I was in the short, which couldn't even get to VWAP. But something that's able to rinse out the bottoms and then go, to me, those are the ones that are going to stand out if the market starts taking out those tops. Why? Because it probably trapped some shorts earlier. When the market does this and does nothing, you didn't trap anybody short in the futures. You might have got some people short in a Tesla, but you certainly have trapped some people short in the things that were heavily flushing early and now trying to catch a bit of a bid and are above the volume weighted average price. So as we're breaking out the top, I want things that have room to run to the high, as opposed to trying to go long the high of the day. Now that's counterintuitive. You want to buy usually the strongest stocks, but in a range-bound market, I want the one that has a chance to go. Stick with the trend and a chance to go, as opposed to buying the top that has been in trouble the entirety of the day. So if you don't want to get chopped up, make sure that you identify something which is showing you extremes, that it's moving more than the overall market and you can join the trend, or find something which is giving you a wide range for a little bit of mean reversion back and forth while the market is doing nothing. And everything in between is a bit of a chop fest, which is fine if you have strategies for the chop fest, but I'd rather find those extreme movers where you can play these levels while the NASDAQ or the ES gives you nothing to work with. There is your lesson of the day. Be patient and find the movers. Even though the market can be flat or boring, there's always something which is an outsized move. I promise you that.
Thank you very much, Neil, for that. All right, guys, let's look at what's happening here on the small cap gappers that we were involved with. GPUS continues to range at $7. It did dip aggressively into that $6 area after making an 8 high. It's still got a lower high, and now it's having trouble with 7. Obviously, we had trouble with 8 because that was the high of the day. Now we're having trouble with 7, and this area is a lower high. So I did get involved in this one for a quick scalp for like a 10, 15 penny winner. Not really much to write home about. Got stopped out for the remaining amount. Couple of beak wetters and one we take a little bit of an L on, but it's still doing its dance right now with 7. So I want to see, does it clear it with any decision, with any decisiveness here? Zcar, the other one we were involved in, scalped up all the way into 12 and change, and then this one lost the bid quite aggressively, so ended up giving 20 pennies back on that last little amount there on ZCAR. But now I'm getting an alert that NITO just broke into that 70 penny area, 71 penny area, excuse me, and that brings it, I believe, or a penny or two away from that pre-market high. So that high that we put in at 905, 70, basically 72 and 4/5, okay? 72.88 technically. 72 pennies and 88s there for the high. Now that's a pre-market high, that is. Now we have an official high of the day of 71. I'm still a viewer, not a trader of this one until we can get above that pre-market high and stay above that pre-market high. Because I saw this whole song and dance before where we take out the pre-market high on a wick basis last week specifically, and then it ends up selling off quite aggressively. So I'm not going to be quick to jump into this one, knowing that if we do break that pre-market high at around 73, let's just say 73 pennies, that we typically will, unless there is a key area of resistance between there and $1, we typically will likely make a move into $1 before we reject. Now, it may not be in a straight line, as we know. So that's my thesis. That's my bias at the moment, that if we do take out that pre-market high, let's just say around 73 pennies on NITO, then there will be a little bit of a gap between the area resistance at 73 and that psychological area at $1. Let's look at the 15 here, see if there's anything we need to worry about on the 15. Nothing there. Let's look at the daily super quick. We haven't been up at this level, excuse me, on the daily since I think late February when we did have a big move up into that $1. Lo and behold, look at this. We opened up that day at 56. We moved up to 99 pennies, and then we ended up closing below the open at 43. So this one does have a propensity when it has an outsized day like it did on February 26th to move into that $1 and then reject. So my bias, I feel maybe could be correct here. So we'll continue to wait until we get that pre-market high taken. I'm going to throw another alert because I don't want to take it quite yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw an alert a little bit higher because the previous one already triggered. And that's my look on this. So NITO, still very interested in trading this one, but it's got to get above the pre-market high. All right, before we throw back to Joseph, GPUS just took out 7 again. So now it's an area high that got taken out. Do we now have another attempt here at 8? Or is this just going to be kind of a bull trap with a lower high and then send this one right back down to 6? So remember, the previous area high, exactly $8. And then we drop below the 10. We drop below the 20, in fact. We actually wick below the 20 all the way into 586, right at this candle over here. And now we're right back above $7 into 720. So I'm unsure exactly how to trade this one. I feel like this one may have some bamboozlement in the hopper for us here, just because it did wake up so aggressively to the downside. I don't know. I really don't have a good read on this one. I got to tell you the truth. GPUS is the one I'm talking about. It's up an eye-watering 424%. I mean, if I get in here, I'd have to give it to 7. Couple of other things to mention. 7, obviously, psychological support. The 10 EMA, though, takes you all the way down to 6 low 80s, right? 681, 682, something like that. So if you're going to give it to the 10 EMA, you're going to have to give it like 40 pennies risk here, Joseph. I don't know if that's too much for me at the moment, so I'm just going to stay clear.
Stay clear, yeah. I mean, if you don't see what you want to see, then just get out of it and don't even pay any mind. Yeah, so we're short. What's so funny, Damien? Sarza, why are you laughing?
You laughing?
Why are you laughing? I didn't say anything just yet. But yeah,
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, exactly, not yet. So here we go. Let's see if we can get this move back towards VWAP. It looks like we want to break down here in Google. Just had to flip that bias. The cues aren't orderly. It's not my style of price action. So 2 attempts on that one. Adios, muchachos. But here you go. You can see we're getting this breakdown. This is exactly what we're looking for. And why did I decide to take a short here on Google?
Why?
Well, I'll explain it here briefly there, Sharif. Just off of this specific candle here, you can see it right above VWAP, a nice inverted hammer. We punched through. That signal tells me, okay, we're not going to stay above it for too much longer. You can play the crack of that open low there, and then sure enough, we're continuing to the downside. So there it is, short Google right now. We are now about to punch through the volume weighted average price. So just be cautious. I like what Neil was saying earlier as well too. eastward price action. Just be patient. One thing to note is that, okay, it's like now we can determine sell the highs, buy the lows, especially when the market is just moving eastbound, kind of like it is right now. And Meta did put in a close to a new high day. Sorry, Microsoft was the one that did put in a high day. And that's one thing that I'll note, and I'll say it continuously throughout the session, is that you don't want to be fighting this name, especially after its previous earnings report. It just really just gapped up and then hasn't looked back since. So that's a positive sign. I mean, we were talking dead money on this name for an extended period of time, right? Like, so November of 23, I mean, you did climb up here, but then you just got a lot of consolidation and then indecision here, and then you get that breakdown. But then this gap up is absolutely insane here on MSFT. One thing we can note is that, okay, now we have a potential trade. Oh my days, I didn't even see this here. We have a gap that's currently being filled, if not filled already, here on Microsoft. So we just opened up right below that here. And then there you go. That can be a potential trade right there. So I'm going to continue to watch this one out. But then there's most definitely going to be another trade to the downside eventually on this one here. So I like that gap fill strategy. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Keep an eye here on AAPL, sort of making some higher lows off of this low of day. I'm seeing here, according to Reuters, the company is going to be appealing the contempt ruling in its Epic Games case that came through last week. Basically, the company was accused of defying a 2021 injunction that was meant to open its app store to outside payment options. So again, Apple reportedly going to be appealing this ruling, as reported by Reuters. Back to you.
For that, I'm just thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, so some of these tech names, yeah, I get it, Microsoft's making a new high, but NVIDIA is chopping around, and so is Google right now. So I'm like, okay, what is really moving, and why are the Qs continuously climbing somewhat higher? And that's going to be, well, I'm not going to say that's the whole reason, but I looked at Netflix. Someone in the chat mentioned Netflix, Sharif. We're now trading above $1,100 on this name. So, yeah, 1,142 there. Excuse me, filling in this gap. And then my good friend CrowdStrike as well, too, just right around that high a day. So a really good look there on those two names, CrowdStrike and NFLX. Wow, CrowdStrike, what an absolute monstrous recovery here.
Recovery.
Yeah, monstrous recovery there. Right around those all-time highs here, guys. So we're going to take a percentage metric to see how much we were down at one point. So 34%, and we climb right back up now, just probably a fraction of a percent off of that all-time high right there. So yeah, really good look on CrowdStrike. Traded a couple times with swing trade usually on this name, but yeah, it's a good stock there, Sharif.
All right, guys, I got involved in GPUS again. I got the dip trade at 680 off the 10 exponential moving average, and we wet the beak all the way up into 7.25. But here it is, taking out 7.25, and I've got another dip trade here at 7.25. It's at 7.5 right now. Got to 755, so I exhausted my shares. Now I'm looking to get back in to add. So I'm waiting at 725. It doesn't want to lose the bid at 40s though. So this one's really got a strong bid. I just don't want to chase it because I feel it's still rejecting that $0.50, but for how long? Here it is right back at the $0.50 and still unable to shake whatever seller or short seller is coming in at that psychological area of resistance. Feels like it's some profit taking around here. Just a strong move up, beautiful rounded shape, and right back close to that 7.5 again. Obviously still about 50 pennies, 60 pennies right now from the current high. So we can get in baby shares here, maybe around that 7.5, and look to dollar cost average into 7.25, or we can just get the entire, there it is, right back down to 7 1/3. So I'm going to try around here. There we go. So now we've got 36s on. Let's see if we can get something in the mid 40s, and then we'll layer some orders, obviously, into the high 40s there. I'm going to leave my 7.25 dip trade active to see if we can get something in and around there. So I'm waiting at 45s. There's the first fill. Can we get the second fill so far? Waiting at 49s, quick as you like. Not yet, not yet. So we'll continue to pack the patience here. GPUS, guys, great look for it today. Great strength to the high side, of course, as a long boom again to the high side. Now we're waiting at 69s. All right, so we don't have any more shares other than the one that we posted at 69 right now. We'll see if we can get something there. That dip trade, though, still not filled. 7.25, still eluding me. And there it is. Nice into the 60s. Very happy with this one. GPUS is on one, guys. Keep your eye out on this one as it makes yet another attempt at $8. 7 2/3, 7 3/4, and I've got no shares on. There's a huge seller at 71 who just got decimated. He posted a big sell order there, but the buy order was exponentially larger, I'm willing to guess, just based on the vehemence with which it got taken out. Here we go, 7, I believe, mid-80s, high over here at 85. We're still south of $8. Fantastic look right now on GPUS. Let's see if this one continues to run to the high side. I like this one above $8 if it's able to clear it. Now, we know the high of the day is exactly $8. So this dip trade, I don't think is valid anymore because this is a very aggressive breakout trade right now. My dip trade was at that 7.25, which is kind of in no man's land. The real level that I'd like to pick it up at if it loses the bid is that 10 EMA. That's currently at around 716, 7 mid-teens. Again, keeping an eye out on this one. Let's see what it does. I wanted to tell you guys that it's not all sunshine and rainbows over here. Got stopped out of this second trade on IMMP. I tried to get in here at 26s for the hold of VWAP, and this ended up losing VWAP quite aggressively. So IMMP now, full disclosure, will go negative on that one, even though we had a good trade on this one. Ended up taking too many shares over here and didn't take anything out. And so held the entire position out for the stop. So bit of a tougher look there. The market giveth and the market taketh away. Back to GPUS. Here we go again with $8. 7 mid-90s. Wowzers. Look at that. It just blew through 8. 748 high a day right now. Do we use 8 as support? Oh my goodness gracious. It's not holding quite yet. Or is it? Let's see if we can get in a little bit over here. Take out some into the high teens. Boom. Boom again, Joseph. Let's see if we can hold 8. If we don't, we'll lose 8. I'll stop out, break even over here on this one. Keep your eye out on that $8 ugly topping tail candle. Let's flatten out over here, Joseph. What do you got?
Jameson, add PLTR to Mag 8. I mean, what is that thing doing, man? We'll take a look at Palantir. It was actually on my notes. You know what's funny? I don't know, Sharif. I keep, like, for the past couple of weeks, I'm like, Palantir, Palantir, Palantir. It's one of the stronger names. And ask me how many times I've traded it.
How many times?
0, roughly. So.
It's just $100 stock. I mean, well, you trade a lot of those.
I don't mind
to be
the
fair.
Price. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, okay, this looks good, and just not focus on one of the stronger names, as Palantir is now just, I guess, moments away from that all-time high. Really, really good look here in this name. Moments away. We're not there just yet, my friend. There we go. I need a massage. I do, because I crushed shoulders this weekend. And
attaboy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's 5-star service here, and we got jerk chicken for lunch. I can't ask for more. Oh boy, is right. We're cooking up. Like I mean, we're less than a point away here, Katina, man, from that all-time high on Palantir. So you want to stick with those strong names. Like, look at this move it's been on. The same with Netflix. Like, come on, just split. I don't understand what the big deal is here. Just splits and gets more of us involved in this name, Sharif. Even a 2-to-1 I'll take, right? Cut that price in half or something. Because here you go. This is like some meta type price action that we seen late last year. Just continuous days to the top side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 straight green days here on Netflix, an absolute monster. I don't know if there's anything new or good out on Netflix, but I think what was it? The new season of Black Mirror that came out. I think that was a pretty good one. Other than that, we got the box over the weekend, so bye Netflix and Prime. Yeah, we got that whatever box is called there, Sharif. So
I love it. IPTV.
Yeah, the IPTV. Yeah. So we're setting that one up there. So goodbye to all the streaming.
Don't say that.
Yeah, we know what I say. Yeah, you just, whoa, they do the Dr. Evil. But yeah, we're still sitting in this. I mean, guys, let's get real here. We were talking about Bitcoin and we're starting to climb. This is exactly what we want to see. I mean, we're still negative on the day, 3%, but at least we're breaking through some of these channel highs, and that's exactly what I wanted to see, right? So we're on the backside of this channel. Maybe we get the retest of it. We are still constructing lower highs, so that's something to take note of. But if we break through, maybe we can continue to climb here in Bitcoin and gain some of those losses that we had over the weekend there, Sharif. So that's what I'm waiting for. Going to be patient. But it's time for some
traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking 5,300, 15,200, 36,000, and even, well, $29,940. Goodness gracious, on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. You trade real shares, guys, not CFD, using up to $200,000 in the company's capital, and you keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no margin calls, guys. There's no account being blown up. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code on the bottom right of your screen to get 10% off and start your trading journey. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. Yeah, fantastic. Look, guys, I just got alerts that our friend NITO, Tisha, this one did take out the pre-market high, and now it's zigging, it's zagging, but I saw this little trap before where it just breaks it by a shekel, maybe two, and then ends up retracing the entire way down as the shorts get the same alert that I got, that the pre-market high got taken out, and they get really aggressive, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Or this could be just a regular pullback in the price action. This is the level that I had earmarked as the pre-market high. I'll tell you exactly, 72.88, so 72 pennies, and 88 of a penny there. Now the current high, essentially 75 pennies, 74.95. It's trading at 71.5 right now, NITO. Let's see if it holds 70. If it really defends that level, then, you know, it doesn't breach my rule, obviously, to trade it because it's breached the pre-market high. I just don't want to be bamboozled in the same way that I was bamboozled last week, just waiting for that, you know, technical break of the pre-market high. You punch in, and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. Who needs that? Right? Who needs that to start on a Monday? So what I'm doing right now, keeping my eye on NITO. Do I have it up on a trading screen? The answer to that is no. So we're going to put it, we're going to change Wolf, and we're going to put NITO on the NQ. There it is. So now it's doing its thing, 21. Let's see if we can get involved here with some small shares. And then try this one to the upside. Let's see what it does. I don't mind defending it into 70. You can see that it zigged, it zagged at that 70 penny level. So let's go ahead and throw it another dip trade, possibly at around 70. We'll throw it a little bit higher than that. And then we'll set up the beak wetter, the first one at 76, and then we'll throw another one here at 77.
Sharif,
So,
there's a good question in the chat here for you if you want to answer that one.
Absolutely, sir.
So can you please briefly explain the colors of your EMAs and
absolutely.
how you use each of them?
Oh, absolutely. Great question there. So let's go ahead and cover that right now. Did I throw my stop? Just allow me one quick sec to throw in a stop over here for this trade. So I put in that many shares. We're going to go like that, and then I added, so that'll be this many over here. So there we go. We'll throw that on. So great question there. And sometimes I take the opportunity to do it, but thank you for reminding me. Let's look at OMEX because they're nicely spaced apart. So all the moving averages are all going to be exponential, okay? The green one is the shortest moving average that I have. That's the 10 EMA. So that's the green one right there, solid green line. Below that is the 20. Then the other one that I have is the red, which is the 50 exponential, and then the blue is the 200 exponential. The white line is the volume weighted average price. That's it. Those are the only lines you're going to see on my charts. I don't use pivots during the show. I have them on my trading screens at home for different reasons. But that's what I see over here, okay? Now, you're going to see the same thing on these charts, except the volume-weighted average price can't be white on white, right? So I flipped it from white into black. So the same thing applies to all my trading screens. You got the red over here, that's the 50. You got the green, that's the 200, or sorry, that's the 10, and the yellow is the 20. So I hope that helps. Those are the ones that I'll always use. I won't change them. I've had them that way for as long as I can remember. So that's it. Thank you for asking that question. Now, Let's talk about the trade that we've got on, NITO. What are we doing over here with this one? Are we holding the level? Okay, well, we're right back up into 73, looking to take out 74. Now, we know how these trades are. They're hard. These ones south of $1, there's so many different levels at which you can post sell orders. It just becomes a very thickly traded stock, and it's kind of hard to take out some levels. You're going to really have to pack your patience on this one. That's number one. Number two, we know the ones south of $1 are not traded by certain algorithms. They just don't get turned on until they are clearing that dollar area. So we're still about 25 pennies south of that. So those algos likely won't participate in this move up until we get closer to that dollar. All right, so let's have a look at GPUS over here because it's pulled back in quite nicely. What's the situation? It's still holding the 10 exponential despite that ugly topping tail candle into 848. So it's still got higher lows and higher highs, not higher highs, obviously. It's got higher lows. So this candle that we're currently on, the 1225 candle, look at that. It's continuing to defend the 10 EMA and continuing to put in those higher lows. And so even though we got a topping tail candle before it, it's not really the operative thing at the moment. So I'm thinking a possible re-entry into this one could be good here above that 7.5. You know, maybe right here at 7 1/3, you give it down into that 720 area, 715, something along those lines. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Certainly be persuaded to get back into this one if it sets up in the right way. Let's just have a look at the other one over here, NITO. Okay, we're breaking out highs now. We're at 75 pennies. Huge seller at 75. We're unable to shake that level. I've got my my next beak wetter posted at 76. So let's go ahead and post just one here at 75 to extract some profitability if we can. Back to GPUS, still 3 candles now in a row of lower highs. So that's what I'm looking at with that 848 high. Then we had the candle at 1225, excuse me, that put in a lower high. And then we're currently in the 1230 candle, which, yes, you guessed it, has yet another lower high. So keeping an eye out on that. Back to NITO. It's taking out all my levels now. There we go. Get it, Katina, man. So this one, guys, be patient for the pre-market high to get taken out. Have it prove to you that the bag holders from the pre-market are gone, or at least gone momentarily. Guessing when it's at the low level, it doesn't really typically help. So let's throw out some more orders over here. Now we're going to wait at 78. Pardon me. We're going to wait at 78. So let's go ahead just like this and tell it that we want to sell some at 78 and see what we get there. Joseph, what do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's starting to climb. I was looking at some PLTR stuff. I mean, off of those current lows, we're up 88%, which is absolutely insane. Like, what a stock this thing has been.
Beauty.
For an extended period of time now. So continuing to be one of the stronger names in the tech space, and that is PLTR from that 66.28 bottom, now trading at 125 and change. So just I think roughly 25 cents off of that all-time high. And
Bang.
I mentioned that, and it's kind of the same thesis here that I have going on with
getting lit over there,
yeah,
bro.
he's buzzing.
Katina's
right?
lit, bro.
Yeah, he's having a good time, and the Leafs play tonight, so why not? But bang. So yeah, I mean,
Hit
here
it,
we
Katina,
go.
man.
Cooking up.
He's cooking.
Cooking up. So kind of just the same idea that we got going on. I know it's kind of comparing apples to oranges on that front, but this is what we're looking for, kind of just a break of some key zones and then kind of go and test that all-time high and then maybe push through it on Bitcoin. But this could also be another big fake out. And if it is, that is not going to be a good sign. I think we might be able to, we might head a little bit lower in this underlying. That would bring us down to this the lower end of this breakout zone if we do decide to not continue with the movement that we've been currently sitting in. So yeah, let's get back to some Palantir talk here momentarily. As we just wow,
what happened?
It's 124.71. What is the all-time high roughly? 125.59. So,
I think there's.
You're long 121. Yeah, he's long 121.
I'm pretty sure it broke the pre-market high at Blue Ocean last night.
Did it?
I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah.
Last night?
I can double check, but I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah.
On the good old Blue Ocean over there.
Sure.
Have you traded that yet?
I bought some shares when we had that huge pullback in the market because it was overnight, right? So I'm like, why not? And then you get this message from IB, like, oh, you're buying on Blue Ocean. We can't guarantee the price or whatever. Yeah,
Honestly,
you've gotten that message before?
Yeah, all the time. I don't
right.
even understand how that, like, it's like.
I don't really understand what's happening.
Do you use the one where it's like, okay, yeah, we can fill you at this price.
Yes.
But we also have the AI thing that
Stop confusing me here, man. Like, I'm punching in.
You know how many times I've put in an order, it sends me this message, and now I'm second guessing what I'm doing.
100%.
Yeah.
And you're trying to do the action quickly because you want to get the
yo,
price.
You're like, what's going on here?
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. So now, from now on, I'm just hitting, don't ask me this anymore.
Exactly.
Just let me put my order in.
I don't want to hear.
I don't want to hear. Like,
yes.
It's like the devil on the side. You're like, are you sure, Joseph? Are you sure you want to make money at this price? Like, yes. And
Joseph, we're doing it freaking live here on NITO, bro. We just took this one. Where'd we take it, man? We took it at 72s. Look at this thing blow through 84s. Guys, we're all done again. No, we're not. We still have more shares. Okay, this is good. This is good news. We took it out there at 82s. High day, guys, 84s. It's really going right now. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph, but this one was taking out the top, so I really wanted to mention that. NITO. We saw this before. I showed you what it did on February 26th. It's opened up at like 30-something pennies and rejected the dollar to the penny. My bias was that if we took out the pre-market high, there was a good likelihood that we work our way closer to that dollar. We're not even close to the dollar yet, so let me not get so excited. 84 pennies high a day. We still got to go 16 more pennies. 16 more pennies on a dollar stock is like moving from like Canada, I don't know where, to Mexico. You guys get it. It's far. It's relatively far. 16 pennies on another stock is a spread. On this one, it could be an entire day. So NITO, break into the high side. You will have to position large on this to make money. It is 80-something pennies, but it is a respectable pattern on the day. 184% is not a drop in the bucket, guys. Good luck. Joseph, sorry to interrupt you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of, again, it's what's in the past is in the past, but I'm like, how did this even happen? Like, it doesn't even print the price here. I'll pull it up on the 1 minute time frame. It doesn't even print the price on my one trade here earlier in the morning, just risking these lows. It doesn't even print it on here. Oh, maybe it does. Now it's displaying it. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, but yeah, I mean, just off by a couple cents, we get that liquidity grab. That was us, and then sure enough, we go on that nice run. But that would have put me really nicely on the day. But let's go. Let's continue to climb here. I do like this pattern. You can see we touched this level multiple times, umpteen times. 1, 2, 3, 4 touches here. A quad bottom, maybe we'll call this one. And then now we're heading towards some key resistance zones, looking to crack some of these pre-market levels, which I think are going to be really, really important. And you can see this gap down. This is just from the weekend, right? But I think this is totally recoverable. If Bitcoin really starts to get rolling, which I do believe it will eventually, maybe not today or within the next couple of days. I know Sharif and I said possibly 100,000 by the end of the week. Well, let's see what happens, right? We got to take everything day by day, step by step. But one thing I will note is this is a positive sign. I want to see this healthy pullback. I don't want us to just go parabolic without pulling back and taking a breath within the underlying. So we pull back, retest this range, and then maybe we can tap into that 100,000 and then north of that. And that's kind of what's going on. I mentioned that I got filled on some calls. I got the notification on my phone right down here, so I got the price that I wanted on those exactly. So I'm happy about that. And so now we're just super heavy, and we're looking for that appreciation to continue here in this underlying. But let's go. I want it to crack 53.60. If we can punch through that, then maybe we can climb to the high day. But let's take a look at the options chain to see what it is telling us from an overhead resistance standpoint. Oh, I just typed in the strike. I don't know why I do that. IBIT. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. We're going to go over the call and the put side. There is some room to run here. 55.50, we got 56, we got 16,000 open contracts. And then when we run into 57.5 and 58 is where that size really starts to pick up with 13,000 and 20,000 open contracts. So that may be max pain for this week. That is going to be 58 exactly. Now let's go to the put side and see what we got going on that front. Again, not too much going on. I mean, we got a lot of 4s, 52.5 with 9,000, we'll call it flat, currently open contracts, and then 50 is going to be that next strike with only 4,000. So hopefully that 5250 will come in and act as some key support just in case we break down to those levels. I'm not going to be grabbing any more shares, nor am I going to be any more contracts. I'm fully allocated for this swing here, and I'm most definitely going to keep you guys up to date regardless if I win or lose. This essentially doesn't matter. I talk about it all the time, how I'm specifically using unrealized gains to grab contracts and then use that appreciation to kind of just grab more and more size. I won't be doing it anymore. We're fully allocated, and I'm looking forward to see how this trade turns out.
That's fantastic, man. Good luck there. Wishing you obviously the best of luck on all those positions. Goes without saying there. All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye here on GPUS. Tisha, if you're in the chat, I don't know how I feel about this one anymore, Tisha. It's really having trouble taking out 7.5. I mean, it's been above 7.5, and every time it gets there, it's met with a wall of selling. And it keeps rejecting it over and over. Now, we did technically on the current 5-minute candle make a new high, but what the candle is ending up being right now with 1 minute left, less than a minute left for the candle to close, is a topping tail candle with a false breakout above the previous candle high. So we do have a candle high break, but it's on a wick basis, not on a closing basis. So I don't know. I feel this one's setting up for bamboozlement right now. Now, that's the bad side. The good side is I'm continuing to watch GPUS on the side chart. That's why I'm looking to the right. And believe it or not, the closing prints are all still defending that 10 EMA, even though the wicks are obviously breaking below it. So that's, you know, it's obviously not great for you if you're trying to base your trade off that 10 EMA, because your order doesn't know if it's wicking or closing below. So that's kind of my fear about this one, trying to work my way above that 7.5 only to be met with that aggressive selling. Here we go again with an attempt at 7.5. We're showing 45s. There it goes again above 7.5, but quickly met with aggressive selling. And here it is again above 7.5. All right, now it's clearing it, Joseph. So here, could this be it? Could this be it? Now, let's see if we can get, all right, we're chasing it now. So we're going to have to take some prints in the high 60s. Boom! Into the high 60s we go. You already know. If I'm in the 60s, you guys already know where I'm going to sit. So let's go ahead and sit there. We got 58s on. Anything below 40, I'm out. So we're going to have to risk a little bit over here on GPUS. That's it. We threw out the order. I'm waiting for 60. Actually, no, 60. We're going to wait a little bit higher. So we're going to wait a little bit over here at 75s or so. Let's see. 60s coming in. Again, aggressive selling at the 60s, 65s, now 69s. Can we get a little bit higher? There are 70. Nice trade so far. All right, we'll get back in if it dips in. Again, so GPUS, guys, continuing to give. And now it's got a 2-candle green setup on the 5. And the previous candle that I felt was a bamboozler ended up actually closing above the previous candle high. So it did look like it was going to be a topping tail candle for a moment, but that's why we wait for the candle to close. Now we're knocking the door of 7 3/4. 70 now, an aggressive seller at 70. We can't shake him. Now we're shaking him, baby. He's getting shaken out because now we're moving into 75. Joseph shaking next to me. That's sick. I did not expect that.
Give me shit. I got you, man. I got him. All right, take a breather. He didn't. It was the shake.
He was doing the shake shimmy there.
Yeah, shimmy shit.
That's buck nasty, says Neil. I was so I didn't notice, Neil, man. Sorry, I was trying to trade. How could I?
Wow.
Neil's coming in hot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
When Joe was doing it, the Chappelle show.
All right, Neil, are you good?
Okay. So there's a character in Chappelle's show called Buck Nasty. So when you talk about that shimmy, it was every single time Charlie Murphy would do Buck Nasty before they would roll the take. The whole joke was that to get into character, he just started doing like. He just starts shaking like that. But I think you're shaking because it's freezing cold in here, everybody.
Oh, God.
I don't care what
God,
Sharif says. It's been freezing all day. All day it's been freezing.
Straight. That's how cold.
The market's a bit hot. By the way, that Nito, Sharif, pull out the daily chart on that NITO.
What's it look like,
85 cents where it turned around was a good top. Okay. I was too slow to pay for locates when I got up there because I was eating my delicious salad, which has lots of nice kale in it. But yeah, that 85 is not a random level. Maybe a pullback into view up.
Get it, Neil.
But the kale's who put that on kale?
What happened, Neil? What happened, Katina, man? Why are you hitting the fail, brother?
It's so good for you.
What
So
happened,
goofy.
Katina Man? Can we see the
that.
food there, Katina Man?
bring it over here.
Are we able to see it? I think the production team.
Yeah, bring it over here.
Yeah. Can I have a? I won't touch your food. It's wrapped up. Yeah, because it's wrapped up. Yeah, I'm sure they can get a good gander of that. That's everybody's favorite protein, chicken. You got your salad. You got some rice over here with some mixed veggies. I happen to love that. I love the amount of fiber they throw in there, Katina Man. It's good for you. Not bad. He doesn't care.
Let me get a piece of that chicken.
He wants to get a piece of that chicken. Shout out to my man, the OG, Joseph Wilson.
All right, yeah, I mean, let's go. Like, I mean, NVDA, come on, start to break through some of these key levels. This is what we were waiting for. I think I was long this name a couple attempts here, but then now you can see we're running into some key resistance zones. That's a positive sign. I like this. It is slightly bullish PA, and that's one thing to note. This gap fill, this gap did get filled, so that was a trade in itself, right off of the opening range. So if you had the ability to just buy it there at 113.89 and then a low of 114, I guess that's not too big of a trade. So you'd have to be slightly more heavy on that front. But yeah, there we go. This is what I want to see. You guys know I'm long this as well in the swing account, so that's working out relatively well. Hopefully, I mean, I think we do continue to climb. There's a lot of room to run here. Let me take this off here so you guys don't see what I got going on. So here we go. Still down 26% off of those all-time highs, NVDA. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of room to run here, and that's why I'm trying to take advantage of it. I like this pullback. I do have some orders for a couple contracts on this as well, but I'm not going to take them until I get filled at the price that I want to, and that's going to be roughly around 111 or 109, and then we'll get the fill on those contracts. So going to be patient. I would rather it not, right, because I have shares as well too, so if those just appreciate in price, I'll be more than happy, because I'm also heavy Bitcoin as well too. I really told you guys that. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, they know. Yeah. They know. You win either way.
Yeah.
Whether it goes up or down.
I'm in a good winning position.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's fantastic.
Unless something catastrophic happens.
No.
Like if we get a hectic retruth from Donald himself saying we're dissolving the crypto reserve.
But don't forget,
all over,
you know what, Adara, the information that Adara brought us at tonight's dinner. What is that? $1.5 million a plate? $1.5 million a plate. Say it again, Adara. Tonight. The night. That's right. There's gonna be a fight at the crypto. No, there's not gonna be a fight, guys.
Sailor's there, no?
Who?
Sailor.
Well, then there might be a fight. Shareholders might show up and scrap him. No, seriously though, we're kidding, obviously, guys. But tonight the dinner is going to be a crypto-focused dinner. I don't know. I'm just theorizing that there could be some potential announcements. He may want to juice up the crowd. Obviously, they're going to want to hear something that helps their position. I mean, I think that's just normal. To expect something like that. So it's going to be super interesting to see what we get today. It could be a nothing burger, obviously, or it could be really good. Or, you know, it could be somewhere in between. David Sachs was obviously, he hasn't been on the All In podcast as much lately, but lately, I mean, the last few weeks he has. And he didn't have anything to say yesterday about crypto, nothing, or Friday, or whenever it was released. He didn't really say much. He didn't really make any AI pronouncements either. He just kind of talked about the state of the industry, this and that. So I didn't get the feeling that there was going to be anything today. Then we get the headline from Adara that the actual evening today will be crypto focused. So that to me changes things. So I'm going to be all ears to see if there are any pronouncements. Now, we did hear previous pronouncements. We talked about them. We got, I think, a headline last week that they could be looking at selling some of the gold at Fort Knox to subsidize some crypto purchase. Whether you believe that or not, an entirely different story. Keep in mind what they're trying to do here, at least my perception of what they're trying to do, is they're trying to do what's it called? A zero budget kind of crypto allocation, meaning they don't want any new earmarked money to be spent by the government that hasn't been previously spent on crypto. So what is that? How do you do that? Well, then you sell previously owned assets, you dispose of those assets, and then you funnel the money into Bitcoin or whatever other cryptocurrency you want to do. That's how you end up getting that kind of budget zero, the budget friendly allocation. So what they sell, when they sell it, and you know, that kind of, that's obviously up to them. We're spectators at this point, so we'll report it when we do have that news. So I'm going to be super interested to see what's said today. That is kind of my little spiel about that. Guys,
so
go ahead.
Cover this quick here.
Yeah,
Google's
absolutely.
really starting to move here, guys.
Okay.
We were looking at this price action pattern earlier, and then I looked for a short as well too. But then as soon as we blew off this top, I just got out of that trade. So a nice liquidity grab here. 5-minute opening drive was extremely strong, and I was looking for that continuation within this consolidation phase right here in that bull flag type price action. But you can see we just liquidity grabbed. And now we've just been, for the past 45 minutes or so, we've been grinding towards this high day, and at this pace it's most definitely going to crack. So there's that look on Google. I was doing some TA over the weekend as well, and I said this is a name that can really get the ball moving. I mean, if you just go back to its previous history, Sharif, it's a repeat offender in doing these big moves to the downside and then constructing all-time highs. I'm not saying that's going to happen in this case, but I mean, if it's continuously doing it over and over again, at some point this name will recover, and there you go. You can see us running into some key zones right now, Sharif, as we break through some resistance.
Our friend Nicole Harris from Hotlanta. Come on, Nicole. I mean, I didn't know you as a troll, but now you're wearing your troll hat on.
Well, how would...
Look what she said.
Can we repeat
Nicole, we have to wait to buy Canada first before selling gold for crypto. Come on, Nicole. What is happening? You know you're not buying us, man. What's going on up there? No, look, guys, obviously Prime Minister Carney, the newly elected Prime Minister of Canada, will meet with Donald Trump tomorrow, I believe it's tomorrow. Is that the word? Is that the word that they're meeting tomorrow? My understanding is that they're meeting tomorrow. I'm sure Adara will have... Tuesday. Thank you, Adara, for that. It is Tuesday, so that is tomorrow. Obviously, that will be a big topic of discussion. We'll have to see, you know, exactly what's discussed there and how each party presents it to the media thereafter, because this has been a thing where Carney kind of tells us one thing, Trump tells us another, and, you know, usually the truth is somewhere in between. So we'll pack our patience to see what happens there. I just want to let you know, guys, I'm back into GPUS. We're taking prints here. We got 81s, just took a print at 95, but the majority of my orders are north of 8. I am trying for an $8 break here. So I did get a dip trade in the 60s after initially getting in the 80s. That's why I have a cost basis of 81. But this one is having a lot of trouble with 8. Not surprised there that it's having trouble with 8. So what's the deal with this one? Let's go ahead and wait here in the low 90s for a possible add. I could definitely be persuaded to add again at 7.5, but it's going to have to hold that 10 exponential Adair.
You just mentioned the word truth there, Sharif, during your last comments on Trump and Carney, and that reminds me, we have to talk about the ongoing situation between Donald Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell, a lot of which has been unfolding on Truth. I just released the 4th part of this ongoing Trump v. the Fed series on X that would be on Friday. This is part 4. The tension is not transitory. This is basically on Friday after we got this not NFP data. Trump goes on X and he said there's, quote, no inflation, and that, quote, the Fed should lower its rate, 3 exclamation points, all caps. So ahead of this FOMC meeting coming through on Wednesday, Donald Trump continuing to try to urge the Fed to get these rates down. It is worth noting, I know I haven't done as many throws or infographics today because I am working on a much larger research series that has gotten quite out of control on Fed Chair Jerome Powell and his ties and how they do or do not correlate to the market. So check that out very soon on X. It'll be an entire deep dive and thread. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Let's go over some of the top performing sectors here this morning, guys. I want to see what we got going on. And yeah, you'll see a little bit of a rotation from the last time I checked. So industrials are up about 0.6%. The comm services, again, up about 0.5% there. Real estate only up about 0.2 there on that front. But now the bottom 3, guys, we got utilities in third last, negative 0.3 or 1/3, and then consumer discretionary negative 0.7, and then energy down 1.3%, closer to 1.4. And then in the middle, we just have the financials. That's one thing that I wanted to take a look at here as well, just due to how strong the SPY is. I think it's been trading slightly better than the NASDAQ. So with that being said, I always look at one of its other. If tech's just kind of been moving sideways, then I want to look at the second biggest sector within that, and that's going to be the financials in the SPY. So yeah, it's still slightly green on the day. Consumer staples, it is red. Healthcare healthcare red as well, and then the tech sector kind of in the middle of the pack there, down only about 0.1% there. So yeah, I mean, not a horrible day. I mean, we had a really good week last week. I mentioned this before. So this breath is totally normal. This is what I want to see in a kind of in a healthy rebound. Couple nice days to the top side. A day or two of just moving sideways, a small pullback, nothing crazy, a 1% retracement or anything along those lines, and then maybe we can continue on the path that we were the past week and continue on this rebound path, because that's something that I specifically want to see. I want to see some of these big names really start to recover, because I think that's great for the overall market. And I mentioned that NVDA is still down with the likes of 25 to 26%. So there is most definitely some room to run, and the Qs are just tapping on that high day as Tesla is now through the volume weighted average price and continuing to climb. It was weak the first half hour, 40 minutes, or the first hour of the day, I should say. This thing was just on an absolute free fall, like waterfall type price action. And then you can see we did kind of double bottom right there, if we're not going to include the wicks, because that could just be a whipsaw move. You get that double bottom, and now we're north of the volume weighted average price on that one. Someone in the chat said, Joe, you got to get in on some TSLA. And I said, I don't want to chase it all the way up here. Going to wait for the pullback and the hold of specific zones. That's going to be this pivot right here, and we didn't get that. It's continuing to climb, and that's okay. We're still going to be patient. We're sitting in this IBIT trade until we get stopped out, break even, or we start hitting some profit targets, and I think that's going to happen if this market continues to climb. Meta is starting to head towards that high day as well, so tech starts rallying, then I think I'm going to be sitting in a good position, Shree.
Because I'm free falling. Yeah, it's not like a good stock or song to sing when you're long.
Is that?
Can you imagine?
Is that Oasis there?
I don't even know, brother. Okay, chill, Adara. He got it wrong. Jeez, Adara's gonna kill us.
Even Brando's laughing at me. He's like, "Come on, man." He's like, "What?"
Brendo didn't like it. Adara didn't like it. Nobody likes it, Joseph. Oh man.
I thought it was Oasis. No?
A good thing I didn't say that.
Because you don't even know who.
I don't even know who it is, but you know I'm not gonna take a shot. All right, guys.
Like, you gotta take a shot.
I have no idea. I really have no idea.
I think Oasis is a pretty good guess. No.
You sure? Who does?
Tom Petty. There you go.
Tom Petty?
That's right. Yeah, even Brando was giving me.
Hey!
Come on, Joe.
Anytime I hear Tom Petty, I just remember This Is 40, when she like bullies that kid that looks like Tom Petty, and she calls him out, and Melissa McCarthy is the dude's mom in the movie. Anyway, and then like it's a hilarious little segment there in the principal's office. Guys, we're doing it freaking live on GPUS. We're 40 pennies in the money. It's been knocking the door of 8. There's a huge seller at 8. We can't shake 8. And I've been watching this one for a while now. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. Boom! We take out 8, Joseph Wilson. We pump up there now. I still have one here at 820. That one unfilled. Can we get that bad boy filled? Show me you can get it filled, baby. Now we're showing 12s, 14s, 18s. Count. Boom! We're going to hit the dollar club soon, hopefully. We're going to wait at 850. That's where we're waiting for the next one, and that will be a dollar club winner if we can get it. 830 now. 830. So it's just continuing to reject that level. It's not going to move up in a straight line, but GPUS, guys, is the gift that keeps on giving. It's up 500%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. Let's see if we can keep going here. Maybe we can get to a 10 print. Who knows? But there's a monster seller at 30s. We're shaking them. We're doing it live right now. 835 now, the local area high. We're still south, though, believe it or not, of that whole dollar level, 848. So my print here at 850 requires a high day break. That may actually make me rethink taking out that level, because it's a lower probability exit. The fact that we have to take out the high of the day makes it a lower probability exit in my submission. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten out likely in the low 40s to high 30s. If we can get that print, I will flatten out using my flattened key. We're having trouble shaking 30s right now. That's the end of the trade for me over here. I've seen this story before where that seller keeps coming in. Now, if we take out 850, I'm gonna get back in. Okay. Simple as that. Look how many trades I've had on this thing. It's polluted. This looks like a Katina chart. Katina, look at the one.
Katina man's trolling too.
Yeah. It's definitely not a Katina trade, but it's Katina-esque, right? So there we go. Now he accepts that, right? No, but I have it on the 5, Katina, man. That's why it looks all condensed. When I flip to the 1, you can kind of see it a little bit, a little bit less condensed there. And you guys know that I'm always looking at the 5 on this bad boy. We always chart on the 5, and now we're executing on the 5. So 848, Joseph Wilson. Yeah. That is the current high day right now on this monster. Let's see if we can take out that level. If we take out that level, I'm getting back in.
All right, then. I was considering of mentioning maybe some songs that I thought were Oasis, but I don't want to. I don't want to dig myself any bigger of a hole than I already have. So,
Cisco?
Yeah.
You thinking of Cisco there?
No, I'm not going to say anything, man.
What
I'm
happened?
going to leave it at that because I was going to say I'm not Wonderwall. That's
say it again.
Wonderwall, right? I'm a Wonderwall. That's Oasis. All right. So there we go.
I'm really uncultured.
Yeah. Slight recovery. I kind of get the two mixed up, but that's okay. Come on, Bitcoin. Let's crack through some of these key levels. 5360 is what we're looking for. You see, we have multiple touches here, even on the 5-minute time frame. Yeah, there you go. Northwestern Canopy. Yeah, you caught that. Yeah, here we go. We're looking for that crack of that key level. You can see we've been running into it multiple times. Someone in the chat said Palantir $80 soon. It's so overbought. I don't think that's going to be the case whatsoever. That's like 45 points from now, so there's no way. I shouldn't say no way, but I don't think it gets to there. I think we're on that push for that all-time high. Yeah. You guys are killing me in the chat. I'm trying to keep a straight face because they caught what I said. Yeah, so let's get that break here. I think it will come, especially if we knock on it one more time. You can see we have this resistance area right around here and here and here. So there's multiple touches and on this base. So again, just a nice consolidation, looking for the break of that 53. And then I think we can head into that 53.70 level and then maybe even into 54s if it wants to put on a half decent day. Meta still slowly grinding higher. Positive sign. I mean, from that bottom, we're still down roughly about 20% as well too in this, Sharif.
Neil, Weight Watchers.
20% exactly from that peak all the way to where we're currently trading at. What is Weight Watchers doing?
It's breaking out.
Is it breaking out?
Yeah.
Let's get into Weight Watchers right here as we continue to climb. I heard Neil said he put all his money into Weight Watchers or something like that the other day.
Did he say that? Actually, no, he didn't. That's why he was so chill. He knew. He was like,
someone said, I think it was Katina, man. He's like, yeah, he just went all in. Weight Watchers at 10 cents. And there you go, trading at 70. But that volume stepping in, Sharif, way to call out that breakout. That's what we want to see. My eyes are on this, especially now. I like what we're sitting at. Going to wait for that pullback, and then maybe we can get the continuation in the trend. And I think that's what we need to be patient for. That breakout volume is there. It's confirmed. Now wait for that lower pullback volume, and then we can look for an entry based off of that, Sharif.
Thank you, Joseph, for that. Guys, GPUS, it giveth, but you know what I'm already going to say. It taketh frickin' away. This is ugly right here, and this is the nature of these small cap crappers, and that's what they do. They crap the bed sometimes, and it just did it right here. So this is a specialist breakdown in my humble submission. So we get up into that 8.48, 8 1/3, and then all hell breaks loose. You come up, you're about to take out that high of the day, then you drop casually $1.30. And yes, okay, it got bought up, fine. That's normal. But do you think that everybody didn't get stopped out there? This is a specialist breakdown. It happens more on these stocks that can be manipulated more easily than, say, obviously your large cap stock, which require billions of dollars to move. But these ones don't. I'm talking about GPUS and the like, these small cap names. What's the current market cap of GPUS? 52 million. That's after a 500% day. Remove that 500%, and where are we at market cap? So I really want to take the time to kind of explain what happened here. So obviously, we're putting in higher lows and higher highs. Everybody knows that. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that. And in addition to that, you've been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So what are the short sellers, or not even the short sellers? What do the longs who want to take this bad boy do? They send a huge sell order pushing everybody's stop losses out. What happens when your stop loss gets triggered, guys? You got to sell. So you sell. Katina Man sells. Joseph sells. Adara sells. Everybody's selling. Yeah, I know you didn't sell, bro. But the point is, everybody's stops are getting triggered. So all of a sudden, you're taking out all these levels super quick. But guess who's waiting at that 20 EMA? The same dude who pushed it down.
Damn.
He buys it for $1 less. So these specialist breakouts, specialist breakdowns are kind of part and parcel of trading these small cap gappers. They're very frustrating. Believe me, I've been caught on them multiple times, but that's why I'm quick to exit these ones. And I don't hold them the way I would hold an Apple, the way I would hold a Netflix or an Nvidia. It's just not the same trade. And obviously, you know, there's no way for me to know it's going to hold up at the 20 if it's a specialist breakdown or somebody basically unloading the entire position at a sick price because it's up 500%. How do I know? So it's impossible to know. That's why I don't take my time, or I don't take that much time in them. You're in, you're out. That's how I perceive these ones to be best traded. Quick, get in and get the hell out. So GPUS, a bamboozler, but it's still, believe it or not, in play. Even though it dropped $1.50 or $1.30, excuse me, quick as you like, it's right back above the 10. And if this candle were to close right now on the 5, it'd be above the 10 exponential moving average. And the closing print would be higher than the previous area low. What's up?
We're in it. We're in it.
I love it.
So
Joseph is trading a small cap gapper. Hell is going to freeze over next.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't bring your water. So we're going to go to Adara. Let's see. I was looking for that push of that high a day. I mentioned looking for that, waiting for that pullback here. We got it. So now we're just going to be patient on this, see if we can crack this 80 level here on Weight Watchers. Let's see what Adara's up to.
We did get here the 3-year note auction. Doesn't look like it was super market moving, but worth noting regardless. 3-year note auction. High yield, 3.824% is what we got. The previous was 3.784%. So a little bit higher than the previous for that 3-year note auction that just came through. Back to you.
Sorry, Joseph,
No,
people
go
are
ahead.
yelling about HIMS right now. So HIMS sold off aggressively. If you allow me just 1 second to bring in my side chart over here. So this is WW. We're going to wish Joseph obviously the best on this trade. It's at the high of the day. Fantastic look. It's a full-blown breakout. But let's have a look at HIMS. So this one was incrementally moving up. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Then all hell breaks loose. It comes to take out, guess what? The implied balance high. And that implied balance high, look at what it coincides with. Yeah, that pre-market high. So the short sellers were waiting either at that IB high or that pre-market high. Sorry, I kind of glossed over an issue. An implied balance high, the technical definition is the high from 9:30 to 10:30. And by conversely, excuse me, the implied balance low is the low that prints from 9:30 to 10:30. Those are important for a technical reason. And in this particular case, you're looking at that 9:30 print, which has a high, guys, of 42.47. Look at the high of the day, 42.48. And it drops like $2 as soon as it hits it. So yeah, I'm not going to be convinced that these levels are not live. And in addition to that, so 42.47 implied balance high, 42.48 technical high of the day at regular market hours, and look at this pre-market high, 42.49. So what can we glean from this? There's a hell of a seller, whether it's in the pre-market, the open, or midday at that 42.5 that just can't be shaken, at least not yet. I'm talking about HIMS. And excuse me for 1 second, if I look back here at April 29th, what was the high here? The high there, I'm just looking, Joseph, 42.72, 42.71. So there's definitely a seller in that 42.50, 42.70. That's been going back days. Adara, tell us what's up.
I couldn't find any news in this drop. People on X are confused. Some are saying that this could potentially be a bit of a earnings leak, but I'm not seeing any evidence to suggest that. Others pointing out this technical level. It looks like we just bounced off or rejected from the pre-market high here in HIMS. As far as I can tell, that seems to be what happened. But this morning, we did get some news on this one ahead of its earnings report tonight. The company this morning announced that they've appointed a new COO. So Hims and Hers with a new COO ahead of their earnings report tonight after the close. Join Neil and myself on the Market Recap Show. Back to you.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, DJ, I told you don't do it. And then
What happened,
Bob the dog says, yeah.
Bob the dog.
Yeah, Bob the dog. It's looking like it, brother, to be honest with you. If we cry, this
My bad.
guy, that's crazy. But I mean, 78. Whoa, okay, Sharif, you're talking
sir.
about what a gap down.
I'm telling you, bro. You can't hold him, Joseph.
Yeah, you honestly can.
Yeah.
If you need that momentum, hopefully this is a liquidity grab. I mean, I'm not putting on any crazy shares whatsoever on this thing. We're looking for that crack of that 80 level, but what a fierce move down. You lost a couple pennies just like that. I was looking for the continuation of that breakout volume, so maybe this will be a liquidity grab, but if we come right back into the midst of this range right here, just got to get out of the trade. It didn't work out, right? So that's okay. Weight Watchers, I know it's been in play for the past couple of a week or so, so we're just going to look for the continuation. It looks like people want to get aggressive in it, so then we'll look to participate on that front. So monitoring this for that break of 80, then we'll slowly start to piece them out. IBIT still hovering around the lower end of this consolidation phase, looking for the crack of 53.60. Hopefully we're not going to construct any lower high and then break down south of the volume weighted average price. There we go. On Weight Watchers. There we broke it. What a liquidity grab here. That's essentially what it was, right? So whoever had their stops placed right there, and let's go. We're still continuing to climb. Yeah, this is it. That volume really stepped in. I just talked about that breakout volume, looking for that breath in the price action, and then now we're starting to climb. So I'm going to post up here at 81s there, Shreve. Look to take off a little bit more because I know you say they're not here for a very long time. So I'm going to take your sound advice on that front because you trade them much more than I do. But there we go. We took 66% of the position off right there on Weight Watchers. Simple thesis. Breakout volume, wait for that pullback, lower volume, and then you look for that break of the high day. Bob the dog says lucky. Maybe a little bit of luck involved, but don't forget, I literally said to you guys in real time, I see that breakout volume, waiting for that price action to pull back, lower volume on the pullback, and then you get those buyers stepping in. You can see the aggression here to the top side. So is luck involved? Absolutely. But I'm going to credit myself there, Sharif, and say there was definitely some skill involved in that one.
I would have to 100% agree with that. Andre, the tickers are now live. Sent them to you, brother. So, guys, I just had eyes on this one right now. Not one that we often talk about, if at all, but on ON. Just allow me a second over here. I believe this is a microchip semiconductor name. ON is the ticker. It is on semi. It's down 8 1/3%, and it has an SSR beside it, mean that it was down over 10% at one point. Did this thing report? Give me 1 second over here. They actually beat, and they're down aggressively. On semiconductor, Q1 earnings beat estimates. Beat estimates. Okay, so they did beat on semi. When the hell did they report? Was it this morning? Yes, it was this morning. So likely the guide. I haven't had an opportunity to read it, but on semi, it's a $16.25 billion market cap, so it's not like the biggest move ever. It zigs and zags. There's the algo spike at around 8 a.m., or that looks like institutional prints, to be honest with you. But there was an aggressive sell-off there, and it's down about 8.2%. It's been a rock-solid trade as a short here in the 38.75, 38.60s, and that's been the case basically all morning. Look at that, down into the right, very bear flaggish. If you zoom out on a wider time frame, it'll look more bear flaggish, like the 15. There you go, kind of a down consolidation. Do we get a flat bottom break through 38? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The market not buying it up right now. So ON, big move down on that one. Again, not one that we typically talk about, but thought I would mention it to you as one of these outsized movers on the day. Sorry, guys, no positions on right now. I'm still watching GPUS, as you can see there on the side chart. It's holding the 20, trying to get back above the 10, but I'd really like for this one to clear 8 on a decisive basis. It really has had trouble staying above 8. It's wicked above 8 3 times today. The initial was right at right at the start of the show, 11:20, 11:25 candles, we wick above it. Then again, we have a breach of 8 at 12:20. These are all on the 5-minute chart. And then again at 12:55 and 1 o'clock. Joe, I love when you chuckle, bro, when you're chatting with the people. I'm trying to do my you're killing me, dog.
Bro, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah.
So I hate to keep using the term flat top break, but this is genuinely what I perceive, guys, because look at that. Even though we had that ugly sell-off, it is still a situation where we find ourselves putting in higher lows. All the while, we're able to clearly see that that $8 level is elusive, at least on a closing basis, not a wick basis. So building a position here on GPUS on the dips, possibly into the 20 EMA on the 5 is what I mean when I say that. Could be money here. And again, all the closing prints as well as the wicks seem to be defending that yellow line. Again, that yellow line on my chart, guys, that's a 20 exponential moving average on a 5-minute chart. And you had one touch over here at it at 11:45, got bought up. You got one touch over here at 105, got bought up. So the deeper retracements seem to be holding up at the 20 with that elusive level of 8 maintaining, but the higher low situation is really what keeps me interested in GPUS, at least for the moment. I don't think this is the right time to weasel in. I'd like possibly another 20 EMA pullback, may or may not get that. They're kind of sparse in their allocation. 11:45, as I mentioned, was the first one. The second one, 105. So, you know, over an hour and 20 minutes apart there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, GPUS. Now, the other one, I got stopped out of this one, full disclosure, NITO. We had a good trade on it, then one not so good when I got back in. This one is still presenting me with an opportunity. So even though I'm 1 for 1 on it, this one could be one of those ones that touches $1, especially now after that sell-off that pushed me out of the trade. We've got 3 candles, 3 green candles, mind you, all putting in higher highs and higher lows. Still, though, unable to create that new area high. That new area high comes above these 2 candles over here, the one at 1250 and the one at 1255. You got to print something above that 78 3/4. You get 78 3/4, that's a new area high, and now we're talking about putting in higher highs as well as higher lows. So I'm keeping my eye on NITO, GPUS. OMEX was good to start. Zcar is giving up the ghost. It's below VWAP now and no longer of interest to me. IMMP, we had a good trade on, but this one I'll submit to you guys. Very lightly traded, as you can see that volume profile down and to the right. It's essentially hard to even see the volume bars at this point relative to the volume bars that we're printing, say at like 11 and 11:30. So this one I'm not really, that excited about getting into. What else do we got here? Criminal, CRML. I know. Well, it's close enough to criminal, Adara. You know what I mean? I will get it. I do appreciate you. So 188 over here seems to be that area breakout, but it could be a $1.90. What I see with these ones is a stair step. Kind of like stairs, right? You take one step over here, you take one step over there, and they're just stair stepping up. And it ends up holding at the previous area resistance. You see what I'm saying? So if this is previous area resistance at a $1.88, you come back into a $1.88, you hold it, and then you clear that $2 area. So CRML, I could be a buyer here at either a $1.88 or a $1.87. Where VWAP is, I'll submit to you, there's probably not much of a difference between the two levels. So yeah, CRML looks good, but again, when you do look at the volume profile for this one, it is down and to the right. So it's just losing the volume. And that's not exactly a glowing endorsement to get into a long. So that is my look there. I can do the news if we want to take a little bit of a break, unless you have something to cover.
Let me cover this here for a couple of seconds, and then we'll hop into some of that news.
Got it.
Much anticipated news. So guys, let's go. Let's get this ball rolling. I got out of IBIT too. It came back towards my break even. We didn't get that breakout. Multiple touches on that overhead, and then we just collapsed right back in towards the volume weighted average price. Now I'm sitting in Weight Watchers, and I'm looking for that stair step pattern that Sharif was just referring to. So you can see, we'll call this stair, and then we take a little step here, and then now we're just kind of chilling on this platform, waiting for the break of this 81.82. So we need to see that volume really step in and crack through some of these resistance zones in order for us to get that, as obvious as it may seem. If it comes back to my break even, then I'll just hop out of the trade. No worries about that. But right now it's looking like it wants to crack it. And we're looking to participate on that front. I don't often trade these names, the penny stock Sharif, but I mean up 40%. You called out that breakout volume, so regardless of the underlying, just trade the price action.
Bang.
And then sure enough, that's what we have going on here with Weight Watchers. And I want to see it. I'm just going to go on a little bit for another minute or so, Sharif,
do your thing, baby.
I want to see if we crack this, right? And if we crack the 82s, then we'll be having some fun with these small cap. I won't say the other word instead, because I know
small cap crappers.
Yeah.
I can say
Every
it for
time,
you.
Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I don't
It's a joke.
Hey, man, it is.
Yeah,
a joke,
it's
but
a
I don't want-
crapper instead of crapper instead of grapper.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
You know what I
It's
mean?
like it almost wants to come out, but I've been fighting that one throughout the whole duration of me trading this. So hopefully it doesn't slip, and if it does, then apologies from your boy. Betting on Wonder. Why you betting on Wonder Woman? Is there a new movie or something on like that? Oh, okay, WW, I get it. Yeah, so let's go. Yeah, come on, let's go. Break 80s here. You can see the tape. We'll focus on that there, guys. We're starting to get a slightly more aggressive here on the ask. But one thing to note is that you can see the price action isn't very reactive to it, and it's more reactive to the downside. So if we come back into 79, then we'll just hop out of this trade. But we're continuously looking for this break of 82. We may not get it because you can see on the 1 minute time frame that volume on the 1 minute signature is really starting to pick up. So that's not a positive sign for pullbacks. We want to see that volume slowly start to decay, and then buyers step right in, pushing price higher and higher. But that's not the case, Shreve. It looks like we're going to get stopped out here.
You see what your friend Sports and Stonk said?
With Sports and
Weight Watchers are Stairmasters. Just because you were talking about the stair step? Come on, man.
And
you didn't see the irony in that?
That's an ultimate.
Get it, Sports and Stonks.
When was the last time you were on the Stairmaster?
You know my opinion about cardio, right? Like, no. So I have a theory. I have a theory. Here's how I feel, and like you tell me what you guys think about this. This is my philosophy, and I tried to tell the Katina men this, by the way, too. So, Joseph, say you intake. Let's say 2,000 calories.
We're out of here.
Okay?
Yeah.
No, you didn't do anything. I need to engage you.
No, I said we're out of here.
Okay.
No, I said yeah.
I thought you said what I do.
No. I said no. I'm out of the Weight Watchers.
Say you intake 2,000 calories, and you want to be in the caloric deficit so you can lose weight. Okay? So say you want to be at 1,800 calories a day. I'm just giving you any numbers here. Okay? 2,000. You've intaken 2, but you want to be at 800. So you need to be in a deficit of 200 a day to lose weight.
Yeah.
Calories in, calories out. Right?
Yeah.
So what you do to achieve that deficit, to me, is what's operative. For example, if you want to go on cardio machine and lose that 200 calories, that's one way. I see that as dead calories. You're not utilizing those calories. Instead, I can strength train, use those 200 calories to build muscle rather than just expend them for the sake of expending them.
I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so what I feel cardio is a waste of time. It's a controversial perspective, but I do feel cardio is a waste of time.
And
let me just finish my point. So I can do the exact same thing. I don't need to be lifting at 80 and 90%, Joseph. I can lift at 50 and 60% to still have that muscular kind of hypertrophy pitch and also burn the calories.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's my thinking.
So you think it's a waste of time if you're trying to build muscle and burn those calories? It's obviously not a waste
Even
of
if
time.
you want to lose weight, why wouldn't you do strength training rather than cardio? They both burn calories, and the strength training, your metabolism rises because you continue to burn calories after.
That's
when you're doing cardio, you stop burning calories the second you get off that machine. So I've always felt that strength training, not at 100%. I'm talking about 50, 60% like output. Definitely the better than the cardio. That's just my perspective on things.
You do 10Ks in the summer too, though, don't you?
Once a week, and I do it because it's the boys. It's the boys thing. We all go downtown, we run on the beach, this and that. You know the situation, right?
Tarps off. For sure.
Tarps, 100% tarps off. I didn't actually start that though. My buddy is like, yo, everything tarp off, and that's how he calls it too, by the way. He calls it tarps off, so like you guys are both the same.
Summer is all tarps off. I don't know. Did I tell you about my summer of no tarp? It was a good summer. What am I doing?
No tarp.
Yeah. I was in my early 20s on my old high horse. Yeah. All right. Anyways, guys, in sports playing, go Leafs, go. Flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back of up to $300.
All right, I got to mention something. All right, everybody's saying cardio is important for heart health. 100% agree. But guys, you can achieve the same elevated heart rate doing strength training with lighter weight. In fact, it's even better than doing that with cardio because your heart rate goes up like this up and down, and that's really good for your metabolic expenditure. If you have a consistent heart rate, your body just kind of tends to get used to it. Whereas if you're elevated, down, that is actually a lot better. So completely agree with everybody in the chat that cardio is excellent for heart health, but you can achieve the same thing through lighter output strength training. So I really want to make that very clear. I've been working out since I was 18 years old. I don't have a kinesiology degree. I'm 43 years old, so I have an idea of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you got an idea for sure. I mean, to add to your point, Treve,
I want to hear it. Yeah.
It's nothing against it. I'm going to confirm that you can. There's other ways to gain it. But Kamaru Usman, a former UFC champion,
yes, sir.
The best of all time,
yes, sir.
He never ran because he had bad knees, but he never got tired as well too. So he had
what
that.
Was he doing? Was he doing strength,
wrestling, strength training, etc. High intensity.
When you're doing that, you're doing your cardiovascular output when you strength train too, bro. Like, I mean, you're telling me when you're wrestling and grappling and your heart rate is like at a $150 for like an hour, you're doing cardio.
You're killing it. You're killing it. Me personally, I like it. Right. I just like the runner high. I like kind of zoning out and just continuously. One thing I will note about running is that your brain will always tell you to stop. Like
100% agree.
You're tired. But then one thing that I really like about it is that I just continuously push. It doesn't matter until my legs just absolutely give up on me. I'll always try to push my mind that much farther and farther. And that's one thing, that's one aspect that I like of running is that you have the ability to do.
Everything you just said, I absolutely agree with. And I do love the runner's high. And you don't get that with strength training.
No, you don't.
Full disclosure. Yeah. So if you're all about that life, how about it? All right, guys, we're gonna do the news. Andre Assassino. We're gonna do the news now. All right, everybody knows the OG, he's out. Okay? He's gonna be out by the end of the year. I'm talking about the real OG. I'm talking about our friend Warren Buffett. Announced towards the end of I think the Saturday meeting of Berkshire Hathaway that he was retiring. He literally waited till the last question was over, and he kind of put it. Everybody surprised there because Greg Abel, who was the incoming CEO, didn't know. The board didn't know, save and except for his two children. Those are the only two people, so everyone was taken by surprise. We all expected that it was going to be. We just didn't know now. Now, he did announce back in 21, Katina Man, that Greg Abel was going to be the successor or something like that. So we knew that Greg was going to take the helm. We just didn't know when. So apparently as well, yesterday, the board met, the Berkshire Hathaway board did meet, and they did vote unanimously to appoint Greg Abel as president and CEO starting January 1st, 2026. So we all know about that. And Warren will remain as chairman. He believes there could be possible good opportunities or rough times, whatever. So he wants to stay around to be able to pull the trigger and to make the appropriate advisements to Greg should that become the case. So the announcement came as a surprise, obviously. Abel, let me just make sure. Greg Abel, that is currently the vice chair for non-insurance operations. So that Geico, he has nothing to do with that. He was named as a successor in 21, but wasn't expecting that immediate transition. Buffett emphasized that Abel will have full operational authority after the transition, AKA he can buy some stuff. The strategic implications here, Buffett says he could be helpful if we ran into periods of great opportunity. He also did mention tough times because he'd like to be able to kind of be the buffer, no pun intended, between... we're learning from you, Adara. He wants to be the buffer sort of between business and government, as often, usually during hard times, sentiment by the public tends to be a bit down on business, so he would like to be around there. Now, that's the Warren Buffett story. Separately around that, our friend Donald did, and where is he at, bro? Where is he? There he is. Our friend Donald did announce yesterday night that there will be 100% tariffs on all movies produced outside the United States. He called it a national security threat. I'm willing to give this guy room, but I just don't see the national security threat component to this. But hey, what do I know?
So what, Mission Impossible 15 is not allowed to be filmed?
Bro, Joseph, if Mission Impossible 15 is not filmed in the U.S., we're going to nuclear war.
We're going to nuclear war.
All right, so, let's not make a light of that.
Shout out my guy, I almost forgot his name.
It might be on theme. Fabian, you're always so positive about him all the time. I love you, brother. On Truth Social, Donald Trump claimed U.S. movie making is dying due to foreign tax incentives and propaganda risks, and he urged a return to domestic production. Just got to tell you, full disclosure, one of those areas that takes advantage of that is Toronto, the area where we live. They don't stop filming movies here. Everywhere you go in the city, you see film production sets, Starline they call it, and they're around everywhere. The tariffs will be implemented by the Department of Commerce, but there's so many unanswered questions that we don't know. Will the streaming content, like by Netflix, etc., will be that included only like box office hits? Are tariffs based on the production costs or the box office revenue? Again, we don't know. And how will the enforcement work? So lots of unanswered questions there. But to give you an idea of why he wants to do this, have a look at this, Joseph. Film production in LA is down 40% in the last decade. Right. I think there's a reason for that, bro. It's hard to film in LA. Have you been to LA? Have you seen LA traffic?
I personally haven't, but I heard it.
It's insane.
Taxes
and it's very expensive to get the licenses to do that. And that's why they shoot in Vancouver. That's why they shoot in Toronto, Fabian, because it's cheaper over here. But that doesn't please Donald Trump. Also, in 2023, half of all U.S. productions with 40 million or more budget were filmed abroad. Half. And that's 2 years ago. A recent ProPod survey ranked California only 6th in film production, so not a good look there for the film industry in the United States. Now, let's talk about your friend, everybody's friend around here, but most notably the Katina man's friend, Palantir. Wow. So these guys report after the bell today, so get ready for the market recap show. Palantir is reporting. It did hit an all-time high overnight on Blue Ocean of 126.28. Where's that at right now? Let's just make sure I'm not wrong about that. Where are we at? We're at 123.81. So 126.28 all-time high. And that's up from Friday's close. This comes ahead of the earnings, and this is what we're expecting. We're expecting 13 pennies of profit. That's EPS, earnings per share, on revenue of $862.83 million. So we're still south of a billy, but that doesn't matter because it's really more of a future story here. The momentum drivers, well, you know, it's up 392% over the last year. Ooh. So 400% in the last year, fueled obviously by AI enthusiasm, expanding government contracts for military. We know about that. The recent delivery of the Battlefield Titan system to the U.S. military, that was huge. Titan, as well as their AIP, those are kind of the main products they have there. And they have a new AI partnership now with NATO, not just the United States, so good look for them. Some of the analyst consensus on this bad boy, we have a consensus price target, which means an average price target of around $70, which literally implies a 45% downside. So these guys need to get back in the loop. Speaking of loop, Loop Capital has the high, the street high price target on Palantir at $125. The low, the delusional company of Wolf Research still has it at $7.50. That's quite delusional.
That is crazy.
Yeah. RBC, Morgan Stanley, D.A. Davidson, they're all around about 76 and 2/3 dollars. So good look for Palantir. Let me know if you want to interrupt.
Absolutely.
Go.
Alex, my guy.
I like how you dealt with that protester the other day. Did you see what he did to the protester?
And no, we can't get organic heat-seeking missiles for them. You know?
I'm hanging up. I can't believe you said that. That was so good. Organic heat-seeking missiles.
That's what he wants. That's what the guy wants, man. There we go. Here we got the expected move, Sharif.
That was fantastic, Joseph. Good for you for that one, bro.
That's what he's looking for. So, I mean, we don't want to get there, Mr. Alex, but it is all what it is. But here we go, Sharif. I got the expected move here on Palantir. So that's 12.9% expected on either way. So that can put us at a high of 140 or a low of 108.38. Now, let's note here, guys, if you have the ability to pull up your options chain on this week's expiration cycle, look at that $125 strike price. And what do we see? We see the highest amount of OI right there. So you can see that we have tested that level today. and we've rejected it. Okay, so 20,000, 19,000 to be exact, open contracts right there at that 125, acting as some overhead resistance from an intraday standpoint. Now, with this earnings report coming this evening, we can absolutely blow past that. And if it does happen, maybe we squeeze even higher, and then that's why we can possibly head. If we exceed that expected move, that implied move here, then we can most definitely get north of 140. But be patient. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but some traders may be caught offside, Sharif, at 125.
All right, we're going to jump through crypto here super quick because there's really not a whole lot to talk about here for crypto. I'll just tell you guys about the liquidations and the sentiment because there's not really a whole lot to report on. $180 million in liquidated positions. I believe on Friday, BTC open interest rising now to about 62 and a fifth billion, which is down about 3%. Over apparently 50% of Binance Bitcoin traders were net short on Friday, and the crypto fear and greed index is now at neutral. So that's all I really have to report about that. Let's talk about oil though, because that's not something we typically talk about on the show, but oil, guys, is down below 60 bucks again. It's at 57, barely holding on to 57. And as you can see there, oil now is down 20% year to date. And that's kind of for a reason, because OPEC keeps increasing production despite a lack of demand or a lack of increase in demand. So the new output hike for June, they're going to increase, guys, to 411,000 barrels per day addition to what they're already producing. That matches May's surprise hike. So the total additions now over 2 months, over May and June, is going to be an added 822,000 barrels per day. Okay, that far exceeds Goldman's initial estimate. Goldman was thinking about 140,000 barrels per day for the June forecast. That would be combined May, June. So that's like almost fivefold, whatever that is, higher than what Goldman expectations were. Some of the bearish pressures, recession fears from Trump's tariffs dampen demand outlooks. That doesn't really make sense to me. If it's dampening the demand outlook, why would they be increasing production unless there was some other reason to do that? There's also record amount of monthly losses for oil in April, the worst that we've seen since basically 2021. And the oil field investment pullback, like your Baker Hughes, SLB, all warn of constrained upstream activity. And then there's also uncertainty in Mexico and Saudi Arabia, which could also be a drag. So oil on watch. Let me just flip to the daily here on the CL June contract to see where we are relative to the range. So that, yeah, guys, I mean, the only other day we were lower than this was April 9th. We had a low there of 54.69, but we ended up closing well higher at 61. Today, we have a low of 55.30. So we're right back at those area lows on oil. So keep your eye on Chevron, Exxon, etc., Oxy. This one, though, is super interesting. So U.S. lawmakers now are pushing for AI chip tracking. They're proposing a bill, obviously starting in the House of Representatives, to combat smuggling these advanced AI chips into China specifically. So Democratic Representative Bill Foster out of Illinois plans to introduce legislation requiring what they call post-sale location verification of these AI chips, such as those obviously made by our friend NVIDIA. The move obviously responds to widespread smuggling of restricted NVIDIA chips into China, despite export controls obviously enforced by both the previous Biden administration and now under the Trump. There's two main proposals here, guys, to get this done. Number one, they want to track AI chips post-sale to verify their location using basically tracking devices on the chips themselves. That's option number one. Option number two, they're looking at blocking the unlicensed chips from even booting up under the U.S. export law. So the two options here they're looking at. We'll talk about this in a second.
Yeah, check this out though, Sharif. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. So one thing that I will note, Sharif, is that we talk about trading psychology, we talk about trading systems, right, like playbooks, etc. But I think one of the fundamental pillars of trading is your technology. What technology do you have access to? Because it's going to have a great effect on your potential success in this game. And that's why it's not necessarily cheap, but again, you get what you pay for. And that's one thing that's really, really important with trading. I think those, when I first started out, those were the three pillars: trade book, psychology, technology. Technology is extremely important. If you think you're going to go up against some of the best on your phone or anything along those lines, well, again, that's where expectations need to be slightly checked. So go check out A-Signal, top of the line technology, and that's exactly what you need. You're a step in the right direction if you take that. But now, Sharif,
yes, sir.
I want to talk about IBIT. Bitcoin is starting to break out. We're starting to recover here. 53.72. Let's go. We broke out through those zones. It's unfortunate that we're not still sitting in this trade. We got stopped out right here, as you can see. And then I just wasn't paying attention in order for us to take the continuation that hold. And then now we break through some of those zones. It needed to absorb some more liquidity. And then there you go. It's starting to climb higher. But NVDA now north of 114, trading at 114.36. And then now we got Bitcoin breaking out as well, too. I'm not going to say it anymore, but let's go NVDA.
Hey. Speaking of NVDA, Joseph,
let's talk about
this one. Okay, so we talked about the two ways that they were looking at basically tracking these chips. This is, again, guys, a proposed bill. This might not even make it through the House, let alone get to the Senate to make it to the president's desk, obviously. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll keep you updated, obviously, on it. So again, two main ways. They're looking at tracking them, or they're looking at basically blocking them from booting up. Now, the technology apparently exists, right? Experts and lawmakers say NVIDIA already include components on the chips that could support tracking. And Google apparently has already been doing this. They track their location of their AI in-house chips, these TPUs, tensor processing units, using a technology called signal latency, which is speed of light timing, which shows proof of concept. So apparently this type of thing already exists, so it wouldn't be like something that they would have to create anew. The legislative framework, again, would give the Commerce Department 6 months to implement these new rules if passed. Again, if passed, this hasn't been passed. And the focus on chips governed by the Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, that export controls. Joseph, go ahead, brother.
Bitcoin really breaking out. Let's go Bitcoin here. You can see that volume start to really step in, Sharif, on the lower time frame. So that's a positive sign. And you can see this engulfing type candle. So that's just showing me the aggression that we can see in this underlying asset as we breach through some of these pivot highs. And that's what we needed. In order for us to break that, you want to see that volume step in, and you want to see that momentum really, really pick up as you crack through some key resistance zones. And that was displayed perfectly here in Bitcoin. So let's see if we can continue this climb and recover some of those losses that we endured over there.
Bang. All right, let's talk a little bit here about Temu. Or it's not Temu, obviously. It's about Chinese imports into the United States. So we all know what happened on Friday. It was the end of that de minimis rule. So all the products that come in from Shein, Temu, Amazon Haul, they all came in skirting tariffs because there was a provision that allowed these products under $880 to not pay tariffs. That ended on Friday. And as a result, Temu has stopped shipping directly from China to U.S. customers. We're Canadian, we still get it. Only U.S.-based warehouses now are apparently being used for inventory, and basically those are the only ones showing up on the app. Items formerly shipped from China now appear on the app as out of stock for U.S. Customers as well. Only, excuse me. Why it matters, obviously. So this ends the de minimis rule, duty-free on items under $800. Now 90% of tariffs, or about $75 an item, are 90% tariffs, excuse me, or about $75 an item, are applied to these Chinese imports, which is rising to about $150 in June of this year. So starting out at 75 and then doubling. We're talking about these de minimis rules. Temu briefly listed that 130 to 150% import charge last week, but before they just halted shipments altogether. And we've seen this before. Now, Temu is now courting U.S. sellers to kind of restock its platform. So they're really actually trying to maintain their presence in the U.S., likely, though, at higher costs. Let's just call it spade a spade. Things coming out of China are just going to be more than the U.S. Prices remain unchanged for now, according to the company. Shein has also raised prices, and Shein has also added that tariff disclosure on their app. What Amazon refused to do, Amazon Haul, which is the next point here, also relied on low-cost China shipping, is affected too. They briefly announced last week that they were looking at putting that tariff information, but obviously they raised the ire of the White House and they backed out on that. Last one here, Apple, guys, looking to release or shake up their iPhone release strategy from 2026 onward. That doesn't apply to the iPhone 17 expected in September of this year. This will apply to the 18, so in the fall of 2026. So the iPhone 18 Pro and Pro Max will be a regular fall 2026 launch as usual. However, the 18, not the 18 Pro, the 18 Slim, and the 18e, all expected to be a spring 2027 release. So you're going to get a big or the more expensive iPhones released in the fall, and then the cheaper iPhones are going to be released in the spring. The foldable iPhone that we've been hearing a lot about could come alongside the Pro models in the fall of 26, but we have nothing about that so far. So this ends Apple's long-standing tradition, obviously, of unveiling all their iPhone models in each September since basically the iPhone 5. They've been doing that. We're going to pause for a second. Adira has breaking news.
Trump is talking, nothing market related right now. He's just announcing that Washington will be hosting the 2027 NFL draft, but worth noting that he is currently making some comments. So keep an eye on the market here as Donald Trump begins to speak. Back to you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say
Yeah,
before I went on?
see how quiet Apple has now been regarding the Apple Intelligence?
Absolutely.
Really, really quiet.
I think that that's the right move. I don't want to hear a peep out of them until they have it ready. That was the biggest botched product launch release ever I've seen from Apple.
Yeah,
it was hideous,
Well,
right? So very disappointing.
You know what Steve Jobs' motto was back then?
Go ahead.
He said that you don't release anything until it's absolutely ready.
I mean, have we ever seen anything else from Apple? It was an outlier and quite pathetic.
Yeah,
I mean, well, heads rolled. We talked about this. I hate to say this, but somebody had to lose their job. There's just way too much on the line to get this wrong and to be so confident about it, to have a marketing campaign, commercials, and they never showed proof of concept. So it's not like Marquise Brownlee got the phone and was able to show you. It was all...
They didn't get any beta whatsoever.
No, so you could tell they were having trouble. Yeah. I don't want to hear anything about Apple Intelligence until it's ready.
Until Marquise reviews it, I'm not going to...
If I hear good stuff from other people, I'm going to be okay. It doesn't have to be Marquise, but I very much trust Marquise Brownlee. That's just my opinion. So why this matters, right? So again, it ends their tradition basically since iPhone 5 of releasing all their iPhones all at once, all in September. So this reflects Apple's potential shift to these staggered launches, which could be as a result of a number of reasons. One, they want to smooth out the production or their supply chain now that things can't be so heavily relying on China. It also extend the sales cycle across 2 fiscal halves. That could help them. We'll have to wait and see. And it also responds to different audience segment at different times, right? For people who want that premium device, we'll talk to you in the fall. For those who are looking more for that discounted device, we'll speak to you in the spring. Some of the sporting details to support this kind of proposition is what they did with the SE model. We've seen the SE models have always launched in the spring. Also, the 16e, that came out in February. That came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they had this new iPhone 16e that they were talking about, which we didn't hear anything about in September, October. And then the iPhone 17 series will still follow, as I mentioned at the top, the traditional September launch, but that will be the last time, according to reports, nothing verified by Apple, that will be the last time all the iPhones are kind of released all at once. Expect that to change, Joseph, in 26. We will have to see how that all works out for Apple, but obviously it's been a bit of a tougher time as of late.
Absolutely. So good reporting there, Sharif, as always. Yeah, just kind of reference back to what we got going on here, and you can see that it's honestly been no stellar of a day, but it's a positive sign, to say the least, right? Because if we're not extreme, like you can notice that selling pressure isn't as immense as it was before, as that we've seen about a month ago or 2-3 weeks ago, whatever it may be. And this is what I want to see. If we're going to continue to climb in price, I want to see these breaths, no 2%, 3% down days, some nice sideways consolidation, some nice sideways price action, and then you get the buyers to step in and recover a little bit more. And that's kind of the game plan that I'm going off of. Anything can happen at any moment, regardless. Donald posting something on Truth Social or a tweet putting out or a headline. I still believe that headline sensitivity is still within these markets, and we have to be cautious about that. We don't want to be completely risk on and carefree. We still want to monitor what we're doing and just be extremely precise. And that's kind of what I'm trying to show you guys what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm taking longs on big names, but there's a method behind the madness, essentially, right? So Neil was talking about it last week. It's like he sees me average up into trades, and exactly that. Regardless if it's swing trading, investing, or even day trading, that's what I specifically look to do. But again, I'm not just going by all means a free-for-all and just smashing buttons. As I mentioned before, there's a method behind the madness, and that's just kind of what I relayed to you guys. Am I going to be right all the time? Absolutely not. There is zero chance that I'm going to be right all the time. Quite frankly, I'm going to be wrong more often than not. But when I am right, it's our job to try to make those trades as big as possible, and I try to reflect that in my day-to-day trading and show you guys, hey, this is exactly what I'm trying to do. So yeah, we'll go through my trades on the day here, guys, to see what we got going on. Again, I'm red on the day, but again, I had a solid week last week, and we're just on Monday. It's a solid. Still the full week ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to it, especially if we're going to continue on the path that we have been last week. So let's get into exactly what we traded. So I took a couple attempts on Bitcoin earlier this morning, kind of just through the break, and then looking for that gap fill, and they didn't work out. That's totally fine. Start small and then build into size. That's just kind of my motto. So you can see we entered here. Once we cracked that low a day, we got out of the trade. And then I entered once again. And then I didn't see this print. I'm like, there's no way. And that's what I refer to. When you're looking to stop out, don't just put it right at the bottom of the range. Give yourself some room, because the underlyings will breathe and you will get caught in some liquidity grabs as well. And you can see that displayed almost to a T here on my IBIT trade. I get stopped out at the wick bottoms, and then it goes and does the move when I obviously wasn't sitting at my desk. I just put that stop in just in case it did break down, and sure enough, it caught that fill, that stop out fill, and then you see us move all the way from 53.32 to a high of around 53.73. So a nice 40-cent move right there that we missed out on. But that is okay. Now, SQQ. Now, when I'm referring to method behind the madness, again, you got to follow those rules and get out when you're supposed to. Did I do that here? Not necessarily, but we didn't take too big of a loss. So the trade started to work out here. I seen that short signal on the Qs, so I'm like, all right, let's grab some longs here on the SQQ, and if it starts to work out, we're going to aim for the volume weighted average price and then north of that. But again, didn't follow my plan 100%, slightly greedy, waiting for that pre-market low or the pre-market high in this instance, and we didn't get it, and then we eventually got stopped out. Totally fine, we're not too worried about that. And then NVDA, a couple attempts here again, add, and then we got stopped out here. So once the trade started working, I was waiting for this pullback to hold, and then we can break the volume weighted average price and continue to appreciate. But unfortunately, it needed to absorb some more liquidity before it decided to climb higher. And then now you can see that we're trading around 114.26. And I apologize about those dark pool wicks, but we're just hovering right around those highs of days. And I mentioned before the options chain, there is still some room to run. how those contracts were rolling over is what I was referring to last week. For the previous 2 weeks, through the teens all the way up to about 117-ish, we've seen high levels of open interest, kind of almost like earnings amounts, which is slightly alarming. But now, Sharif, this week, we've seen a fraction of those roll over, but not only that, we've seen the high levels of OI start to lift as well too. So instead of those high levels of open interest being at 116, 117, they have now been raised to about 119, 120. So that's a positive sign. That is some bullish sentiment and some bullish signals, in my opinion, that we can continue to climb to 118, 119 without too much overhead resistance in NVDA.
Appreciate that, Joseph. All right, shout out to my man there, Abu Aman Khan. He wants me to look at GPUS one more time. So look, I think this one is still in play. You're a lot closer to the highs than you are even to VWAP, let alone the lows. High of the day is 848. You're trading at around 710. Now, mind you, the 10 EMA now pointing down, the 20 EMA looking like it's it's already pointing down. What am I saying? So both moving averages pointing down now. You haven't gotten the cross between the 10 and the 20 quite yet. It looks like it's trying to hold 7, but you know, if my inclination is it likely loses that level. There is some support here, or a previous area of resistance at 7, so it could find support. But my guess is this one loses 6, it loses 7, it loses 6. And it likely makes its way at least into the volume weighted average price. Now, it may not make it all the way back into 550. That's currently where VWAP is. There's also $6, which is a very clear level of support. Look at that hammer candle that manifested at 1145, held 6 to the T, then all hell broke loose to the high side. So GPUS, I think, is still in play, but trade it carefully. Adair's at the big desk.
We have Donald Trump talking here about his proposed tariffs on the film industry. He was asked about this during this conference when he announced that Washington would be hosting the 2027 NFL draft. He said that the film industry has been decimated by other nations and that the U.S. used to make 100% of the movies. Now it's much less. So Donald Trump disappointed here by what's happening with the film industry, and he's saying that's the reason for his tariffs. The actual question had more to do with implementation, so unclear who he's going to mention that, but he does say that the U.S. will, quote, get it back to you.
Donald had his way. They'd make the Bollywood movies in America, bro. Forget about it. Donald wants everything, and USA, bro. Take it easy over there.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Take it easy,
I don't
bro.
know. That's a bit of a stretch, if you ask me. Like, you gotta.
I don't know what to tell
good
this guy, bro.
Foreign movies.
He's an interesting guy, Joseph. He's an interesting guy. Get it, Donald.
Get it. Google, man. Let me just bring up this on Google here, guys. Yeah, exactly. What happened to fentanyl? Like, it's not even about that anymore.
Fenty.
The film industry.
Joseph, let's talk real. Let's talk real.
Yeah.
So again, I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. I think this is bang on. Look, fentanyl kills a lot of people. We're not trying to make light of that at all.
No,
at all. And we have a problem with that here too.
I'm not denying that whatsoever.
But I think he used the fentanyl thing as a legal framework in order to institute the tariffs. The tariffs would be the competence of the legislative branch, the House and the Senate, unless it was an emergency basis that the president could do it. You can't say there's an economic emergency. Markets were at all-time high. It doesn't make sense. So we had to use an emergency power, and he blamed us for bringing fentanyl. Although there was like 3 kilograms that left Canada or something like that, and all of 2024, I don't know what the number was. It was very low. It was not like the same as Mexico.
Obviously, we're not the culprit of.
Look, he's utilizing whatever legal framework he can get his hands on, right? But I think that the fentanyl issue is a pressing issue, but he used it in order to put what he wanted so he can go around Congress. That's my view on that.
Yeah, but absolutely. I mean, why would you not? If you can use that, then by all means do so. And I think it is a massive problem. We're not going to get too in depth on that because I'm sure if you guys live in major cities as well, you can see how it's affected kind of just even the day-to-day operations. Celine doesn't even like going outside really, and I'm like, yeah, I mean. I understand that. We're going to see what Adair is up to, guys, and then we're going to talk about Google because we're continuing to climb.
Keep an eye on MSOS popping to the upside here. I'm seeing a headline come across here, an X from, you guessed it, Marijuana Moment. According to this headline, Pennsylvania lawmakers are approving a bill to legalize marijuana just one day after it was introduced. Again, not a lot of details, but this headline is what's circulating right now, and it is what's moving MSOS to the upside. Back to you.
Ooh, there it is again. Yeah, this is something I didn't expect, Joseph.
MSOS?
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of this lately. I just didn't expect the Trump administration or the Republicans at this point to really be focusing on weed, but this is what we keep getting. We keep getting information that they are looking at the declassification. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if they do decide to legalize it, Aurora Cannabis, 1,300 incoming. Let's go. That's exactly what we need there, Sharif.
So this guy called us Chinadians. What, bro? Huh?
Yeah.
Say it again, Katina man.
1,800.
Yeah. Or you're talking about ACB. Yes, it's okay, bro.
Yeah.
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Yeah, I just didn't expect this. But yeah, nice breakout there by MSOS to the high side. Still, definitely within, what's this day's price action? The day that we got the news, that was the 29th. It ended up running again on the 30th, gave up the ghost a little bit on the 1st, did absolutely nothing on the 2nd, and here we are on the 5th, breaking out again. We're above 3, but for how long? I mean, we were basically using $3 all day as resistance. There was only one time we were above $3, and it was right at 9:30, the implied balance high, and then we dropped after that. So MSOS, not really much for me to say about this. When we get federal legalization in the United States, then we can have a talk. But I'm sick of waiting for it, and trying to guess whether or not that's going to happen. So yeah, I really don't have much else to say about marijuana and the United States. It's been legal here for, I don't know, what are we going on, 7 years now?
Something like that.
2018, right?
I think so.
But let's be honest, before that, they were opening up the stores that weren't legal, and the cops weren't shutting them down. They just left them there because they're like, okay,
they
whatever.
They would shut them down. They would raid them, and then obviously like a week later, they would just open up 2 doors
They
down.
would raid them like a year in or 6 months
and then
after operating.
And then 2 doors down,
they'd open up again.
The exact same.
Exactly.
Same thing.
This has been a nothing burger for us for a long time, and
I mean that run is over, man. We had fun with that.
Yeah.
I did personally with the marijuana stocks, but until the states legalize it, I think it's just those specific subsectors just going to continue to move in the direction that it is. So I don't see the Republicans legalizing it whatsoever. But you never know.
I didn't think it was going to be on their top priority.
Maybe just like downgrade the class of it. Like it shouldn't be in the likes of like, you know what I mean?
Here's the thing. They're looking for money everywhere they can get it, right? So that's going to be tax money right there. Imports on foreign grown weed.
You guys want the Canadian
sales
weed?
tax
We'll sell
or
it to
weed
you guys.
tax or whatever you want to call it. That's going to, I don't know how much that moves the needle.
25% tariffs on Canadian weed.
Well, yeah, I think they could probably make more of the road. They have better climate than us, way better the climate than us, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, get it, weed. So I don't know. Maybe this is part of their focus. They're trying to shore up the balance sheets. We're doing it with tariffs. We're doing it with cuts. Can we do it with some more taxes on a new product, a new legalized
again,
product?
like you said, I don't know how much that moves the needle. I don't know how much it's moved the needle here. I'm pretty sure it's cost us money.
I don't think it's moved the needle at all, bro.
No, exactly. So yeah,
quite honest with you.
Yeah, it's just not that big.
That's rescheduling in the U.S. Yeah, look, brother, DEFCON 1, it doesn't have to be a rescheduling. There can be federal legalization. Currently, we are talking about rescheduling, so it's not in the same category as fentanyl and gets dropped down. I get that. That's what we're talking about, but that's not the only eventuality. It's not the only possibility. And it doesn't move the needle dollar-wise, right? Because in order to tax it, you need it at retail, right? And you need it federally in order to kind of make the money that you're looking for. And I know that's what he's looking for. He's certainly looking to shore up the balance sheet. Whether or not he wants it so much that he legalizes marijuana, or the Republicans, that is, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's really no point in guessing. But I want to point out one thing here, Joseph. We got to throw it to the big kahunas because we're overtime. IMMP, guys, IMMP just took out the day high right there at 245. It's 248 right now. It's a fantastic look. It looks like it may be working into that 250 area. It's up a respectable over 44% right now. So keep your eye on this one. If GPUS gives up the ghost and you're looking for a small cap gapper to trade in the afternoon. But for Joseph and I at the moment, guys, we will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thank you very much. Not only the professional look, it's also the professional throw. For Joseph and I. That's like what they do on the news. It's like for Brendan, Sean, and
Right. And I'm Neil Roberts.
I'm Neil Roberts, and this has been your Trader TV Live moment, or something along those lines.
Right. Neil, you're a professional at that.
No, absolutely not.
You're pretty good.
Come on, son. But you know what? At the end of the day, as long as the market trends up, and as long as we understand that it's not free falling like that incredibly famous Oasis song that I think we're all aware of, then we should all be very
Oasis.
If I could do like a proper English accent, oh my goodness, I was like, the second he said it, I'm like, I would wonder what free falling would sound like with an English accent, because it would be ridiculous in my opinion. It's just like certain things don't work.
Yeah.
Can't do a Tom Petty song in an English accent and have it not sound completely ridiculous. But shout out to this market. It's been an absolutely wild one for individual stocks. The market itself, slow grind. But two stocks which have been moving that make the most sense why they've moved the most are Palantir and HIMS. Although you can't tell me what happened. I don't know what happened to HIMS at 1 o'clock. I just assumed there was news, and obviously there wasn't news, and I wish I didn't make that assumption, because it just bounced off VWAP. It's squeezing back to the highs. They're the only two names that are reporting that we expect big moves on, unless you count Ford tonight, which we were corrected by this morning when I said it was only Palantir and HIMS. Ford also reports after the bell, for anybody that's still interested in that stock. Weed stocks, I don't know, I just had a look at them. Didn't see anything too crazy going on there. I know there's a lot of discussion about those bad boys. We'll keep an eye on them. You never really know when they could go squeezing.
No, what's up, everybody? I'm still short. I am short now at Video, which is a new position. And then we just reloaded Palantir right there at VWAP. And that was, I mean, this was the day. And then this is day +2 right now. Good reload down there at VWAP. It finally came through. You know, that's what we were waiting for. Forget about what was going on earlier, because we already just got hit out on that one at near and at the day's high. And there's another fill for us right there on Palantir. So this is like another Dollar Club winner right there as Palantir. Yeah, man, I was doing this on your show there, Sharif. We actually got long 123.70 right there on Palantir and ripped that thing up to 124.60 right now. And then newest position is, and I just tweeted about this right here. I was like, waiting for NVIDIA to get down. And I don't, this may not get down. So, you know, market with a net, it was starting to go right there, by the way. We were just flat on this trade again. But the NASDAQ right now, there she glows. And the thing is that like, this is the whole thing, right? This is why Palantir today is the #1 trade idea on the sticky note. With earnings tonight and the way it's been moving, it was a no-brainer long. And we took it and we're just sitting in it. So let's just wait and see what winds up happening now into the close. Like, I don't think people want to be short into this number tonight. And hey, man, I could be completely wrong. The number could be disastrous. We don't have that crystal ball, but welcome back. Hopefully it's going to be, not hopefully, I mean, we're planning on this being a big show. So thank you for being back right now. Big earnings tonight, although we just kind of joke about Ford. But
you know what? It might move.
The thing is, right? I mean, just because it's a $9 or $10 stock, hopefully it's not $8. You know, a 10% move is still decent if you can get that. I mean, yeah, and then it's just a matter of trading the right share sizes, right? I mean, you know, obviously I'm not going to trade, you know, the same amount of shares in Ford that we're doing in NVIDIA or Palantir. You would up your share size over there because it's a lesser price stock. And then the move, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Ford is at, I mean, if we go over to Neil's,
Ford's at a level, everybody, right? Like 10 and a half bucks.
Why can't we go there? You know,
anything halfway decent, and suddenly you could break out. Why not? I mean, in Ford's case, remember, a breakout would just be going from here to like 11 and a half bucks. So what more would you need than that? Go right into resistance. So yeah, like there's always plenty to sink your teeth into. I know we get a lot of earnings this week, and it's not always the sexiest one. I don't expect them to move this afternoon, though. Barring a catalyst, I wouldn't care too much about Ford this afternoon. I see Ignacio asking about Bull and Tisha Perkins, all about GPUS. There's some real small cap runners that have been going all over the place. Webull, however, before we get to Sharif, feels like Webull might have made its little bottom, and it wasn't at $10, unfortunately, because that's where all the SPAC lovers would want to buy this one back up. But yeah, Bull. It held 13.
Bullish.
Pulled back this morning and it found a bid at 15 bucks and right back into the high. So there's a little bit of a squeeze happening. Back into the green, V-shaped recovery. Still has to take out the top. And then you could really have something if you get through that high on bull. But it's certainly, I mean, I wouldn't call it, can you call it bullish when the high was, what was it, 70 bucks? 80 bucks. Good for now, but I don't know how bullish you can call it after just, a couple of days here.
Yeah, Palantir's trying to go back to 125, but to, shout out to our girl Valeria. We are very bullish on the stock market right now, and we hope that she is doing well. Miss V, great cast member, of course, and would love to have her back, but she's not bullish on coming back, I don't think. So, all right. Let's go back over because right now, oh, there it is. Look at that TikTok. Follow at TraderTV_live.
Allah.
On TikTok.
Market beat.
Bitcoin is 94.6.
It wants 95.
So, Joe,
It needs
in the famous
95.
words of Sharif, get it, Joe. And Sharif is at the screen
Get it, Sharif.
right now, hoping to equally get it.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to like and vote. So make sure you are liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the 4 major averages. Only one of the 4, boys, is positive, and it is the Dow Jones Industrial, up 1/3%. Not a bad look. The Russell trying to go green here, marginally red, down 0.04, with the ES also close to flat, down 0.1. The NQ as well, also down 0.1. So they're looking at getting into green territory. Fantastic look off those pre-market lows. Not a bad day. Palantir up overnight, making all-time highs yesterday on Blue Ocean, ahead today of its earnings report, boys. This one does report after the bell, so make sure to catch that with the Market Recap Show, gang. It is and not a bad look at all, hanging out near the highs.
Yeah, Palantir, you've heard of that stock a couple times.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's going to be
They have a CEO, what was his name again?
something
He's got an interesting hairdo.
not even connected to.
Like,
easier.
I don't know, it's something about a fish.
Yeah.
I don't know, but he's fishing for
Salmon.
more shorts to blow out. So what's interesting about this? And I refreshed this because, like, really, did Palantir really only move 1.5% last earnings? And like in your head, you're like, no, Palantir doesn't move like that after earnings. The expected move this time is 14%.
Ooh la la.
But I'm a little surprised that, like, they must have really rinsed everybody that was playing options last time. It didn't move. I'm surprised by that.
It probably did. What day was it?
Shoot, this doesn't.
It doesn't?
Whereas, no, it does. You know what? You mouse over it, so there you go. January. Why is it? There we go.
Wow.
February 3rd. Sorry, February 3rd. What do you have?
Yeah, no, I was just looking. I was trying to find February 3rd over here.
In my head, I'm like, I feel like we'd remember if it didn't move the last time it reported.
Yeah, I mean, you're right into. I mean, this gap is from. Thing is, I did just go over to the Nasdaq. This is February 3rd right here. So $82 up to 104. No, it moved.
No, that's yes. So
It moved an incredible amount last earnings
says
call.
1.5. I can't.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It moved huge.
That's right.
So it went from $84 to 104 last earnings call. So yeah, we're expecting big.
That's why I don't trust that, because like we're expecting double digits. Like it's a double digit move.
Adara does her report. Maybe we can see what it's writing down on there. But yeah, look, today for me it was a very, very simple trade, and it's a big one, and it's my whole day. So it's Palantir. Yeah, we even reloaded it there at VWAP. We were just excited about this. We wrote down 123 because that's, potential level that I thought from Friday, right there. And then we fell in and we almost got stopped out, right? And the thing is that we had kept taking it out, and then eventually it does find a bottom and kind of like exactly at 121.50. So sometimes, you know, you got to take a shot, and we did it off of that level. So again, the reasoning for averaging in here, and we did average in, but it wasn't bad because there are outs. Like if I zoom in here, we were able to get out. Like these are bottoms out on the top. But then once it fell in, we never really went under where our last average was at 120, 150. So then it just bumped right back up. Bunch of outs there at 124. Like that's $2 and change. That's the 200 period. Then it falls. Then it does this. Then we're gone for an hour and we come back and we're at highs again. And I already had orders sitting at 124, 125. That's what these orders are to get out. And then we just took some more out at the top. Then when we broke down, and then it was just like, well, I want to get longer on this. So that's where we sat there and picked it up on VWAP. So Palantir, man, the king of the jungle. It's positive today. The NASDAQ is down. You know, we're very close. I don't know what kind of record we're about to set here, but it's going to be about, if the ES can get positive, it's 10 straight days. So, I mean, yeah. So believe, you know, disbelieve, believe all you want. You know, the NASDAQ and the ES appear to be back a little bit here, led by some strength in some of these bigger companies like a PLTR. And now I lost, we're going to talk about NVIDIA in a minute, but I did lose on it and reversed into the long. So we did go short. Once it broke 124.50, I reversed into the long right now, but I do understand that this could be dripping back in. I'm going to hold this to 114 break. So those of you guys that are in on this one, I'm going to wait to see if the market does want to retake new highs and then eventually go green. So, all right, tariff.
I feel like we're going to get green. Like, when you have a streak like that, and then you throw in, throw in the getting this close. It's like, did you come all this way? There's that line. Did you come all this way not to test it? Whether we hold green, it's a different story. No, I just thought, Tony, I wanted to highlight this. Delirious like Murphy. Let a boy take you back. Yeah, Delirious. Some people like Raw better than Delirious. I'm definitely in the Delirious camp.
I'm in the Delirious camp.
Like 10 out of 10.
I mean, Goonie Goo Goo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the ice cream man is.
I mean, not only that, I mean, what the fit the guy had on.
It was just, no, but I know they're both classic, but Delirious. That's stand-up when it was at its absolute
I wonder if there's like a ranking, like a stand-up. There must be a ranking, like a website that ranks stand-up bits.
Richard
like not
Pryor,
bits, but
Sunset
the whole.
Hill was that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, the whole set.
Well, his set.
Oh,
like,
that's
that
what
was
the set is called.
I think it was Sunset Hill, something like that. But then
I like
Delirious
Richard
is
Pryor,
up there.
but yeah.
Oh, Richard Pryor.
There was a lot of drugs being consumed during that phase.
Man, it was the 70s and 80s. Not that I would know. I mean, I was barely even born. But he did a lot of movies that were, you know, pretty weak just to get paid, kind of nonsense.
Oh no, I mean, I think we
which a lot of
everybody
people do. Like,
love Richard Pryor.
You do what you do to get to make some money, but he did like the worst Superman. He did this horrible movie. We're gonna go to.
I wonder if it was done bad on purpose.
There's a movie called The Toy, which is like one of the worst movies ever. And like you watch it, it's like, how in the world did he actually think he gets hired by a rich guy to be his kid's toy? It's so
I know
bad,
that. Right?
It's so wrong.
Yeah. I know
that
that
in
one.
some ways it's like it's genius, but
funny.
in the rest it's like, what the heck?
Yo,
Don't
keep
crap
Sharknado
on
out your mouth.
No, don't even harp on Sharknado.
They made 4 different Sharknados. That's how successful it was.
I think they made 6.
So you worry about some key lime pie over there, okay, my guy?
Don't crap on
you don't worry about
Sharknado.
You don't worry about movies, okay? All right, let's go back over to Sharif.
Shit was legit.
I love this conversation. It's good times, guys. All right, Tesla, yet another country in Europe where sales are down. Spain, guys, down 36% year over year, despite overall EV sales in Spain being up 54% year over year. Obviously, a lot to do with Elon Musk and that issue there. So Tesla, guys, down below 300 again, 1.84, I believe, on the day in the negative, but kind of still within that multi-day range that it's been in.
Multi-day range, huh?
At this point, I think it just wants to go green on Tesla. Like Tesla, this multi-day range that you're talking about, it's just a big, long bull flag that I think is about to give the you-know-what to the shorts if we ever take out this 95. I don't know. I just don't know what's going to get us there. That's the thing. Like, we sure to break down because we wanted the highs. I think in this market, when you have a stock ranging like this, you want the highs, you want the lows. When we were at 75, we left you saying, okay, well, we want the long in front of 70. Well, it never got there. So at this point, you've got a nice little higher low respecting these two like that 270 to 275 area. I think you respect the 295 till it breaks. But we said it over and over again. Those short sellers that are in here, and you know they are, like they're just hanging on by a thread. And I don't wonder if they're not accumulating too. Like, why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be accumulating short under the 200 period moving average in the 95 zone? All you gotta do is break 96, 97, and then once 300 goes, the Tesla's off to the races. But until that point, you're still short in the top. I don't think we see that today, unfortunately. I'd probably look for the opening range high, like 85, and maybe the close price, which is 87. That would be a spot to look for a turnaround. But yeah, Tesla 2% down. Actually, considering how it felt this morning, that feels pretty good for Tesla. I think you could have expected a heck of a lot worse based on how it was selling this morning.
All right, we'll talk about, some people asked me about this NVIDIA position, but we'll talk about that in a couple minutes, or 1 minute. So yeah, you know, when there's sort of everyone screaming for the exits, especially when there's not like a super strong story that leads Tesla to the downside there, you know, it's tough to predict that this is coming back, but you know, always the best thing to do is to try to zoom out, right? And then, I mean, when you're looking here, other than it being exactly 275, like those were great moves back in. So if you're waiting for an even dollar or anything like that, you know, you would have had this trade. The only thing is like when you look lower, you kind of think if 275 breaks, then I just wonder, like, is this an out there? 273.50, probably that's decent. Like, that's good risk to reward, right? $1.50. I mean, looking back at it, obviously $7 up is great. But, you know, I just think that you always have to think to yourself, like, is this a trade that I would have taken or maybe would have waited a little bit lower? For me, I think I would have probably waited for 270. So a little bit lower. So Tesla not really there today for me, but a great little pick up there at 275. And all we really do is put this little information up here. So next time this happens, you know, we can figure out a better level. So when I zoom out, I will see 275, you know, tomorrow or whatever day this happens again. So yeah, a little key level there for me on Tesla. Looks like it's going to be 275 to go on TSLA. So again, another great spot right there. Pick some shares up. Hey, I think this gets to 300 before 250, right? So, and we were just halfway there earlier today. So that's my thing. I think Tesla can rock. I think Palantir and some of the other stocks this week should lead the way a bit. And then if we ever get that good, this is another one of those names similar to NVIDIA, which I'm in. We're going to talk about this in a minute. That does get solved, I think, by the stroke of said pen, where if we can do something with China, then yeah, Tesla 300 is in play, as is NVIDIA 120. So yeah, let's go talk about NVIDIA and chip tracking.
Yeah, that's the idea here, Sean. Apparently, there's a bill being floated around from a U.S. representative out of the state of Illinois that NVIDIA should start tracking its chips. He's proposing a number of ideas, actual chip tracking on the chip itself. And the other idea is that it doesn't allow it to be booted up unless allowed by the home station or so in the United States after verifying that it went to the right location. So, you know, lots of different ideas right now. Basically, the idea here is to get control of these chips and so they don't find their way into the Chinese hands. We'll have to see how this all works out, but the bill hasn't even been introduced into the House of Representatives yet.
So I think ultimately, as Sean said, stroke of the pen. That's what we're waiting for here. We're getting headlines, and look, you're getting headlines that it's like it's a negative headline, and we're not doing much. Like, look for continuation on this. I'm in SMCI. I was just in NVIDIA scalping that range. I had one good trade on it into VWAP, which I feel like is you get your spot, you pull back into VWAP, but outside of that, range-bound day. Friday's bottom is today's bottom, and we're not at yesterday's high. The high right now is right around Friday's close. So you've got Friday open low, Friday close area is the top. And then we've traveled that a couple of times here on NVIDIA. I would need this trend to break again. Whoops. I gotta be on my drawing tool. I would need this trend to break to jump back into a VWAP short. I'm just sort of putting that from where it was off VWAP in there. But NVIDIA, as Sean said, 120. I'm gonna go to a weekly chart on NVIDIA. Like if we get a deal done, I say we, you know, I don't actually mean we.
You're not working on it?
Well, you know, I got passed over to be
okay.
part of the deal making, I guess, regime.
You're not going to that dinner tonight then?
Well, I came up like we
Yeah,
try
I sold my
to
tickets.
pull it together. You know, Cheese pulled in some scratch. Hungry Man pulled in a little bit.
Yeah.
We had everybody in there.
Couldn't scratch
Slim
up the-
Charles pulled in, but we came up 250 short, unfortunately. You know, so we didn't get all of it. No, I think we can get to 125. That's on the weekly chart, that's the 50 period. I think that's the next stop for NVIDIA. As long as this market keeps bleeding higher, I think we can get to 125 bucks on NVIDIA. That was a wire reference. There's when they're trying to get they're trying to get a connect back after one of the head guys gets off, and everyone.
Yeah, I know. I figured. I figured. Yeah.
Everyone had to kick in a little bit.
I
And
saw
I think
that.
it was about the same as this dinner. I think it was about 1.5.
What?
Now that I think about it.
Back in the wire. That wire's an old show. Like 1.5 back then. Like that's a lot.
It was a good connect.
Yeah, man. Must have
Fat
been.
Joe.
Oh man, put something in my. All right, so real quick, like for all y'all right now. All right, so we already made the high of the day on Nvidia, so congratulations to me. Where I was short right into here. What was that, Joe? Right into there, and again, like I wish, you know, I wish I would have had less shares there, but I didn't, and so we took an L. So we're failing right now on that. We did write down short 114. So when it came back into this area, we started going, and I didn't really put on shares until we got to this top of 114.40, and then I took a quick L, man. Like as soon as that broke through 115, I basically. I keep saying punch up and market it out, right? The system gets me out. So that sucked because it's an L, right? And so it's fine. You know, everything's fine. But we're going to try to go long. So I punched little long when we got stopped out there into the 50s, thinking that, hey, if this pullback happens, we do want to get longer. And I'm trying to buy through 114. Like if we drop through 114, then psychologically, I think we can get out. I mean, we could actually move this now to where this 200 period is, maybe 113.94 or so. But look at this. I mean, would you take a look at that? It's straight to the upside right now. You know, the trend is here. This is what the futures look like. If I'm going to lose today or, you know, go red or whatever the case may be on all of this, I'm never happy to do it, but on this kind of a trade, I think I like the long now. You know, that China story doesn't seem to be hitting the stock, you know, as severely as, you know, I thought that maybe it would have early. It actually took off. And then there's that 114 short that we had written down right here. I mean, we have it. To me, to lose on this would suck because we have 114 short written here on NVIDIA. So for me to be long 114.40, all right, but we're changing our opinion here. It's the middle of the day, well, near the end now. But let's just see if it gets going. You know, it's held this 113.50 area. I don't really want to see it down there, so we're going to punch out if it breaks 114. So, yeah, we'll give back the day a little bit if that does happen. But hey, we're here for that, I guess. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with NVIDIA.
Before we get back to Apple, I just want to address Jedi. First of all, May the 4th be with you. Of course, it was picture day today, so I didn't wear my T-shirt, although that would have been a weird one. I assume you mean Root. When you say, please take a look at Rook, they're presenting tomorrow. That'd be a cool name for a company. Like
Checkmate.
Yeah, like it's just, there's a lot that we could do with that to have a little bit of fun here. Root Insurance, they're an insurance company. One of those, kind of like a Lemonade, like an AI insurance type play there. I love the trend that it's in. And I remember the last time I looked at this, I was incredibly surprised at how strong and how well this was holding up. I didn't necessarily think that this is the kind of name that would be doing so well in this environment. But it's actually been producing pretty well. Now, I don't know what presentation they have tomorrow. But typically speaking, if you're looking for something which has been riding a trend to get a catalyst to push to the high, that would be a good one. Just watch out for this little flat bottom here at 134. Like I think that's your little support level. Like a couple of days last week, it managed to hold. Someone's selling it at 150. Not a crazy mover, but I'm surprised at how well it's been holding up. So good look there. Now let's talk a little bit of Apple with Sharif.
Yeah, a couple of headlines today, guys. They're looking at changing their iPhone schedule. So the more expensive models like the Pro and the Pro Max looking to be released in the fall. This all starts in 26. So the current schedule for this coming September unchanged. But starting in September of 2026, the Pro and the Pro Max will be released, and in the spring of 27, we're looking at the regular 18 as well as the SE and possibly the Slim as well being released in the spring. So 2 launches or 2 release dates for the iPhone coming up in 26. Also separately, they continue to sell off Apple, that is earnings day 2. I'm defending that $200 level, but we were below it. And then this came to us as well. Apparently, Apple looking at selling corporate bonds in many as much as 4 different releases, guys, 4 parts to sell these bonds. We'll give you more information on that when we have it.
Raise a little bit of coin.
There's nothing wrong with diversifying your portfolio with those bonds, you know. I mean, if you ask Wu-Tang Financial, then, you know, you should be diversifying your bonds.
You know Apple's good for it.
And they're good for it, and that should be a good play for Apple. But of course, you know, Dave Chappelle show aside, which is so good, really. Yeah, you know, we've talked about defending the 2 bills, and it didn't work. Yeah, we know. I think Sharif should be singing the Chappelle show. It's the Chappelle show, and the guy's sitting there on the bucket.
Yeah, the bucket.
Playing his little harmonica there.
Rich! You know,
Rich, biatch!
Yeah, there you go.
Right there. Well, if you have the hot hand in a dice game, then, you know, you can clickety-clack, and next thing you know, we're trying to roll the dice here with Apple today. And, you know, I mean, I haven't rolled the dice with it.
Oh, I thought you made a trade.
No, I did not make any trades with this name. I had wrote down earlier on today, and I mean, you know, again, when we see the news from Friday, which was the report that hit on Thursday night, and we didn't really move too crazy for that one right there. We had written down Apple right there as a short of 205. The highest it got to was 204.15, and it got there right away early. So I hadn't had it right there. Like, we had written down the short 205. 205 is right here. We were a little away, like I say, about 70 cents away. I was sitting at 204.75. I'm always like around a quarter away from the levels that I like. So that missed. And yeah, then it was like, see ya. And the fact that we missed the short, sometimes your bias just gets kicked in, and it's like, I already missed the short, so I really didn't get part of this because I was waiting to see if we did get a pop back, at least to the 200 period, right? Right now, you've broke the 200 right there, so straight to the downside. The 200 was at $200 or so. We broke it. That could have been a long in this area, bouncing off the 50 period. Now look at it, just ride it all the way up. So yeah, Apple looks good to me now. I would say it's a long until we break 200 again. So very similar, man. I like NVIDIA long into this level. We've talked about that. And I think if Apple can fall back, you know, the one name that we didn't look at was Google today, but I think, you know, Apple off 2 bills.
We didn't look at Google.
Be something. Well, I heard people talking about Google.
Well, Microsoft, because Microsoft has been booming since earnings. People have been talking about that. Amazon on and off. Bezos was selling those at 193. I mean, it's like I knew Apple was the second it wicked that top. I'm like, well, we're not getting the shot at the Apple level I like, which was 208. So that just completely out the window. It just came down to I like support to resistance type plays, and you know there was never anything going in there with Apple. The problem with Apple right now, and here's part of the, like this is Meta. We're going to close barring some kind of crazy, it's not going to happen. We're going to close the 50 and the 200 upside here on Meta for the second time, right? So you're consolidating above most major moving averages. And this is after earnings, right? Microsoft has been doing it well above the 50, well above the 200, almost at the highs. Here on Microsoft. Like it's been booming a little bit. And this is all to say that that Apple has been languishing a bit. I mean, even Google is going to close second time above the 50 period, approaching the 200 period moving average. And unfortunately, Apple literally rejected the 50 period and is heading lower. So until proven otherwise, this is the bear in the Magnificent Seven. And it's a stroke of a pen, like we always say, things could reverse. Like it's the one with the big China risks. It's going to take a while for them to move all the way out, move all of their supply out of China. And to the extent that they try to do so, great, good for them. I think diversifying is a good thing. But unfortunately, it's just not looking that good. If it loses 200 this afternoon, I think you want to look for shorts. But this is not one I want to buy the dip off VWAP just because it happens to be above the volume weighted average price. You know, the other Mag 7, so much better since their earnings.
We done?
GPUs? Whose GPUs?
Not NVIDIA's.
GPUS, guys, the small cap gapper today, rocketing up and still near the highs, guys, over 500% as we knock on the door of that 510% mark. Hyperscale is the name of the company. It soared on preliminary Q1 and full year 2025 guidance, guys. I don't think that's why a lot of people are getting into this one today. This one looks like an intraday trade. Boys, what does it look? Above 8.25 right now.
Oh, it's got a triple top right now at 850 actually. Yeah, triple top. I don't know if you guys, I would assume this would be a Sharif special. Yeah, all over this one, 500%. The volume's 265 million shares traded on this. So the volume is incredible, despite the fact that it's not always even like a 1 cent spread on this. GPUS, it's on the AMAX. That's the thing that trips me up a little bit. Yeah, so it's not even that tight of a spread. Lots of dark pool printing going on. Like, look at the time and sale. It's all D's on your time and sale. So that's where you're getting 2.5. So wait, it's a blue sky setup, but this is the kind of name that I would want no part of at the high of the day. Like, you want to look for your next available dip, play along with the trend to the best that you can, and yeah, that's about it. I don't know if this is like, I'm not chasing it up here. Not when it's already shown you some of these tops that have been rejected and it's already looking like a little bit of a pullback. So maybe you buy some dips in this thing to try to go back into the trend. $7 looks pretty good. Josh J, what do you think of BTC as do you think BTC is a short around 95.3? Was hoping long off it, but broke through over the weekend. So I'm in IBIT and whoa. Okay, so that's off of VWAP. I don't know what's going on with that IBIT chart. Here, this one looks much better. So it's working this trend, and it just put a wick underneath the trend from VWAP on IBIT. I'll zoom in so we get rid of that's much better. So if we lose this consolidation, I'm out. So that's about 74. So I have a trail out, and I want to go long off of VWAP. So that's what I'm looking at for IBIT. Obviously, Bitcoin is going to be a bit of a different beast in terms of price action. So I know you like 95.3. You want resistance to turn into support. Well, I'm looking on the 15-minute. I think you got to wait. It's like you've got 94.8 before you even get to try to fill in this gap. Well, from there, I think you've got a long, if we break out there, to go at least another 5 bills into that prior 95.3. Like, I like the idea. Usually support turning into resistance. It was resistance before. But the first order of business is trying to punch through this current high that Bitcoin is trying to get through. This is a 15-minute chart there. There, you can see a little bit better. 94.85. Like, that's what I'm holding for a break of, and then I have the trend line as my out.
If I stare at NVIDIA long enough, it will break. 114.50. All right, we got some out there. I mean, we're back in the money. But whatever. Let's go. Okay, so just from one small cap to another, shout out to my Big Bear AI gang. What up, gang? Let's go. What's up, Bear Gang? That's what we're going to call ourselves from now on, okay? Self-proclaimed Bear Gang.
Yeah, that's the same shit.
Right now. So, yeah, man, 308, 310. Let's go, Bear Gang. Let's see if this can get back up to the upside. You know, they did recently have earnings. Let's just double check, okay, gang? Let's just check out what's going on with the amount of shares. Well, we're already XRP Nation. You guys, we've talked about that. Palantir short flow right now, 2%. Bye-bye, Palantir. I'll see you at 150 tomorrow. All right, BBAI. Hold on a second. Let's just check out what's going on with Big Bear AI. Yeah, need to get that a little bit higher, huh? 25% right now. Let's go, NVIDIA. Right back to days high. We got to get this going up. But right there, yeah, 25. Yeah, thanks, Joseph. Right there, 25% short float still on the biggest of the bears. AI right there. We'll wait to see if that one wants to get going. And if we just zoom out, you know, they had earnings as well. They dropped down. It was pretty bad, and then well bought back up. So we'll wait to see if these are the recent lows or not. Big Bear AI has seen, I thought it was 250 or so was the recent lows in the tariff dump there. But, you know, again, not a great earnings call. We were all here watching that. And then it was Thursday, and I wasn't here Friday, but it did battle back all Friday, including making higher lows. Like if we sort of take away the first 10 minutes, and then even then, there's the low, there's the low, there's the low, there's the low. Then I guess it was broken right there around noon, but came back into the 50 only to close again, another new high, brought back, the low holds again, and then we close the market, and that's it. And then I guess this morning, dropped out right there, but I do like some big bear on the AI front of things. Palantir just continues to be, man. I mean, from real AI, you know, with Palantir. No, I was going to say Big Bear just needs to get here, but there's Palantir, man. More outs right now at 125. It was really... This is the key, man. That reload right there sent the net doing something like this on the stock. So hopefully we can get it going up right now. I'm going to take out another piece here on NVIDIA. It's at 114.60. This is where we closed. Okay, well, there we go. We got a 58. That's where I was sitting. We're also sitting at 64s. So just looking at NVIDIA, I mean, people asking me about this trade. Thank you so much for trusting in some of the trades that we have on right now, right? We'll talk about Micron. We do have a losing trade on today, Micron. We only traded NVIDIA, Palantir, Micron. And I'll show you what happened to Micron. But there it is. So you're just coming in, again, into some levels here. So if we do that work and we talk about where potentially, shout out to Rihanna, work. If we get up here into 114.80, that'd be pretty sweet. And then, so that's gonna be my next. So I am waiting at 64s for some reason. And then we'll wait over in and around here at 114.96. I still can't believe my guy over here, Joe Money, got me on Nazim Kadri's number. That was, I feel so bad about that one.
What?
I should have, last week, man, 43.
I missed that?
I
don't remember this.
But then you missed it. Oh, no, we were talking, he had one of the numbers wrong. It was an easy one. Was it Nylander, maybe 88 or something? And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty good at all the numbers. And then he was like 43, and for some reason, completely blanked it out. And he's a Nazim Kadri guy over there, so he.
Well, you forget it because it's painful what he turned into after he left us.
Yeah.
No. Because he broke out.
He did. Yeah, he played well. He played well. Yeah, he played. No, I mean, he won a cup in Calgary or in Colorado, I believe. So yeah, I know. But the thing is, that happens to a lot of the Leafs.
Well, because we never win.
No, but it's not that. It's like the reason. So he probably doesn't play well under pressure. Like that's what happens. And then it's a big market team. Like you see, you walk down the street here, people recognize you.
Well, look at New York.
You know, Stamkos.
So New York is experiencing this. Like they traded a lot. This isn't baseball, but they traded a lot to get one of the best young closers in baseball, who's pitched his whole career in Milwaukee.
Right.
And nothing against Milwaukee. But,
one of the greatest states.
But it's not like pitching in Yankee Stadium and the guy's been getting beaten up. Like it's
I mean, that happens. It happens.
It happens. Athletes are human beings as well, for sure. But like are they? Well, maybe not. Maybe not MJ. That guy was an alien.
Yeah.
But no doubt. But there's someone in the chat was like, "Oh, is there news on Hims?" They report after the bell, along with Palantir. I believe both at 4:05.
Hims.
I want to say
Hims will have a bigger move than Palantir, I believe, because of the guide.
I think so too. It's got the huge short float as well on Hims. And just I want to zoom to the 15 minute. It just now wicked through. So remember that big aftermarket or pre-market moving action, the overnight 43 area. So it just wicked that high. If it can punch through 43, this is squeeze potential. But remember, they're reporting after the bell. So there's certainly a little bit of I would imagine there'd be some sellers in there that just want to take some profit, right? So I'd respect some of those sellers. They're taking some of that profit. But I forget about VWAP anymore. I think maybe the 42 level. If we do get to the volume weighted average price, I would want to buy again. But if it can break through 43 and start holding bids above, which you can see it's just not doing, then you can get into more of a squeeze potential. And Joseph Birch, it was that Novo partnership why they were doing so well. Oddly enough, that partnership was a little bit of a hit to Eli Lilly. I don't think much. I think Lilly still wins overall because they got the oral. But Novo partnership, a big deal. Let's see how it translates to the numbers. This has a decent short float. I'd have to look it up. I don't know it offhand, but I believe it was in the certainly into the high teens, if not 20s.
All right, so little bit of a new segment. Okay, so we already had lunch. All right, but Neil and I,
We had lunch?
we have the complete opposite. We don't have the jerk chicken. So I look over to my Jamaican friend over here. Wagwan. How was the jerk chicken? It was all right? Okay. Well, that segment
That was
sucked.
it? That was
Okay,
good?
so there it is. What's for lunch? Oh.
You know what that? Come on, man. That segment sucked as much. Thanks a lot, Joe, for the color. We actually ordered. I'm not making this up. We ordered from a. I'm not going to say the name because this is not cool to them. We ordered from a local West Indian place.
Yeah.
Because we wanted jerk chicken for movie night on Friday, and they were out of jerk chicken. Like I get a call from like the Uber like
Yeah,
they want
he's
to
like,
talk to
"Sorry,
you. I'm
we
like,
got there."
Like what's up? No, we're out of jerk chicken. I'm like, well,
Did they have
Like-
pork at least or something? 'Cause you could jerk.
no, but they didn't have. We could. I could have got like curry roti was still
Ooh,
good.
I'm down with curry
But
goat.
we were getting fried chicken for my daughter because she doesn't like the jerk chicken. So I was like, but you still have the fried chicken. You still have the fried chicken, so you got chicken, right?
Right.
They're like, yeah.
Poultry prices going through the roof or what?
Just don't have the jerk chicken. I'm like, okay. I mean, like, I don't understand that. You should always have you've got to have the jerk chicken, especially that's why you want, that's what we wanted. Curry goat.
Dude, I'm down. There's a guy that has a steel,
Disappointed, man.
like almost like a steel drum, but it's a steel barbecue, and it's right outside my house. It's at there's a store there. She has a
Oh yeah.
like a corner store, and the guy rents out like the outside the bar, and it's like $9. You get like the jerk chicken, like
That's the only way.
quarter chicken, the rice and peas, and then some kind of a island coleslaw.
Coleslaw, yeah.
Yeah, island coleslaw. Of course.
Their coleslaw was pretty good, but
Why does Sean speak more patois than Joe? Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. I told you where I'm from. Like, I don't know if you guys understand that, man. But anyways, okay. So we got a little bit out. We're having a good time around here, as we always do. Welcome to the late show. All right, so right here, like, bye. Not NSYNC style, but this is not going bye. Let's see if it goes up a little bit higher than where we are right now. There he goes. I was gonna say, we're getting some out here in the 60s. I'm breathing a sigh of relief because when this was coming back in, I was like, what have we done? And now I'm thinking, why don't we get more? But that's the life of a trader, man. I mean, you're gonna second guess. Like we were short here at 114. Right here, actually, here's 114. We weren't loading up, and I just want to show you where we did. I just wasn't on the air when this was happening, or we were short and got stopped out, and then I went long, and we had told you about that trade. But the reason why we went short initially on NVIDIA was because, I had it written down here. I didn't like the China story this morning, and I was like, I'm just waiting for the next shoe to drop. I've actually been having dreams and nightmares about what's going to happen. And again, Philadelphia, what's up? I did have a thought of like, I'm going to be listening here. And the way that I saw the market rip up when he canceled the tariffs for the 90 days or extended it for 90 days there, like, I just want to be sitting in this seat and punch long as basically, not maximum, I don't want to be irresponsible, but go hard there, Obi. No, not max BP for me, no. Max BP for me, and we have a problem, Obi. It's going to be it's going to be max pain. But and I agree with Obi in the background here. He's just saying, like, if I ever hear a story like that, like right now, if NVIDIA starts going, I want to have something on board. So I was always thinking, like, which names? I want to be Tesla. I want to be NVIDIA. I want to be the TQs, Apple's. I mean, pretty much all Mag 7, I think, would go, but those are the ones, right? So anything with like direct China exposure, and NVIDIA just is getting ready to go, man. Like, this needs to go, I feel like. It doesn't need to do anything, but I feel like it could go, and it should be a decent move up right there if that goes. Palantir just says, I never even heard of China. Like, Palantir's at 125 right now. We just take another fill right there. This is a multiple. I don't even know what to do because this trade was a 121 long. Like we had an average price down here, so forget about 121.50. Our average price is more, let's call it 121.75. But right there it goes, man. When moon, how about now? There goes Palantir into the close. I ain't selling this. This is what you call meme crazy. I coined that term when we looked at my boy NVIDIA, and now it's right over here on Palantir. When it just goes and goes and goes, and all the bids, every time it makes a move down, it just gets eaten up again to the upside. This is actually not really going so meme crazy, but it can and it will. And that's probably what just happened. And I wasn't even on it because we were talking about it, NVIDIA. But there it goes, man, 125.20, like whatever. It's going higher into the report. I'm going to offer now 13s. There it is. We got that. So there it is, man. It's $1.50. It's Rip City right now. So is NVIDIA. Let's see where that goes. And this is what's called risk management. All right? Like we're short, we're making money, we're up on it, we're making money, everything's all good. Then it comes right back to 85.20. Probably this last one need not be taken, but the shorts were working, then they weren't. We got stopped out, and then we got stopped out. Right there at roughly, we got stopped out at 40 because it broke those levels. We could have even given it to 50, but it was not giving us that trade. So there goes Micron, our 1L of the day. So we'll get face slapped up on that one, but all good because we go over to NVIDIA, and now we're waiting to see when this thing wants to get going a little bit. Let's just see if the futures can go. That high right now is 66. Just for talk, I was sitting at 114.69er because we always do wait. I mean, I always wait ahead of key numbers. So like 75 is going to be an out. We already sort of zoomed this out already with NVIDIA right into here. So like this level right here is 60. That's right where we're dealing with now. So next levels up are into here. So 115. So let's just see if we can be right on this one. Give us a little bit of love to the market, and I think NVIDIA goes. So yeah, pretty patient with it. Now our stop seems to be even easier now at 114.40. So we don't have to get crushed on this one at all and just let this thing fall back a little bit. But I think that's a decent spot to get out now. 114.40, 114.35. If we do fail at the top, we don't need to be here, right? We haven't failed this level since 12. The 50 period. So now that I think about this, I'm going to take another out here. Wow, I just punched out. So I'm at 59. So let's see if it goes. But getting out more here as it doesn't look like it wants to go. We could just ride with Palantir. I've been an SMCI over here, Palantir and NVIDIA. So let's see what happens.
So just one note. NVIDIA is over the double top from the overnight last night. It was like 114.20.
Yeah.
And that actually, the reason I pull it up is because when it was on Sean's chart, that ended up being the high in the morning, like that same area. And I'm like, this morning, I forgot to do that. Every single day, I've been checking any stock that's on the plan to trade. If it's on Blue Ocean, were there any obvious levels in the overnight? And there was one on NVIDIA. I'll get to SMCI in a second. There was a couple, oh shoot, I was gonna show, where is it? Palantir HIMS, it wasn't that. Someone was saying the market, yes, we will go down on earnings today, and Nasdaq will have a real red day tomorrow. So, like it would be interesting if Palantir could drive the market lower if they were to have a bad report, because obviously they're the only name. Like Ford's not going to do it. I mean, HIMS, the market's not going to care. We're not moving off of that. It's not that big of a constituent in the index, so it would have to be some kind of a sentiment thing. I think it's been running so much, and defense is going higher and higher. It's getting squeezed. I don't know that it could drag the market to break the win streak. It's a weird one for it to do so. But so I disagree with that. Like I don't think Palantir holds the market in its hands the way that the Mag 7 do for obvious reasons. But it's an interesting theory. SMCI I am in off this. Should be obvious now. The stop is going to be at 32. Well, 93 is this local high, but give it a couple of pennies. I wouldn't put it right there. And then just looking for it to get back into the low. I'm trailing out on IBIT, at least for now. And I've got this NITO, what's this company called? N2 off, NITO, on my mind right now. And the reason for that, and I'm going to show you this, NITO, like it's been, if it breaks VWAP, it's going to be breaking this trend that when you connect it, connects all the way into the pre-market. So the pre-market, like 7 a.m. low, works all the way through. And if this stock loses VWAP, then I think it breaks underneath that. So I'm going to go pay for locates. I know Sharif was trading this one into the 85-cent level, so it was a good long certainly before. But that's a day-long trend break. at the same time that it would be losing the volume weighted average price. So if it can close underneath there, I'll look to grab the short. Actually, I say this all the time when someone asks me, can I get locates on this? But they don't actually see if we have free ones.
Right.
And we do. Either I already paid for, actually, I probably already paid for it. No, I did pay for it when it was 885. So I already have them. So if this breaks that trend, which I'm going to hit save next time I draw it, then I'm going to go into the short. It would break the trend at about the same time it breaks underneath the volume weighted average price. That's NITO over there on the NASDAQ. 500 million shares of volume on this thing today, which is obviously a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, as we talk more about sports and everything like that, I mean, check out that website that we have up there, right there. I mean, click that QR code. If you want top-tier odds and total control, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation and cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk. I mean, you could have been on there with the Kentucky Derby, I guess, with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, exchange them. ProfitX is a smarter, faster way to play. Users, of course, can use the code TraderTV, and you grab that 2% back with better odds and 2% back. You would be foolish not to click said QR code and at least open it up and get a feel for what ProfitX is all about. That is ProfitX. I don't know. I did not watch the Kentucky Derby. Who won? Salutations or something?
I'm sure
like
Raheem
that?
was all over it. That's his.
Yeah, was it the Kentucky Derby? Was some sort of a derby going on there this weekend? I was out of the house yesterday at 7 and not back till 9 a.m. and p.m. So it was a wild day yesterday for sure. But hey, man, being busy is what it's all about, especially these days. I like. And then tomorrow, on that note, join Neil and Obi tomorrow morning and all day, as Obi will be filling in for moi tomorrow,
on Palantir earnings day.
Yes,
of course,
on
you can never
Palantir
know
earnings day. No, you could have known it. I could just looked it up.
Well, no. I'm talking about like.
Oh.
Well, obviously circumstances, right? Like if you have a sport thing to go to, like you can't. It lines. It lines up on the day it lines up on.
I never want to take time off. It's like, whatever. She's gonna do track. Obviously, we'll go to some breakfast.
What events is she doing?
They don't have that many in her school. She's doing long jump in the 200.
Nice.
Maybe some kind of relay. I don't know. Sovereignty, that's who wound up winning. Yes, thank you so much. Not Singularity or whatever I said. Sovereignty there.
A weird name.
Yeah.
I guess they're all.
So did you know this? Every horse running in this year's race is a descendant of Secretariat.
Well, I mean, I guess that's how they do it. But no, I did not know that. I'm not big into horse racing.
Nor did I, but that was so imagine that stud fee.
Yo, that owner,
anybody wants stud fee.
No, whomever it was, obviously Bank City. Bank.
I mean, it just shows to show you like just how dominating that horse was. And so it's absolutely.
Day trader cut, well, like this 4x100 or 4x400 relay. No self-respecting track athlete prefers the 4x4 to the 4x1.
4x4.
The 4x4, like running a 400 is just a level of pain. Like I've never run an 8, so I can't really, people say that that's worse, but running a 400 it's unnecessarily painful.
Oh, okay.
And so like at the end of, and I remember.
coming down.
No, and it's like, you don't want to.
Boo.
The coach is like, you're at the end of the meet. You want to run a 4? We need somebody in the 4x4. And that was my experience. Like my first meet in university, like I wasn't a 4 runner. He's like, well, we need a body. Go in there. And next thing I know, I was running 4s and I hated it because it hurt a lot. And when you're a short sprinter, it's not a heck of a lot of fun. The 4x1, that's my jam. All right, Nito's not really breaking the trend. Day Trader Cut says real men run the 4x4. Each. I kept on running it. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't run it, but I'm also not going to pretend that I didn't hate that thing, except for when I finally figured out what putting in real effort was, which didn't happen until I actually tried to go out hard. I just said, you know what, forget this. I just went out hard for a 150, and I was like, it's the same level of pain whether I put that extra into the start. And once I realized that, it was much more enjoyable. Like, at least you're putting in better times. So Nito's not really giving me the look I want. SMCI starting to come back down. Where's my trail on IBID? Did that not have trailed out already?
The whole market's coming back a little bit. We got Palantir pulling back. We got NVIDIA pulling back. IBID, I guess, pulling back. I don't know. So
I'm just going to punch out because my trail should have hit. So I'm just going to manually punch out. That's a little bit weird. Anyways, we're out of IBIT off VWAP. Apologies to my charts. They hate me this afternoon, but trust me, it did go to VWAP. Not making it up, but that just failed underneath 95,000 there. So I'm going to jump out. Maybe we get to the volume weighted average price again. So I'm now only in that SMCI
Market's
short,
pulling back.
which, you know what? Whoa, we're starting to accelerate here.
Market
I'm
tried
not
to
bidding
go
out.
green.
Let's wait for the low of the day. I jinxed it. That's my dumbass for saying,
Yeah.
you know, when you were like, the market's going to go green, or the market's trying to go green, and then I said, we didn't come all this way not to go green today.
Yeah, you screwed it up. It is.
That was right before we lost the bid. I'll end if my charts crash right after too. So
Yeah, see, that's an omen right there.
my bad.
Yeah, so we'll run L there on Nvidia. I mean, it just came in and boom. Like we're again, you know, it's hard to see like when it's topping out like that. We were getting out. You know, I didn't update how many shares I had or what the story was there. Unfortunately, I should have. But, you know, there it is coming down, so it's an L there. We talked about getting out if it breaks 30, so that's exactly what wound up happening. We were long, we had a pretty good price. I think we were long at 42s or something like that, so getting hit to the end. But we did put back some more 40s there, and before it dropping out just a little bit. But I did want to go short the TQs, so now we're into this one again right now. So I don't want to overtrade, and I feel like we may be doing that. I just want to see about that top, that's 20,200 there. It's been a nice move. Do we want to stay green here today? We got there and then we faded back out just a little bit. So if we look at the NASDAQ chart, I mean, we could even just change this over to the TQs if you get a little bit of a bigger or exact look on what exactly we're trading. There's $60. We had seen that top. Look, we wanted to go short 59s, right? And so we did do that. But that top of $60, we could still get taken out up there. That would be $60.23. So I'm not going to hold this particular short all the way up into there. But we are short right now at this level of 59.26 now as we look to see where we're going longer term right now on that. And I'm just thinking like we've been using the 50-period moving average pretty good. Once we broke it, you know, we got out of NVIDIA. We could look for Palantir to get out of that as well. We only have about 20 to 25% left. Wow, Palantir just fell all the way back into there? Okay.
It's doing the same thing.
Yeah, so all right. That's probably a long rate down there on Palantir until we break that level, 124.40. So yeah, that would be something to look at right there. Just fell right back in. So we didn't take it the first time it came to the 200-period moving average. That's because VWAP was so close. And I was sitting here watching this. So it came pretty quickly there. I was thinking about like some of these levels, and then it just fell in, and we didn't take exactly VWAP before letting it rip back to the upside. So we'll have to wait to see. We are going to be short the futures right now, and it's starting to go a little bit here on TQQ. So we'll flip it over. I have way more shares now on the TQs than we do on Palantir. So we'll just trade this. So out a little bit there at 20s as we just fall back in. That low looks like 15. Let's sit on 15 now, see if we can get something. That would be a good trade to be able to get that then back into 59, which was sort of our closing. Not our closing, but that was the price that we were looking at right there on the note earlier was 59 short. So maybe we can get that. That's Friday's closing price in and around 59. So let's see if we can dip down just a little bit more. I'm bidding 15s. I always hate missing by a penny, but whatever. I just went to 17s or 16s there. Hopefully we can fall back in a little bit as this one's starting to get interesting here on the futures downside right now. It doesn't feel like there's any news imminent or anything like that.
No.
Just a little bit of a pullback. I mean, the market's not getting crushed here or anything. We did go green, then we faded. We said that about breaking that. So right now the NASDAQ and the ES, it's the ES that's on watch. I don't know historically, maybe Adair knows, but I don't know like what exact record we're trying to break, but it's 9 straight up days. So I don't know how far that goes back, but pretty far, I'd imagine. So we'll see if that can hold today. Right now it's red, so if we can get back going, that would be nice for everybody looking at that. Yeah, Palantir, I might just take out close to everything. We'll offer some 55s and hopefully grab that. Did we get it? Yes, we did. Okay, and then there goes the futures. So hopefully we get a downside play now on the TQs.
Yeah, good flip on the future because I think we are getting a downside play. I guess we are jinxed because everything else, like Tesla was cruising there to the upside, and then all of a sudden, like heavy bars, man, it just couldn't get all the way into the 285, like that prior high, and now all of a sudden to the downside. HIMS could get to VWAP again. Did we change the vocal on that power?
I thought
hour
that was
thing?
Fabian talking there for a minute. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that doesn't sound the same as it did before. I like it though. I like it. We're in a power hour. I keep thinking Hims is gonna do what it did before, which is pull all the way into the volume weighted average price and get a second shot at it. But at this point, I don't want it to curl here. I want it to actually make it to VWAP because it's bounced off VWAP a couple of times. SMCI I'm holding now for low. We canceled a bid. I'm like, look at it drop. I want the low of the day at this point. Or like if I draw if I go to a 1 minute because it's moving down pretty quickly, and then just do that on like a 1 minute chart. Right now that would take me back to like 3250-ish for a trail.
Oh boy.
So I'm going to trail out of this one. We got this one above VWAP because it wasn't VWAP it was respecting. We were shorting VWAP before, but then it started respecting this level here at 3290. So that's why we're into the short. But I want low of the day here on this, or we break the trend. So yeah, we stayed short this one the whole way, and now all of a sudden we're pulling back in. I still like Hims off VWAP though. If it gets back there, we're going to try the long.
All right, here we go, man. We're short the market right now, 59.25. So we flipped that up. Let's see if this is the thing right now. Again, trying to cover a little bit. You know, gave some of the day back there with NVIDIA, of course, and then now we'll see if we can make a little bit here, which we've already done. We're out of a third right now of the TQQs. So that's the futures. I trade the TQs just because buying power isn't a thing, and if I'm going to go short, I'd rather play short something, but you guys can go, and I don't even know what the price is anymore of SQQ because we've had that huge move down, now right back up, but $29. You can go the other way. So if you want to go long something, you can take SQQ long, and then that would indicate the same play as this TQQ. Right there. Okay, so Palantir is bouncing back up a little bit. Let's take advantage of that. See if we get something out at 70 again on that. But that's what we're looking at. So Palantir tape is moving. Yeah, that's for sure. NVIDIA tape is moving down, and it's a good thing that we got stopped out of that. No, it's never a good thing we got stopped out. Wrong choice of words, but it's a good thing that we're out of it because it does go right back in there and try to, and almost basically does, break that 200 period. But I was debating getting stopped out at 14 even. So if you do like NVIDIA, this 14 even level topped, you know, so there is something to be said there for that. We are a little bit, I know you're out of IBIT there, but we are interested because tonight there's that dinner that apparently is going to have some crypto flair to it. So
1.5 million, baby.
Yeah, exactly. An expensive ticket to take somebody to 3 million. Maybe it's 1.5 million for the pair. I don't know. But maybe something today.
That's more reasonable.
You could see, yeah, much more reasonable. I'd almost do it. But right there, 53. Imagine having that much money that you could just pay $1 million for a dinner. I mean, I don't know, but right there, we're talking about taking Uber Eats over here.
One thing when it's like a charity for billionaires.
That's still for billionaires, yes.
Well, who else is buying a $1.5 million ticket? It's billionaires only.
There will be people in there that. Yeah, you would think so, anyways.
Well, look, I guess you could have you have hundreds of millions. If someone's worth like 500 million,
that's close enough for me.
Close enough that you're a billionaire.
Oh, jeez, tired today, boy. I don't know. All right, so that's it.
My charting's tired.
Your charting is done. Okay, I just covered some more. So let's go. Let's start looking at something else. All right, what's GameStop doing? Just to give you guys a flavor, if there's anything in there you guys want us to look at, I'll do that for you. We both would, of course. So GameStop right now, good bottom. We talked about some of those bottoms on there at $21, and that was kind of like really held there. Like this is never going to forget some of those levels. We had talked about that for a very, very long time, and it's created moves up to 62 and back in again. I think it broke. That was one day. There's 17 or 18. But that looked like it flashed, and then since then, man, we've never even really come too close. The ultimate bottom is going to be like that $20. But if you're buying these dips, man, you've had some good opportunities to make it back. So if you guys are GME game holders or anything like that, watch out. I did see. It's funny. Fabian made that gaming tweet or graphic for me the other day. And it was the very next day. Take-Two came out and delayed it again. So Take-Two delayed Grand Theft Auto to May of 26 when it was supposed to be fall to late to early, late 25, early 26. Now it's delayed till May. So a year from now. There's the whoosh down. I'm assuming it didn't get to 195, but that moved down into 220. Good day there. And then all the way back, not all the way back, but back nicely up today as we go back and take out those past highs one more time. So big flush down there on take two on Friday. I'm going to act like that wasn't real, but it actually was real. Wow, down there to 195, on that news. Wow, huge move down. But yeah, good job there for take two as we talk more about some of the game consoles and some of the game makers there, as video games are pretty hot right now, including Roblox making those highs. And then take two with that news as well. Shopify. Oh, good. You got that, says Rainbow Keys. I hope you got something there. And then KIDS, another name that people want to ask about. What was that say? Crazy Holdings? What was that? KIDS. Hold on a second. Class over holdings. Right. I think this was a SPAC, right? I think, or something. So this name just moving around, but not much there. 560. It is moving, but I'd look to see if you could break through that 750 or so area. The one was GPUS. That was one that, there it is, hyperscale data. This was a name that Sharif was looking at, I believe. Yeah, up a small 500% today. GPUS trying to go 500 there. Huge move. Don't know what the story was there, but it looks like maybe a reverse split or something. I don't know. But GPUS, nice move there. Upside, looking to take out the highs. I'd go long on this, especially now when we're getting closer to the end of the day. Watch out for GPUS right now. I got to go address this again because the futures just made a little bit of a move down. Let me bid some 05s here, see if we can get it. There it is. And as Sharif says, quick as you like, a nice little take there back on the futures. Getting more out at the 200 period moving average. So, yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, okay. All right.
I'm almost good.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you needed 20 seconds or not, but that's good. Okay, SMH, Meta, Oracle, Texas Instruments, Nintendo, yeah, NTDOY. We talk about some of the game consoles. Nintendo used to be like a $12 stock or something. Boom. Look at Nintendo's win streak right there on, I guess, a well-received Switch too. Nice move to the upside there, taking down 19 and a half, 20, still making upside moves, $21, $22. And there is that low. I mean, I was talking about 12. See, sometimes it's like, don't tell my wife, I'm supposed to have a really bad memory, but sometimes we're okay. That 12, we were looking at that, then here's the barcode again, as you can see. All right, so we just got longer on Palantir. I just want to talk about this quickly because it just did fall in.
Right.
We finally bought some Palantir there off 124. So I don't know. We'll address this, but it's a good little level here. We got some out. Let's take some out if we get some there. It is 29s, 30s, 33s. Let's take some more out. We are pretty heavy now. That came in a little bit more than expected there for me. So I'm not even sure what I was looking at right there with a 124. Oh, it was right down into here, this 50 period. So I don't know. I'm going to get out of this. I'd rather be short right now. I'm getting out of this Palantir right now. So whatever. I'm going to cash out. It looks like it will win, but we don't need to be in this name, Palantir. I'm going to get out of this one.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it doesn't feel right when it...
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. So.
That happened to me on AMD earlier. So I trailed out of SMCI there. It didn't quite get to the low, but it kind of broke the consolidation down around the 32 half zone. I don't know if we're going to pump back up to VWAP. It kind of feels like the market is not strong enough for us to get there. But there was what was that halt name? NTCL. A few people have asked about this NTCL, which has halted. I'm not even...
It was NITO, I think was the name?
Well, that's one of them. NTCL has halted like a bajillion times here today.
That's a lot.
You can count it up. But it's in the midst of a few up halts in a row. So maybe you look, I don't know how you would trade this thing because you're basically just holding from one halt to the next halt. So right now it's in an up halt. So maybe you're probably trailing it out or something if you're long and you're waiting for a shot to short it at a key level at VWAP. Again, it cannot stay open. So I think that's a nothing. It's neato.
That stock is neat.
Yeah, it's neat.
That's neato.
Somewhat neat. So I'm going to, at the risk of, there we go. It's still holding on to this trend NITO. So I want this to break down. Like the plan is breaks down under VWAP and go short, but it's just resisting temptation right now. Only 50 minutes left. So it's running out of time for it to give me that look.
Wow.
They said we're out of SMCI and HIMS doesn't want to get to VWAP. Just trying to be patient. Like HIMS trending back into the volume weighted average price. It's already done this bounce twice cleanly off the volume weighted average price. So that's what I want to look to see again. So whether it's
Damn you.
Whether it's Nito or whether it's, I'm probably even saying that wrong.
Oh my God.
Whether it's that or whether it's HIMS, one or the other, we're going to have to wait for it. Unique trading group, yeah, we can talk about Reddit. I'm not in anything right now. Reddit, post-earnings play, obviously, and you saw the drop that it put in. Good news is if you put the old 3-day rule on it, well, we've managed to hold exactly at Friday's low. So that did a bit of a double bottom. It is a double bottom now at 112. So you've got something to sort of anchor yourself to, that if it can hold on to this, we look pretty good on Reddit. But that kind of a setup on the daily, that's the only good thing I can say is that it's held the low again today, because that's not a very good look on the daily chart. And just remember how far this has gone in both directions. Like the high up at 230, but this was a $40 stock, and that's just April of last year. You go back a year and this thing was only like $40. That's still 3x, and you're underneath the 200 period moving average.
Boy.
So it's a weak close right now on Reddit if it closes here.
Man, just like trust your system, my guy. Like that Palantir, I just wasn't thinking about it. It came in, but I don't put bids out there for no reason. Like it came in right into this level, which is what we bought it. And I was like, nah, thinking too much. Well, I mean, the futures are still going down. Look what Palantir just did. So whatever, man, we'll make some money. Hello, Andre. Right there, but yeah, that just blasted in our studio over here. Oh, I thought you were making fun of that new talk that we have, but it is going to be called Studio 8. So, I saw that. No, man, we are going through a metamorphosis.
I have a theory about this.
What's that?
So and I have to count them up. It's like there's probably 8 different iterations of the Trader TV studio, starting with that.
I mean, I like that.
Remember that silly we used to sit with a webcam, and then we had these green screens we pull up behind us. That was one, and then 2 was when we were sitting.
Oh no, I don't think it has that much detail.
You don't? I think it's like this is somehow number 8. That's my guess. That's where the Studio 8 comes from. That's just, also, apparently, I need to disintegrate. I don't know why.
All we do is make money. I think that was Obi sitting there. I actually think.
No, that was me.
Was it?
When Ramin filmed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there it goes, man. Daryl, thanks, Daryl. Yeah, nice move up there for Palantir. We just got a 60 fill. Let's go. Let's just stay long now. We have nothing else to do other than cash out a little bit more of this. So we just got some 95, down there on TQs. So nice little move down. We'll see if we can continue to push. We did fade out of NVIDIA a little bit, and look what that's doing off our 200 period as well. That's finding a bottom down there at 114. So we were thinking initially about going short 114, and it looks like that is the level right there. We short, then we went long, then we lost on the long. Now I'm hoping for the market to collapse because we're short the market, but NVIDIA right now looks like it does want to hold 114, which brings me over to AMD. AMD now up. Get down, TQ. Get down. So just to let you know, man, I have maybe 10% left of Palantir. I got real aggressive on the out. I did not want that trade. It just turns out that it was great. AMD, again, real nice. I got to create a scanner, and I know I can do this on eSignal. I just have to do it. I have to figure it out. All of this, just bounce off the highs. That for AMD is a free short.
I know what it was called in Trade Ideas.
Yeah, so anyways, we'll wait to see if we can get something like that. I'm sure there would be, because that's a huge short.
It's like a double, it's just a double top. It's a scanner.
Yeah,
so
I know
once a double top is established, then it kind of
sure.
alerts you every single time. I had one on, I haven't set it up on eSignal. I had one on
unusual gaps.
But I think
I'll figure it out.
There isn't a defaulted one. Where is my eSignal? It doesn't really matter, but that's the kind of thing I'd want to put in here. You always have to. There's a bunch of things that they actually have that are defaulted if you happen to be using eSignal. They have a bunch of default bullish Harami alongside. There's just so many that you can do, and putting something a little more customizable does make a lot of sense in your market screener. The one that I really use isn't on that page. The one I like the most is typically the hot page, the hot list. Usually it's the names that we like. It's when something that is like not normal. Like you expect Palantir, NVIDIA, TQs. Like I expect all that. It's when something pops up that is not usually on that list. Like if I see IBIT creeping up into the top 10, then that's what gets me. Hey, let's go overlook at IBIT. Kids warrants apparently for some reason makes the list here. That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense, but you never really know. All right, so Nito wants to bounce off the trend line upside, not down. I want this breaking the trend down. Like that to me is just it's a bigger opportunity if it loses the trend line and then flushes down into this level. So I think that's like a 15 to 20% move if it flushes through the volume weighted average price. So that's what I want to look for. Or HIMS. They report after the bell. I'm done with SMCI. I want to look at HIMS, although it doesn't want to get to VWAP on HIMS, which might be a little bit off. VWAP's probably a little bit too low here just because some of that missing data, but it won't be off by much, by like a couple of pennies. I'm waiting for 41.4 if we can get it. Tony's saying you're adding to a Palantir short. Ooh.
Bad idea.
Ooh. That's interesting. I guess if you were short the 25, you're trying to average up. Like to me, the only time here, what I'm looking for on Nito, did that set up? Yeah, it's kind of like an everyday trend break if you took that short and then you, like an all-day trend break happened here. But I have a rule about if I have a trend trade, missing it here and then getting it here after it's already made the bounce after your trend break, I try to never take those because if I missed the first time, that's your move. And if the move was only halfway to VWAP, the move was only halfway to VWAP. I don't necessarily love the reload on that kind of a trend break. But that's what I wanted on Nito. And it doesn't seem like it wants to go for me. It's actually going into the long. I got to find something else here. Mayank saying, Berkby, is it Mayank or Mayank? And I only ask that because A, I want to get it right here. Just let me know. If I'm getting it wrong, then I'll assume it's Mayank because I know a Mayank. And that's why I think it might be that way. But Burke B, with Buffett leaving or announcing, we knew he was going to leave eventually. With announcing, that was a great opportunity off essentially five bills on Burke, pretty much. Like, and what's crazy about it is you just zoom out on the daily chart. Your last wick was 5 bills and goes right into it. I'm curious to see if you can regain that 50-period moving average. It closed above the 50, and the buying just goes right back into this thing. Like nothing is fundamentally changed. He's still on the board. He'll still be advising, at least for now. They still have a ton of cash with which to deploy, if they haven't deployed any already. So unlike under, yeah, so it's Mayank. Yeah, just want to make sure we get it right.
Yeah, might as well. Else? Reason why I said maybe bad idea to short Palantir. I'm also getting out. I don't disagree that the short might be something. I mean, I'm getting more out right now in front of the 50-period moving average. We're in the money now 50 cents. So even though we panicked out, they're all profits all the way out. I mean, we just only panicked out because I had too many shares at a level that I was really not expecting to come in. So yeah, got out. It just turns to be right. All right. The other stock I want to talk about there was one that we had talked about that we had not talked about in a minute. Disney reports later on this week. I just want to check out Apple quickly. Maybe this is what it was, back to 200, but I don't think so. But anyways, there it is. Disney is, I'm sure Adara tweeted it out last week. Yeah, there it is, Wednesday morning. So we'll find out what Disney wants to do Wednesday morning. I'm actually going to go find our Trader TV Live research page, which is right here on Instagram. Hey, on Instagram, as you can see right here, on Twitter. So we're going to go over and just look at what's going on this week. I mean, it is jam-packed again. So what's up to my favorite ride-hailing service? Of course, as an investor, we like Uber, and that's coming there pre-market. Ooh, still pre-market. Hey, come on, mature up a little bit. Get the open market, get aftermarket. Disney and Uber going on Wednesday. But tonight we have Palantir. We've already talked about this, Hims and Hers. We'll look to see about trading that again. Race, check out Race. Celsius is another name that there's a lot of traders interested in all the time. Archer Daniel Midland. They're Datadog, so again, another name. We'll watch out for this data, cloud storage. Constellation as well. Wow, okay. So there's AMD.
AMD.
Yeah, like that's huge. Like we don't get NVIDIA for a minute. So that's
SMCI too. I mean,
yeah. Supermicro already reported early.
well, they gave you the
yeah. So as long as
early preliminary.
Yeah.
If there's a surprise there, it's a problem.
yeah, I mean, if it's anything, it's probably a surprise. The downside, everybody's my wife's favorite EV. Rivian reporting aftermarket tomorrow. And then we go to ARMS. So I know you're into ARMS. That should be interesting. We'll see what happens there. A lot of people looking at Oxy. Upstart, yeah, no, I didn't really skip any. I was just saying, like, Tempest is Lucid. Like, they're all here. I mean, I could talk about all these. Thing about it is Adara's only putting on, major market cap names and or names that have a move to potentially tied to it.
IonQ.
Yeah, where is that one? Right here? No,
It's on Wednesday.
Okay, let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, right there, IonQ. Yeah, Dutch Bros again. We saw Starbucks with a nice move off earnings down. Coinbase, Marathon. I mean, there's a lot this week, man. Like these are a lot of names that a lot of traders are holding in their accounts. So make sure you do stay with us all week long, as we'll have the market recap show going, and it's going to be a big one. As you're not going to see earnings. And Disney was. This is why I called this up. Was Wednesday. So again, nice move back there for Disney, right? Considering everybody was, I don't want to say scared or anything, but nervous about today as far as, the film industry goes with Donald Trump talking about all that. I almost typed in film. So Disney recovered, Disney now green on the day. Netflix was down 5 at one point, if not more. And in the beginning of the day, I had mentioned about Netflix that this should not be getting hit the way it was, and I think we were right, as it's right now at highs of day. So let's see if Netflix can continue to win that. Did not buy anything down here, and did actually think that if this move was going to continue, that I had said like 980, somewhere around here, the 50-period moving average was going to be one to have in consideration. So again, not rocket science. Obviously, I like the space, and so does everybody else. As Netflix goes right back there to the upside. So Apple's interesting a little bit, I think, at these levels. But other than that, there goes the TQs. Huge move down now. I mean, I don't want to say huge, but we're getting close to breaking some levels. So the first position and only position today is a money-making one right there for the TQs as it's falling back in one more time. So good trade here, 35 cents, 30 cents on Palantir. But we've already talked, there it goes. Let's go, Obi. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, Neil. Let's go, everybody that's trading right now into position because that market just went down and we just got a nice fill, man. Nice. You got to be sitting there, 82s there on that fill. Let's see if the orders want to crack. That might have just been a little bit of a low break there. So I don't, we have the news in our ear, Adara. I almost said Reddit. I saw Reddit's you just talked about it. I almost said Reddit's getting ready for us, but it's Adara. If there's anything coming through,
well, Reddit is.
Yeah, we don't want to forget it. But.
Not to jinx it, but Reddit could flat bottom break. Now, that's not on my radar, but if you happen to be looking at that chart as the futures are rolling over, it's at a pretty key level. It's above VWAP though. Like I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I think it's a weekday for Reddit. No questions asked. But Nito or HIMS is not really moving. It's just weird. Like I do not want the long up here on HIMS at all. Like there's a part of me that says, why not short the head and shoulders play? But Nito is like pennies away from breaking down at any second now. And SMCI, which I would reshort SMCI, I would reshort it. I don't like it right at that low of the day. Like it's exactly where it was when we got out of it like 15 minutes ago. Like it's moved 5 cents up, 7 cents, 6 or 7 cents up, 5 cents down, but it's basically at the same price. So it's not doing much of anything. So I feel like the trade next needs to be somewhere else for me. But let's go to Adara at the desk.
The only news I'm really seeing in this market came out a couple of minutes ago, and it doesn't really seem to be moving the sectors impacted. Washington Post reporting, again, a couple of minutes ago here, that Donald Trump is going to be signing an executive order to encourage domestic drug manufacturing. Again, I'm not seeing much of a move in these pharma names. I'm not seeing any other catalysts right now either. Back to you.
Okay, and local yokel, any thoughts on Omex, Odyssey, Marine? This is a rando. Look, I don't know this one. Obviously, you're not going to know every single dollar stock. These guys.
How many days were you off last week? I just remember this. I just remember this.
You remember Omex?
Yeah, because I remember it was Odyssey. There was. It's pretty.
Well, it was okay these days.
Yeah, so it was a few days there. We must have passed your mind.
No, I only missed one day.
Yeah,
you know what?
Maybe.
Fine. No, I do. This is the one that had the clean dollar bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I do.
I think you were trading it, to be honest with you.
No, I do remember Omex. No, I don't think I actually got into this. There was another one that I did get into. But okay, here's the good. It's above $1. The bad news is when you zoom out. No, the bad news is when you zoom out. Like, look at this massive gap fill down, and look where it rejected. $1.84 will have rejected that again, and it's on the downside of the trend. So if you're not long in the $1 on the $1 bounce today, like this is kind of in that grind down, day one, first resistance, turned into a short. So it doesn't necessarily look great on the trend trade. Maybe you've got the dollar to work off of. I always like that dollar. If a stock retests and holds $1, I think you want to wait till it proves it can make a higher low. Otherwise, just look for that dollar defend, right? Like one of these, they're trying to stay listed a lot of times, holding above the dollar, so it gets defended. When they lose the defense, you're in trouble, and it's probably headed back to like 60, 70 cents, something along those lines. Kids hit smooth, Tony. See that one, like kids I remember, like really, yeah, kids we remember from, I easily remember this one from last week. This was a potential breakout today on kids. And it looks like if you took that breakout now, well, it can't hold above $8. But it still needs to hold above 8. Not much has changed on kids. Local Yoka, you're in on the $1 level, perfect. Because that's, I think, the only level that you could work off of. I'm just waiting for Nito to do something. Like, how are you 550 million shares? It's like put up or shut up. Day-long trend trying to break now, and all it's doing is holding. It's not moving much at all. Pedro, what does that mean? Guys, Palantir will be up or down. OFC, of course. Palantir will be up or down. Yeah, of course it will. I think the degree is by how much it will be up or down. That's what you've got.
The implied move is 14%.
The implied move is 14%. You're at an all-time high, so that's meaningless to the upside unless you have some Fibonacci or whatever. It's meaningless to the upside. But if you go 14% down from here, like you're essentially talking like like you're only back into 108, right? So, like if it extends down, you have some like just from a dip buy trading perspective, the down move would be insane because you could come back in and have like just a monster gap that you're working with. Upside, it doesn't really matter. You know,
yeah, I mean,
you're at all-time highs. If it goes 14% up, there's no levels up there, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the only level is 150. That's what you should be watching out for tomorrow.
Yeah, psychologically.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll wait to see. I'm not selling any.
Unless there's like a round market cap number. Found those the first time you get to a big round market cap number, sometimes that turns into resistance.
But I mean everything. I don't want to say everything. What's up to Maddie there? Saying everything's been going down after earnings.
Not true. Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Microsoft held. And
the only thing is Palantir is a completely separate beast than all of these stocks. Palantir is not, you know, this is early days still for Palantir, even though it's a 25-year-old company. Their PE is 238. So their current PE is 654. So if you are said value investor, well, you've missed the boat on Palantir this whole way up. So to say that like something may change today, tonight, I don't know. But you know, obviously, I like the stock here. It's done real well in the portfolio. So I'm gonna hold on to it, but I do see some value in, sorry, I'm still on the TQs. That was a nice move down, by the way. We got some 70s there. That was real nice. I still do see some value here in trimming. Like whenever you get up here and it's now earnings day, thing is, let's just say you have 1,000 shares, okay? You have 1,000 shares in your portfolio of Palantir and you want to take off 100 right now, it's fine. Even if this thing rips up 20%, still got 900 shares and you still got like 90% of your position. So maybe we'll just talk in percentages. Like you still got 90% of your position, even if you have 10 shares, you know, like whatever you have, it's almost a risk-free. And I was talking about this with some guys at hockey, and it's kind of like, often I'll sit here and talk about different strategies that I think are smart, but then don't do them myself. Like, you know, like that makes sense to get some out there, but yeah, I probably won't get any out. But I think it makes a little bit of sense, which is why I don't manage other people's money. I just make a disgrace of my own. So you gotta be very, very careful about what you're doing here. You know, it's just kind of like when you look up Google and I sit here and say like it's a pretty decent spot percentage of my portfolio, and then I see it double top, like triple top, quadruple top, like all these things right into here, and I just ho-hum this. You know, like once it breaks back down below in and around here is when I should be exiting for sure, at least at 10% or something. You're not part of this, but I don't do that, right? So we'll have to wait to see. I mean, and I think that it also, if I get out every time, it's kind of like trading here. I mean, I'm obviously pretty disciplined in what we're doing trading-wise, but if you get out, you know, when Palantir looks bad, which it's looked many times. I mean, this was just 3 weeks ago. This thing was $68. It's up 100% in 3 weeks. You know, so you got, or let's call it 80% in 3 weeks. So you're going to have to figure that out, whether or not you believe this has room to run. So I believe the army will be out tomorrow. And if that's the case, then it is run city on Palantir. If you guys remember the last kind of stock that people really got excited about and still are, right? I mean, Tesla didn't have the greatest report and it skyrocketed. So let's wait to see.
It was just bad.
Right, yeah.
Fundamentally.
Yeah, exactly. And we had that nice move up. So yeah, we'll figure it out. You can always, you know, in and out. Do I want to get in? Do I want to get out? Whatever. But for me, I'm going to stay in my belief that Palantir is a forever story. So
you just have to determine that. Like I even said last week, I was like, oh, I'm going to sell some ARM shares that I bought. I was like, oh, and you were off on Friday, and I had even convinced myself that I was going to do it. It was in the morning show. I'm like,
well, they have earnings coming.
I'm like, I'm going to do it before earnings. I'm going to do it right now after 11 o'clock, and then I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Because
it's up today.
I reminded myself that at no point have I ever been into what I wanted to consider a full position in my long term. So it's like, why would I sell it if I never even got to a full position on it in the long term? And I want it to be a long term holding. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, if I was over 40 or 50% of what I want to be in, I think I'd more likely do it. By the way, I got into Nito, whatever. It closed underneath the trend line, so I'm in. I'm going to give it to the prior bar high is 65, so I give it to that. Just that simple. There's your prior bar high. That's my out. I'm going to get some bids underneath VWAP as we speak. So kind of a binary style trade. Whoops, that's the wrong penny. That's the thing. It's easy to typo. We'll get underneath VWAP. If it breaks 60, we start to get out. But it's just one of those binary. If it does a day-long trend break, I generally am going to like it almost all the time, especially when it connects with the pre-market as well. So that's only the new thing I'm into. I don't think we'll get another shot at SMCI the way that it's going. And HIMS doesn't seem to want to get to the volume-weighted average price. There's nothing really on the early look imbalances that'll stand out for anybody here. Outside of, and we saw this the other day, NCLH is again exactly 2.5 million shares to sell. So we saw this last week, but it was both CCL and NCLH that were big sells early and then nothing at 350 when the imbalances came out. Essentially got paired off before they could come out. So I'd say a nothing burger there. NU's out there for 1.8, BAC 1.5 million to the buy side, but no big names on the early look for the imbalance locator. So the only new position is Nito or Nito. Every time I say Nito, I'm like, Gort, Klaatu, Barada, Nikto. The words that saved the entirety of the earth. That every sci-fi nerd has memorized. And only sci-fi nerds. There's no chance you could.
No, I have zero idea.
It's an old school.
But the only thing I know that saved half the earth.
Day of the World.
You know, we had the Marvel, the snap right there. Snap.
It's kind of dumb when you think about it. Like, why did he have to? It's like the most powerful. Why do you have to snap fingers? Like,
it's just so easy.
He doesn't have to do anything. He just thinks it.
Oh,
really.
I see.
Like, he doesn't actually have to snap his fingers.
Snapping is more that.
I guess it's just for.
Yeah, show.
Yeah, it's just all for the show.
Scotty Beats. Someone just said you have to tag me. If there's something you want to ask me or whatever, you have to tag the full name. I didn't see. You said something about I was short all day. I don't know. The only thing that I'm short now, the only thing I've been short, like I was short Micron right there, but we were able to get out of it. NVIDIA, I was short, then I was long, and that's kind of been flat. I don't know. The only thing that I'm short right now is the Qs. And that's the only thing I've been short pretty much with any conviction. Our NVIDIA, we weren't short for that long, and Micron, we actually made money on and got back in and out of that one. So if there's anything else you want to talk about, what about Boeing? Boeing right now, let's have a quick look to see what that's doing. Again, 187. I mean, I like the even number of 200 right there. Look at the bounce off VWAP right here, 186, 186, 186.50 right now. Apparently volume pushing on Target right now. Target's only $94, eh? Like this stock's been getting hit too. Yeah, there goes Target. Wow, okay. I wonder what the price target might have been on this one, because this is starting to break lower right now on Target. Is the whole retail sector getting hit a little bit here today? No, Walmart's at a hunch, so that's good. Costco, we can have a look there as well. It looks like this may just be a Target situation. Costco up and away right there. So it looks like Target right now. We don't have them here in Canada, unfortunately. They were here for a minute. Saved us a lot, saved me a lot of money by them leaving, but again, I like Target. I thought I do. I mean, whenever people visit the States, people love going to Target. That's the talk here in Canada anyways. But yeah. Nice move down there for TGT. And again, just looks bad. This is one of those things where we had looked at, it wasn't Reddit. There was another stock that was barcoded like this earlier today. Wendy's. I'll have to have a look to see what that's doing. But this was a name right here, Target, that's kind of going the other way. So you almost got into a great short opportunity, 98, 99 bucks. But now we are falling even lower there on Target.
And you know what? If you want to stay on target with your trading, then e-signal is for you. We talked about it already in several instances, talking about indicators like double, triple tops, the ability to back test, forward test, live, reliable data, hook up to your broker. You know the best part about all this? It's still free for the first month, everybody. Like it's not, this kind of promotion is probably not going to last forever. You try it for free. You use whatever indicator that you want to try out. You back test your strategies. You use tick replay if you're into that. See how that open went, when you can slow it back down and maybe refine your executions. Hook up the API if you want automated access to automate your trades. Go ahead and do that. The key thing here is that it's got everything you need. It's an entitlement-based platform, so you can trade pretty much every equity or instrument that you could want. And it's the ability to do it in the way that best fits your trading style. So check it out. 1 month free. Scan the QR code in front of you. It's all in one place, and eSignal has the goods for you. So good luck. And you'll also be able to get the imbalance locator, which we show for free every single day. That's something you can link up as well. Of course, it's entitlement-based, so it's something you have to add on like anything else. But hey, try it out. eSignal is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for Ben Fishing. You like Target too. They got rid of the woke-ish, go woke, go broke. There's a lot of names that fell into that. The sentiment, and that's starting to reverse. You saw Disney. Well, maybe Disney hasn't gotten away from it. Target certainly. I think the other side of that is when the sentiment shifts on Tesla. Right? Like that's the other side of Tesla and this squeeze play is load. If you start breaking back out, like people are not talking as much. I mean, at least I think they are. The tariffs a bit more of the talk than it is Elon and Doge, at least from what I'm hearing. And there's been a little bit less on his plate. He's talking about stepping down and taking less time, and so taking more time with Tesla and less time with the government responsibilities that he has. That bodes well, I think, for Tesla and its sentiment. And it's just coiling up right now. I mean, we're going to probably find out that somebody's been selling Tesla shares in the 290s. Like that report is going to come out and we'll be like, yeah, remember when it was just sitting here at 295? And then whenever they're done, boom, we start blowing it out to the upside on TSLA. So I think that's the other side of the equation. Sentiment matters just as much as anything else. So hopefully Nito does something. What the? HIMS just made a bit of a right turn here back into the downside. So HIMS, you know what's going on? It might just be 43 we can't get past on HIMS. I keep thinking we're going to dip into VWAP. There's nothing out here on the daily chart, but it's just that high from last week that it seems like HIMS is running out of steam out in front of. They report right after the bell, like 5 minutes after the bell, we get both them and Palantir. My guess is HIMS might move more than Palantir, but that's not saying much. It's got the big, massive short float. Like what's Palantir? It's like 2%.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4%.
3 or 4, yeah.
We had looked at it, and then we looked at
HIMS is much bigger.
PBAI. All right, so Starbucks down to 3%. Yeah, so people talking about Target losing shareholders, losing customers to Walmart and so on and so forth. So I believe That's been the case for a minute, so that would make sense for Target. Starbucks, again, another iconic American brand getting hit lately, but it tried to recover a little bit. I still like the story down here, so I think getting close to maybe buying some Starbucks in and around the $80 mark. I think that's a decent area to think about some Starbucks. I want to look at AMD tomorrow for sure ahead of earnings. We'll see if that wants to do some movements here. We do have Mark Carney coming to deal with President Trump tomorrow. So tomorrow should be an exciting day. Again, I'm not going to be here. You'll have Obi, which is going to be great for everybody. And that should be interesting to hear what happens tomorrow, watching out for energy, watching out for some more movements on the futures. And I think Canada can move the needle. I think if there was some kind of positivity there, I think the Canada deal wouldn't be the one that everyone's looking for, but at least it would show some push and pull by the administration, which I think is really good. So yeah, there's gonna be individual names for sure that start to rally off of that. VCLT, so this is like the hot list, what's sort of popping off: NVIDIA, Palantir, Ford. So these are all the ones that are reporting tonight: Ford, Palantir, and HIMS. So all getting a little bit of love right now. Tesla, we can find out maybe what that stock, these aren't linked, so I have to keep on switching. Tesla pretty flat. You guys know that we've nailed Tesla at the close a couple of times, but it's not really getting ready for that. If we were still down here at 280, then I would say like a break right there of 281 probably gets going, but it's gonna have to fall into 281, and I don't know if we like that. Right, NU, that's probably not doing anything, just some size. Yeah, okay, so that's not really doing.
It was there on Friday, and it did nothing as well. So
52-week lows there for OGN. Wow, okay, OGN there, and we see, nothing else really. There's OGN again. I'm trying to see if there's anything else sparking right now. Oh, Lucid, that's right. Lucid has earnings in a couple of days. We had talked about Rivian there with Rivian Randy, who's not in today, but Rivian's had a great move, right? I mean, that move up was nice from that bottom of 1150 or 11. It looks like we got
who's making a move?
1050. Lucid?
DoorDash.
Yeah, Instacart had a decent report there.
Yeah, DoorDash has been on a nice tear. Like, how many stocks have gotten all the way back to their highs? Like, Palantir gets there. Microsoft is trying to get there. Weirdly enough, someone was asking me about GE. GE's there at fresh highs. But this is another one. They report tomorrow morning, or tomorrow, let's just say. I'd have to double check and go back to it. Just go to Trader TV Research. You can always find that link from Adara that's there. But DoorDash, 6 days in a row to the upside. This looks like it's poised to make a run at that high. Like, that's the thing. We talk about this, and we'll probably even mention this with Michael tonight. We have Michael Noss on in the aftermarket show, sort of after we get those Palantir earnings, after the HIMS earnings. We'll talk about the whole don't sell things when they get to the all-time high. Usually you want to be buying. And historically, the stats say that's true. I think for a lot of people, and I know I've fallen into this camp before, it feels like it's good to take some profit when you're up a bunch. Oh, I got to move my mic back like this, like that. Oh, on the table. Okay. My mic's making that noise, apparently, so hopefully that fixes it. So the only thing I've been in since our trade in SMCI is NITO, which it broke trend. I mean, it went down in the money, but that wasn't nearly enough, and I'm just going to get out of the break. I have my stop at 65, so we took our shot at it. I wanted to pull back into here, get half out there, and then the other half into 52 would be the plan of action. But if it stops out at 65, then unfortunately, it will take the L on that one. You could make the argument that I could have just jumped right back into the short on SMCI, which did eventually get to the low of the day. And for whatever reason, now remember, SMCI came out with like preliminary before earnings numbers that tanked the stock, and it's been rebounding since then. So when they report later this week, if we get anywhere near, and what I hope we do from a trading standpoint, if you get anywhere near where it dropped off, that 50-period moving average before their actual report, I think it's a short. But just keep in mind, when a company usually comes out and gives you the bad news before the earnings, you don't want there to be anything new. It's like anything that you hear on the call, anything you get in the numbers, shouldn't be any negative surprises. Because if there are, then that's a world of pain, I think, for SMCI. And we've seen it go down before. So that's one thing I want to, I don't usually pay too much attention to earnings calls if I don't own shares of the company. Frankly, I just don't care. To the extent that you can, if you're going to trade it, you can always just read our watch list, read up on it in the morning. But SMCI, that's one that I think from a trading standpoint, you want to make sure there's nothing new that's anything crazy or scary out of them. Because when you sandbag it or you get all those nasty news out there, then you got to be very, very careful that they make sure that it's all out. So Nito, I don't know if it's going to do much. We have about 4 minutes to go until we get the imbalances. So I don't think we'll be in anything new unless something crazy spikes. Not a heck of a lot that I'm seeing on this locator. Pfizer just popped in for 2.5 million shares to the sell side. But this reminds me, of course, as like when you hear yourself talking in here, it's distinctly different. You guys, I know you guys probably can't tell the difference, but I know I can tell the difference. And one of the reasons is like it is completely empty behind me. And there's no traders anymore, which you guys know. And now we have rows that are coming out here. And it's all for this Studio 8 transformation that's going to be happening, everybody. And it's really, yeah, it looks dramatic, like we're blowing everything away. But it's not just so it can look cooler, which it will. It's not so like it'll sound cooler, which it will. It's so that the experience for the viewer is going to be much better. It's going to be a much more it's a much more conversational sort of atmosphere that we're going to try and build, where it's not jumping from the news desk to us and then jumping from us to the midday. It'll be a little bit better of a flow and just something that's we've been building towards. It's always trying to get bigger and better. So that's what Studio 8 is going to be all about. So you will see all of this changing in the near future.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, good look there. We are very, very proud and excited to do. Let me get some water here, try to wake up. All right, I mean, this market right now, how about we try to get this? What's up, Ozan? You know, what's up, everybody? I won't be going to no clubs tonight, that's for sure. Although I'm at a hockey rink again until 9:30 tonight, so we'll see what sleep looks like tomorrow. But there it is, boom. Bye-bye futures. So there it is, man. If you guys are really trading today like we are, then we go props up to you guys because there it goes, man. There is the futures. It's a nice move down. So yeah, bye-bye for us. And this is the trade that we've had all afternoon. Oh, as Palantir was cranking lower, we got out of that one. So no L's there. But lots of dubs here. So we only have a couple more minutes, as Neil had said, until these imbalances. But yeah, very, very profitable day trading there today. What's up, Sir Poppy Paper Hands? And everybody else there. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, shout out to my wife right there. All right, so ARM, Tesla, Palantir, Coinbase. Yeah, all fading out just a little bit. I wonder... on taking traders stay late to another level. Yeah, you're damn right about that, gonzo trader. But yeah, we are we're moving around right now. So we just got some out there at VWAP. I mean, we were sitting there, we got a few fills, then we punched out ourselves a little bit as well there. So we have about a quarter left on this position. Let's see if it wants to bleed to the downside. It's going to be a big one. There for us on the NASDAQ. And then Neil's already highlighted a little bit here as well that we are going to wait to see in just a minute and a half. I'm just going to edit this so we only see the live ones. And then right now, so these are all from 9:30. At 3:50, these will all change and we'll get the updated imbalances. So let's just hold off there and we'll wait for that for a couple more minutes. Qualcomm, ARM, Tesla, ARM. So ARM, again, another play here. We've been looking at some names in the space. Yeah, so everything's pulling back a little bit here. ARM back into 122. It is a little, that's like that would be good because you gap fill into 122 there in the middle of the day. So that hold looks to be pretty good, but we only have now a minute left. Obviously, these imbalances will send this market one way or the other. And it looks like, unfortunately, unless we do get that rally, and again, I have no idea. It was 9 straight up days in the S&P 500. Looks like that will be over right there, only being down now 0.48. So yeah, him should be good. I mean, do I think, so what's up, Jeff Wolf? Do I think Palantir gets all-time highs tomorrow? I mean, it got it today. So yeah, I mean, I think it probably does, but I can't predict that report.
Technically, the all-time high it's still the 125, not what got put in overnight last night. It got to 126.
Oh, overnight?
Because that doesn't count. So technically, it's actually not that far away. Like, it could get there and then wick it, and we saw this with Reddit. Like Reddit blew it out to the upside and then opened the next day down.
Even if
What does
here
it
we
mean?
go, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, here we go. The imbalances are out.
Yeah, okay, so the market is dancing around a little bit. I don't know what it is. I'm
ADP?
gonna take out a little bit more here on the futures, but here it is right here.
NVIDIA is 1 million.
Yeah, so these must be some action there, index action or something, or delisting or something. But then NVIDIA downside as well, upside. Sorry, all buys. Right now, Walmart a buy. Anything else you guys want to look at? Oh, there's iBit to end the day, 94.4. iBit's actually been coming in a little bit. The only big one of any concern there would be iBit. But of course, you know,
Dr. Pepper.
everything's all good, man. We're 70 cents in the money. Here comes the NASDAQ. Just bring it, man. I think we'll just sit here into the close, see what happens with the NASDAQ. Derek gives us those numbers, and there it is right there. NASDAQ 200 to buy. That's it. 200 million to buy. So we'll see if we get some more downside plays here for the NASDAQ. It looks like it may turn out to be right. So good levels there. We're still short. I don't think we'll get the dollar club. We don't need to. Let's just start bidding some more out. I'll bid out some 64s here. See, there it is. So see if we get some more fills at VWAP. And then if there is a chance to move down, then 58.40 looks pretty good. Let's put some bids there. 58.40, and we'll see if we get those.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. So look, KDP is actually Keurig Dr. Pepper. I don't know why it didn't immediately come to mind, but 3 million is 20% of the day's volume. So that is actually pretty significant on KDP. It is moving up. The general play that I like a little bit better, if there isn't an index action and there's none that I'm aware of on this stock, is the reverse. So it's a buy right now with a bunch paired off. So 12 million already paired. It'd be before 355 or just before 355 to look for a short off of either the high of the day. At this moment, it would look like a 34.6, something along those lines on KDP, Keurig Dr. Pepper. So it's the only significant imbalance by size when it came out, and it's a NASDAQ one. So it's still in the pocket. There's about 3 minutes to go, and it's not that it's a crystal ball. Oh, at 355 is when it's going to pair off. It's just that a lot of large imbalances or big orders come into the imbalance or come to offset the imbalance in that time right before 355. So it's a good trade if you can find something which is sizable and then you look for a reversal off any kind of a key level. So that's something that I want to pay attention to here on KDP. It doesn't mean it's going to flush. It's actually already starting to pull back in. So this trade is, you want it to show strength going into the close or going into 55, not already be pulling back, which it already is. So unfortunately, it might not get there for sure. ST, do you suggest a short Netflix now? I don't like Netflix short ever, but you mean like literally right now with 4 minutes, with like 5 minutes to go till the end of the day? If that's your cup of tea, I would never take anything this late. If you're talking about it on the daily, I'm sure there's people that are gonna say the first break of trend on Netflix is gonna be a pullback. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but there's a decent chance you already had a bit of that move come in today, and then you've already come back and we're gonna close relatively well here on Netflix. Like we're above the open on Friday, right? Like in holding on to that level. It's about 11.30 is the key price level, that if it loses that, then you're back into a bit of a gap fill. But it held the bull flag the entirety of the day. Even with this market pullback, it's still holding the bull flag and looking pretty good. So, I mean, I hold it. I haven't sold anything in the long term, although I did consider it and then reminded myself that I didn't want to sell at a fresh high.
Yeah, every time I consider selling something, I just remind myself I'm forever long right there. We did get those TQs to the downside. So here we go. I don't know what Erie Pages and Scotty Beats are talking about. But okay, here we go. So TQs, I mean, there it is, man. Nice downside play right there. We do have to talk quickly. We are on a trading floor here, obviously. There it goes. Nice move on TQs. Yeah, buddy. There it is, man. There's the dollar club. We'll fire that off right now for that trade as bye-bye. There goes the futures. There's another dollar. Every trade we've been in today has been real nice. But traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking 5,300. All right, 15.2, 36K, and 29.9 on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That's right. That's your total risk. Your trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. You'll also keep 70% of the profits. That's a great take there. No margin calls, no account blowups. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code and also get 10% off and start your journey today. It's available right there, right now. Trade the Pool. We want to thank them for continuously sponsoring our segments. So thank you to Trade the Pool right there. And again, we are on a trading floor right here, and we just Sam Bankman-Fried on that trade there. These are our top 10 traders at Real Trading from Friday. Pretty light, man. NASDAQ, 8,400 on NASDAQ and CME, 5,700 on Amex and NASDAQ. NASDAQ again, all the way to the downside there. And then including, look at this, someone in Europe, Amsterdam, Brussels, Copenhagen, Helsinki, like basically every single exchange. So I'd say that's probably an algo trading right there on the different European exchanges, which is completely fine. We do have API access there.
And there's a program right now. I think half of the European markets are free entitlements at Real Trading right now.
Nice, good, I like that.
Which is exactly the time that you want to be trying them out, when you don't have to pay for the entitlement. It's essentially you get the data for free. And data costs a lot these days.
Yes.
To even see the level 2 on a lot of these names and a lot of these markets is very expensive compared to when we were trading. When we started out trading, it was like dirt cheap. Like no trader would ever pay more than like a bill, I think, in entitlements. Now you can pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month on just the entitlement fee. So look, KDP, nothing doing, unfortunately. The flip trade doesn't happen there. I just saw GPUS, and some people were talking about it. Not really doing a heck of a lot either. HIMS is going to be after the bell, I think same time as Palantir. And it's up 2.5%, but they've been selling at that into that 43 level. So that's going to be a big level to watch regardless of what the print is. And fundamentals matter only so much. This is a 30-something% short float. And that's a big, big deal and probably going to only require like a little bit of good news for HIMS. The big one's Palantir. I think for the traders out there, obviously that's going to be the bigger name, but HIMS, don't sleep on that. Great trade in the futures. Good luck, obviously, track day tomorrow. But, well, to Gia.
Supposed to be rainy.
We'll see how it goes. I love track day. It's always a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun. I'm going to get up to the desk. Yeah, and don't forget, we got Michael Noss. If you have any questions for Michael Noss, let us know, because he's been talking a lot about Mr. Buffett, but he also does like some of the crypto and gold plays, which we did not discuss. And there was that K-Knot that I wanted to ask him.
Yeah, I mean, he was shorting gold last Monday. I just want to see.
Is it K-Knot? Anyway,
what, the inverse gold ETF or something like that?
K-N-O-S.
K-N-O-S. Oh, is that Michael Noss's symbol?
Yeah, that's the one. I'm getting this right.
I don't remember. What, today, this morning?
It was it was last week.
Oh, then I don't know.
Anyways, I'll double check it. There's a few names you talked about last week we didn't get a chance to follow up on. But I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. All right, so here we go, man. This is, been a really good trade there on the futures to end the day. So, we shorted it right there, and I actually tweeted it out as well. I said, like, as soon as we had that clean 50-period break, it actually breaks right there as well. So that would have been a losing trade, taking it into there. But, heading into the end of the day, it's a little bit of a better take, especially trading the futures. You do get chopped up all the time. I mean, it's pretty choppy. Straight line basically up, and then now multiple straight lines down. I mean, if we take away, see where we're short right there? If we take away how this looks, then you just go like here, take away partial fills, and then you can see like, there it is. There's the break, and here's the straight fire in the booth to the downside. So that was a good one there. We'll wait. We can watch out to see if there's anything happening at the close on some of these plays right there. We had written down on our sticky note earlier today that we wanted, which is right here, Palantir long 123. So this can change. Like we'll change. Like our TQQs, we didn't short 59s when it was there. Apple, we tried to get short 205, and then Nvidia 114 short, which we were in. We were in all of those trades. So we just got out of them. There's our 114 short on Palantir. Once that broke that recent high, we got out. Then we flipped, on Nvidia. Then we flipped long. Nvidia's actually a pretty big flush down for me today. We did not trade Nvidia that positively. maybe I'll just hang out here and hold some of these TQs into the after hours, see what winds up happening there. But we do only have 30 seconds left until that bell is rung, and now only 20 seconds left. So again, thanks so much for everything. We'll just continue watching this. MU was downside today for me. That's another trade that we wound up losing on. Palantir was the huge long with only 10 seconds left right now. There's the Palantir long there, and there's the reload, and there's the reload again. All right, Adair, man, only 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. All right, congratulations to everybody that was trading today and wound up green. A little bit of a mixed day. The market did turn green, but then goes out, not on the lows, but maybe the lows actually. The NASDAQ was down about 1% early, right? So goes out definitely on the afternoon lows. We actually wind up breaking that 1130 level right there and closing underneath VWAP. So the Bears win today. All right, we'll wait, man. Palantir is going to be coming out momentarily. So will Hims. So will Ford. So, I mean, if they're ready, Andre, I can throw them over because, yeah, we got the thumbs up. Okay, you've all been waiting for it. It's going to be Palantir coming through soon. So we'll get that. We'll get Hims and Hers. Thanks to Darren, Neil, Brendo, Sharif, Joe, Andre, Fabian, everybody that had anything to do with Mark, some guy named Ryan today as well. All of those guys, I want to thank everybody for such a good day. And thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for all the support that you continue to give us and everybody in the chat. If anybody has questions, message me and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. So until then, ciao for me and over to the desk with the big guys.
Thank you very much there, Sean. Your market recap show is on. And of course, we got Palantir lined up. They're after the bell, expecting 405. We should see them. Hims and Hers is going to be a big name to watch as well. We've got Ford in anticipation. There is Vertex. VRTX, which is a bit of a smaller name, but you know, we'll cover pretty much anything that is moving. VRTX. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know why. You know what? Not now. Don't make me have to restart this. Yeah, I'll have to restart my charts there. Thankfully, Palantir is not for a couple of minutes, and we'll have to wait around for that. But overall, Adara, the big mover during the day started out everyone thinking Netflix and Disney, and to the downside because of the potential tariffs, and got walked back a little bit with no concrete details, and they recovered pretty much the entirety of the way. That story seems like a bit of a nothing burger for now. It's on to Palantir, the next market mover.
Yeah, here are Vertex earnings. They missed on both fronts. Earnings of $4.06 per share versus estimates of $4.32. Sales $2.77 billion versus $2.85 billion expected. Yeah, right now here I'm showing their guidance. They're doing current fiscal year 2025 versus fiscal year 2025, the way they put it, so I can't really tell what's supposed to be the new guidance or the old guidance, but there's not a lot of difference here. Looks like most things are unchanged. It actually looks like they tightened their revenue guide to the upside. So they actually raised the lower end of their revenue guide. So not a bad look here for VRTX, but again, double miss on these numbers. And yes, as I just alluded to, they did raise their guidance here for fiscal 2025, at least the lower end. So from 11.75 billion to 12 billion to 11.85 billion to 12 billion. The estimate was 11.97 billion, so they still mostly missed the estimate. But again, they did lower, they raised the lower end of their guidance, which very few companies are doing right now, especially with tariffs. So interesting look here for VRTX. Now we're looking for Hims, we're looking for Palantir, and we're looking for Ford. Palantir, of course, going to be the most closely watched of these, but Hims and Hers has been making quite these moves lately, so we're going to be covering all of them.
Yeah, and look, for Vertex there, it doesn't look great, but remember, this is actually underneath. Like the move down 3% to the downside, that's actually less than the expected move of the 4.5. So for now, it's really not all that bad. And for the daily chart, it's holding up rather nicely, like recently, some of these bottoms. It's still up about 20%. Check that. Like, yeah, about 20% from the lows, maybe a little bit better than that, and holding on to the 200-period moving average, which is down at 470. So that's one to watch. Of course, Palantir, which made I guess in market sense, it doesn't count when you make an all-time high in the aftermarket. So like that, the 126 that you would have, 126 change that you would have been able to see in the aftermarket last night, it doesn't really count, but it does get there today for a bit of a double top. We could break this one out easily on PLTR with a 14% expected move. I mean, you're not even, if you pull back, it's so far up recently that even if it pulls back to 14%, you're not really dipping in any big levels. I don't know if someone we just started to move here a little bit on Palantir, but I don't think maybe we're a minute early. I don't think we'd be moving only $1 initial candle. We saw this happen with Netflix and some other names on earnings, where the initial move, someone gets a little fat finger action, even though the report isn't out yet. That could be the case with that little dollar drop. Like someone just got antsy, someone hit the sell key there a little bit early, not a lot of liquidity in the aftermarket. So we haven't heard them as being out just yet. But the volume is starting to pick up here, and now you're starting to getting a little more acceleration to the downside here from Palantir, although it snaps right back into the 123. It's just whipsawing around, and I don't have the numbers yet, Adara, but it's starting. Now it's really starting to fall. Now at 120, so you're starting to get a little bit of a heavier bid here right now on PLTR. Still nothing just yet. Ford is apparently out. But, I mean, Palantir is the one that people are probably watching right now, heading to the downside, and it just keeps bouncing. We go 120 back into 21, into 22, and back into those lows. So it's really moving despite the fact the earnings aren't out just yet.
I have them out now, Palantir. So they recorded 39% year-over-year revenue growth, apparently. U.S. revenue growth, specifically 55% year-over-year. They did raise their guidance to 36% year-over-year growth, and they're expecting U.S. commercial revenue here to grow by 68% year-over-year. Let's see these actual numbers, though, because we're okay. So U.S. revenue, okay, where's the overall revenue? $884 million. Analysts were looking for $862.89 million based on the estimates I'm seeing. So it looks like we had a beat. Now, what do we have here for earnings per share? Okay. GAAP earnings of 8 cents per share, adjusted earnings of 13 cents per share. Based on what I'm seeing, analysts were looking for 13 cents. So they either were in line or they missed, depending on what estimate we're looking at. Now, I always like to clarify that the estimates I see are not necessarily going to be the ones that the market goes with, but in this case they were. So 13 cents, as I alluded to, in line with estimates. Sales, though, they were a beat, 883.86 million versus estimates of 862.83 million. As I mentioned earlier, they had nice year-over-year increases, and they're guiding year-over-year increases. I have HIMS and Ford as well. I can go over once we're done.
Yeah, just so you guys all see it live here. The shorts that were in early, once the numbers have actually been digested and come out there, it's now broken to the top. You're now at all-time highs officially. You can say that through any of the aftermarket. It was like 126.30 or so. You're now up 127, 128. Still underneath. Look, the expected move's 14%, so it's going to have to do a lot of work to get to that level. It gets you about 141. But that early not fat finger, but the early sellers, initially when the numbers came out, they're in a bit of pain right now. If you can hold over 125 and that 125 half, which was the 52-week high, then you're in a lot of hurt for some of those shorts. It's not a huge short float, but promise you, with a PE like it has, there's going to be some shorts in there for sure. On the other side of the coin, HIMS is to the downside, breaking the $40 level, got all the way to $38 here for HIMS and hers. That said, this has been on a pretty good run itself, and it's still looking it's decent on the daily chart, even with a pullback in here. 40 is going to be a key hold for HIMS, as the two major earnings are going in separate directions now, with HIMS downside, Palantir to the upside, and looking nasty for the short sellers there that might be stuck in Palantir, and you know there are some. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. The show is going to be wild. Can we get those HIMS numbers? As 130 just tagged on PLTR. On a dime, it just hit the 130 mark.
Yeah, here's HIMS, and honestly, HIMS, the market is reacting mostly to the downside, but these numbers are pretty solid. They affirmed their guidance. Again, we're really looking at guidance with tariffs. HIMS affirmed its guidance for the year. So I think that I want to say first and foremost. They had a double beat as well. Keep in mind, Palantir did not. They had inline EPS and a sales beat, but HIMS here with a double beat and revenue notably up 111% year over year. Now, the one thing they did have a decrease on year over year was their wholesale revenue, but again, their online revenue up nicely, their total revenue up a cool 111%. So if your wholesale revenue is the only thing that's down, not a huge a bad look here for me. But yeah, I mean, these numbers look pretty good here for HIMS. They
and now it's breaking out.
Now it's breaking out. Ford, for those who want to look at, and Ford didn't, here, I'm seeing it on my side screen. So they posted earnings of 14 cents per share versus an estimate loss of 4 cents per share that I'm seeing. They had revenue here, 15.2 billion versus 14.63 billion estimate. So looks like not a bad look. They had a smaller than expected loss for their Model E EBIT. So that was a smaller than expected loss. Blue revenue, above estimates. So this is actually not at all a bad look here. Model E was a bit of a miss here for their revenue, but they did beat on EBIT. So mixed look here for Ford. I'll pull up the chart so you guys can see it because this is still hims and hers, which has been really chopping around.
Avert your eyes if it's a daily chart.
Ford is kind of just chopping here. It's not super shocking.
No, it's not looking that strong. We actually mentioned this morning that if it could just do anything positively, $10.50 could give you some room to break it out. But it's just a disappointing move overall to do absolutely nothing on Ford. It's HIMS and Palantir that everyone's probably concerned about. And HIMS, it tried to go. It really did. Like, it got out and about above 42. There was a press through 43 very briefly. What was dangerous, though, is when it lost 43, it made another run at the high and completely rejected the afternoon level of 42.80, and now you're back down testing 40. So HIMS barely staying green on the session after rejecting that 43. Remember, we talked about that as being a big level the other day. It doesn't seem like it has the juice to get through it currently. Palantir, similarly, look, when you have an all-time high, I mean, it was a blue sky setup. 130 just happened to be the spot, I guess. It was like the first even dollar it ran into, and that's where the sellers came in at 130. Just lost the breakout, now back underneath in red on Palantir. Still in the exact same range. Like, you have a 130 top. It broke 120 a couple of times early after the report, and then you had that same low that Sean grabbed at 121. You're still very much inside of that range, but you don't want to see this happen where you lose that high. Reddit was a similar example of this, where it's like, yeah, it looks pretty good. It's seesawing, and then you get the gap down the next day just because it's been flying so high. So Palantir, while they beat on that revenue, overall, it looks like the sellers came in at that even dollar and unable to hold that all-time high on PLTR. Now, remember, all things, you've got to put things in perspective. This is a stock that was $66 going back to that April low, and it's a little unrealistic to say anyone's in there, but like, you call it like the 75, 76 level. From that point, you're up a good 60, 70%. So going into the print, any consolidation buys are deep in the money, and they've won into earnings for the all-time high. So when it loses that all-time high, well, it's kind of a natural profit take, I say. And I know some people don't like selling at all-time highs. I think in this particular case, there's some sellers in that all-time high. But just because it's doing one thing in the aftermarket doesn't mean it's an easy, oh, Palantir is going to be a sell now. The same way it wasn't so obvious when we were trading things like Robinhood in the aftermarket and then looking at what it did the next day. It's never quite that simple. Just to go back to something that happened this morning, and we have just a little bit of a review, because I know we have the earnings. If we move a little bit more on Palantir, like break the low, or get any updates on numbers, we'll definitely keep you guys abreast. But I did want to cover something that happened. Obviously, we all know that Warren Buffett, or by now you've heard it, is stepping away from Berkshire Hathaway and the bid that it caught. Day one, the reaction was been negative for this. It ends up closing underneath that 50-period moving average. It hasn't spent a lot of time down here, but I think I was looking for it to regain that 50 period. It would have been a good thing if it could have held above it, but with it closing below, I don't wonder if it doesn't give us a free gap fill into the 200 period moving average. And when I say the stock respects the 200 period moving average on the daily, this has been almost like to the penny, hold the 200 since the Golden Cross. Hey, I knock the Golden Cross all the time, everybody. Since the Golden Cross in 2022, end of 2022, hold the 200, hold the 200, hold the 200, hold the 200. If it retests the 200 period moving average and doesn't hold, then we'll know something different is happening in Berkshire stock. But that's one thing I wanted to make sure we talked about here before. I know we're going to have Michael Noss in just a minute, and we'll be monitoring this Palantir situation, the hims and hers situation. But I wanted to make sure we got to that, because I'll tell you, a lot of people look at a name like Berkshire, and it's just been so stable, so steady. Buy and hold, buy that 200 period and just win, 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 win. If that does change, hey, short term, maybe there is some kind of a good short pullback, but man, you start breaking that 200 period, you can get like generational buying opportunities. Although if you're skeptical about the new leadership, who does know? So Palantir, just a bit of a recap, the 120 level is now starting to look a little bit more firm. We've had a couple of wicks underneath it on the 3, but it's holding on pretty nicely. When you've got hundreds of dollars in terms of PE and forward PE, the fact that it's actually catching a bid in the same spot tells you there's still many buyers in this stock. So could get back into the green. For now, I'd say a very muted reaction for Palantir, muted reaction for HIMS. They've both been up and down, mostly now to said downside. But I do believe we are we? Yeah, we are ready to go. We have our trader talk. It's going to be the NOS boss himself. Let's bring him in. I don't have my key. It's not working. But it is Michael NOS, our good friend from Stats Edge. Appreciate you coming on. We heard you talking this morning, and I wanted to make sure we actually got to Berkshire, because I know that's something you were mentioning this morning as well. So first off, welcome back. And how's the day been for you?
It's been good. It obviously, as someone who was a little bit bullish, I was hoping that little rally we had in the afternoon would stick. Looks like it didn't, came back down, but we need a rest anyway, so it seems like that's what we're getting.
Yeah, fair enough, absolutely. And, you know, what were we, 9 days in a row on the S&P, coming into a Monday? Like, it's always a tougher day to continue a streak like that. You didn't necessarily have anything... Like, we didn't have any real big positive catalyst that was going to get us to the upside. If anything, you know, the fact that there was any new tariff talk probably didn't help things at all, regardless of what you think about this Hollywood tariff or the movie tariff that's coming in there. It can't necessarily be good. New tariffs aren't going to be a good thing.
I was just saying, yeah, that was a super funny tweet. I was reading it on the weekend. We're going to tariff movies now. I hear there's some sports talk he's going to do later, so maybe we're tariffing sports. So who knows at this point? It's, if nothing else, this shows you that the market, regardless what technicals say, regardless what the levels you have, at the end of the day, we're in an environment where a tweet can move anything, so you better be on your toes.
100%. Now, there's something that I've heard you say many times. And it has to get brought up now, and that's the old: you don't want to sell highs or all-time highs. Usually, you want to buy things as they're breaking out all-time highs. Mm-hmm. Now, you look at a chart of Palantir, and for anybody out there that's a fundamental that looks at fundamentals, they'll look at a PE of this thing or forward PE, and they'll just freak out. Their head's going to explode if you look at a stock like with its fundamentals. It just doesn't make any sense that it's up here. Yet, it did just in the aftermarket hit a fresh new high and is a double top. If it's a tempting stock for a lot of people right now to take some profit on it. Mm-hmm. I think it's distinct. It to me is distinctly different from the usual linear, non-crazy moves into a high, and you want to give it a chance to go. Don't sell it up there like maybe like a GE, which is more gently trending into its high. But what's your take on this? Is there something different about a name which gets to the all-time high as quickly as Palantir did, and with that big a percentage move?
Well, yeah, so right off the bat, full disclosure, because I'll always do this, as of April 1st, so that's around $80 or so, I'm in Palantir.
Okay.
Again, at Stats Edge, we use just systems. The systems have us rotating into what looks like the strongest names at the time, and Palantir and Netflix was one of them, just because what you were saying, this is hitting new all-time highs, and it just looked stronger to the systems even before that than the overall market. So it'd be really hard for me to sell something like Palantir hitting new all-time highs now, not just because it's a stock that's hitting new all-time highs, but when you contrast that to what we're doing in the market, where yes, the market is bouncing and we're up like 17 or 20% off the lows. However, it's just doing so much better than the market, where we're still down, I think, over 10% from the highs here. 7.5. So the fact that this is hitting all-time highs first is very interesting to me, because if you study us coming out of bear markets, it is the names that generally hit the all-time highs first that end up doing the best. So, for example, out of the last bear market, we had NVIDIA and semiconductors that kind of pulled us out. And then the whole thing was an AI trade. You basically were long AI stocks, or you underperformed. So the fact that what's breaking us out this time is not only Palantir, but I don't know if this is a spicy take, but I'm going to put Palantir in the rest of the defensive industry, and that's hitting new all-time highs as well. Makes me think that this is not only an industry that I potentially want to own, but also a stock that I want to continue to own. But of course, because my systems tell me to do it, I'll own it anyway.
Yeah, well, I agree with you on the defense thing. It absolutely boggled my mind when there was a lot of people like, oh, defense spending is going to go down. Like, you know what? There's certain things that, especially when you're investing or trading, you just need to see it to believe it. Like, convince me that overall defense spending is going to go down in a meaningful way, because I've been around a long time and it just doesn't happen. Convince me that Berkshire Hathaway is no longer going to be an upward trend. Convince me that you don't just dollar cost average into the SP 500 and then sit until your retirement. It's like certain things you need to be convinced about. So I love that breakout on the defense names. I just think for a lot of traders out there, like the long-term hold, fine, I get that. For a lot of traders out there, I always use the term scratch the itch, and there's a couple of ways. I don't think I could be in something like this, and granted, I'm literally in Netflix doing the same thing, and I have not put a trailing stop in a long-term position. But if I was in a swing here, I don't know how I wouldn't have some kind of a trail on it, on Palantir at least. Is that something you incorporate into your system? Is there some kind of a, if we get to a certain point, there's a statistical trail, or is it all just about the key levels? I'm just curious how you be managing it if you want to hold, because you don't want to take it off when it looks this strong on the daily.
Yeah, so each system is different, right? We have some systems that are trading, right? They're mean reversion, they're short-term in nature. This particular one is more of an investment type system. So the idea is that I want to own this basket of top names in whatever the market is at the time, and I just want to rotate into them. So if at some point Palantir gets knocked out of that top area and is no longer a top name, then the system will sell that and buy whatever it is to replace it. For example, Tesla we actually had for a pretty long period of time, and then as that kind of sold off from its highs, it just naturally got knocked out at the end of the month and replaced with, in this case, again, I think it was Netflix that came into that. So the idea is that for this particular system, there's no stop, there's no profit target. The idea is that if we own the strongest names for the longest period of time, then eventually we'll outperform the markets. But if I was trading this and doing some sort of trend following technique, yeah, I'd pick a moving average, 21 EMA, I know is a common one, 20 period or something like that, and say, hey, when we close below that, it's going to be time to go. Until then, let me stay involved. Or another way to do it is just to simply, the old school turtle way, and you just pick a number of candles lows and you go below that, right? So, you say, okay, if we break a new 10-day low or a new 5-day low or something, that would make sense. Because just looking at this technically, you are very, very stretched from almost a double in pretty much a straight line to hit all-time highs. I would not be surprised. I see that, in the post-market after earnings, we're down a little bit. I would not see surprise if this comes into, 110 or something and settles in there before making new highs. So the question you have to ask yourself is how much of a pullback are you okay with in order to give it that chance to potentially make this new all-time highs? And you mentioned about the defense spending, how it seems like every administration tells us that they're going to lower the defense budget, and then every administration raises the defense budget. It does make sense that, yes, you want these things to prove to you that they're going to reverse in some way, because if we're going to continue, I think it was a 20% increase in defense spending. That's one of those things that if you were shorting this name expecting that decrease in defense spending and the exact opposite happened, there could be a lot of shorts that are caught off guard. So if that's the case, then generally what you'll see is that it will pull back a little bit. The shorts will use that as a good excuse to be able to unload their position, putting a floor in it. So yeah, right now I would say, depending on your time frame, if you're a long-term Palantir bull, maybe you put a 50-day moving average in it. If you're a short-term Palantir bull, maybe you put a 10-period moving average in it. But you pick something that makes sense for your time frame, and then you kind of take your hands off and you say, okay, the first day that we close below this, I'm out. Until then, let it go. Because as we've seen before, if you zoom out with Palantir, this guy can get wacky. So you want to give it that chance to get a little bit nuts.
That's the thing. Like when it moves irrationally to the upside, you want to give it a chance. I mean, I suppose you could put an anchor to the recent low that we just had off of Liberation Day. That's another thing that I think makes a lot of sense when the market made that like kind of wipeout bottom, and then look at that average price. It's just whatever someone is comfortable with. One of the things that I know when you talk about this as well, trading is fractal and you can apply things on multiple time frames, but you still have to know your own time frame. So I'm glad you cleared that up. That is more of like a market positioning thing and not a swing trade. Because as I know, when you were in maybe like natural gas or something that is a very much just a swing trade, I know you would have taken profit certainly, and not be looking to hold it as long. You get that gain, make sure you take some profit off. So know which bucket you're in, have a strategy for yourself that works. Is the most important part. Now, all of that said, we're getting through earnings season here, Michael, and obviously, so far, I think it's been very much like a stock picker's market in earnings. I don't know that there's any like general earnings have been really good. You get a lot of sandbagging, and then the reactions have somehow been like misleading. Like you think Robinhood's going to squeeze, and it ends up coming to the downside. Reddit, sort of a similar story. Is there anything that's been standing out to you for some setups that we haven't had a chance to discuss? I know this morning you're really more talking about Berkshire, but is there anything in particular that crosses your eye technically now that we're getting into the back end of the earnings season? We get more data and more price action.
Yeah, for most earnings play, I need a little bit more time. Two of the strategies that I'm working on now for earnings are, give it a week and then pick a moving average for it to pull into or something like that. What stand out generally with earnings for me, though, is just exactly what you mentioned, right? We have Palantir moving lower, and then we had all these different names reacting right in Netflix. Its earnings was right down here, and the thing just rocketed. So what I think the market is doing more than anything, and I think what we need to pay attention to going forward, is just like last year where the whole theme was AI. There was all those, I love those clips of CEOs on conference calls, and they just edited every time he said AI in, and they would count them. Yeah, this guy said AI 50 times. This guy said AI 30 times. I think the amount of times that they say tariffs is going to make all the difference in the world, because what it feels like with the market, especially today being really choppy, what we notice is that this was very, very spread out, right? So this is the just change for today in the market. There was a lot of green, there was a lot of red, and there's a lot of gray, which means it did nothing. So we're not in this kind of market where everything's going up and everything's going down. We are getting this kind of bifurcated market, which is rotation, which is what we need to see in order for that next leg to get higher. People need to kind of de-lever from the names that worked before and get into the names that are working now. So I expect earnings season to be exactly that. We are going to see names that are reacted super positively and names that are reacting super poorly, and we have to figure out potentially which one of those each individual stock is, which has pros and cons, right? It means that it is a stock picker's market. As people out there who like to pick stocks and like to play individual names, I think it's going to be great. For people out there who like to play indexes and like to play these baskets of stocks, I think it's going to be a really hard time until we get this next theme, whatever that ends up being, whether it's psychedelics or Ozempic or defense or whatever ends up being that pulls us out of this current bear market. I think we're really going to have this bifurcated type of market. So pay attention. I think this is the time that you have to work when we have a bifurcated market, and grab your favorite stocks. Look for things that are hitting new all-time highs, because there's a bunch out there.
Yeah, always look for that relative strength and weakness, which is what it comes down to. Like, for example, like XLE is pretty bad. You just saw that with oil again today. And then XLF, like the financials, which have been reacting very well. Even some of the fintech names have been relatively strong. So, as always, Michael, it's an absolute pleasure having you on. And I appreciate you talking candidly about, not just your Palantir position, but the strategy sort of behind it and your approach to it. So, congratulations on the long. It's obviously working out very well for you. Best of luck with it in the future, for sure. And we look forward to talking to you later this week here. Michael Noss, our good friend from Stats Edge. Appreciate having you on.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you Friday.
All right, take care, brother.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, always fun here. Dara, I know we only have a couple of minutes left, so hims and hers and Palantir. I think in both cases, like you've got this like round trip going, Palantir breaking lows again, now about to get to 115. So it's underneath the expected move. But if you look at how much it's traveled, like we've traveled $15 here when it was 125-ish from the close. So the actual move is a pretty decent one, rejecting that all-time high, and then HIMS as well. With a slight up, it's tried to break the top, maybe not by as much as Palantir, but then ending up lower. Ford, a bit of a nothing burger, everybody. And yeah, it wasn't like the report was that bad in either one of these cases, but in Palantir's case, I mean, maybe the PE comes into play here. Certainly the fact that once it was underneath that all-time high, like you've wicked the top, it's just like a standard reversal setup. But neither one of those names was it all that bad, but they'd all run so much, Adara.
I think especially in the case of Palantir, like HIMS at least had a double beat and 100%,
right,
more than 100% year-over-year revenue growth. Palantir had like something like 39% revenue growth, so not bad. They did raise some of their fiscal year guidance, but that in-line earnings per share, not a great look when, as you mentioned, the PE is so significantly high. That could have been what did Palantir in here a little bit. Also, I want to mention Nike here. NKE did get a little bit of a wick after hours. Apparently the company is restructuring its leadership team. It's going to be splitting its consumer product and brand segment into 3 new areas. They're going to call them consumer and sport, marketing, and product creation. So one of the executives is going to retire, and 3 new executives will set into these roles to support the company's Win Now growth plan. This sounds suspiciously similar to another new CEO's plan that would be Brian Niccol and back to Starbucks, which as far as I'm concerned involves far too many Sharpies and not enough getting baristas to move faster. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, that does sound very similar, but they're in the kind of the same boat, right? Like it's been the Chinese exposure has not been good for either one of them. You can make an argument that Starbucks has a little bit of sentiment going along with it as well, as people outside of the U.S. might not want to be picking up. I've heard that sentiment a little bit here in Canada, that they don't want to go to Tim's instead. Nike, why can't you I'm just going to leave it at this before we get to roll call. Why can't you just break 60? I think it's a great trade if it can close above the $60 level. But once again, we have another resistance spot, and Nike just can't seem to break it out. It's trying to make a bottom, just can't seem to pull it off, unfortunately. It's another one of those, and it's another one of those afternoons where the price action is good in the aftermarket, maybe not what everyone's looking for, but if you're a trader, you can't argue with the fact that Palantir is going to be a mover tomorrow. You can't argue with the fact that HIMS is going to be a mover tomorrow. Maybe just because we've gone so far, you get a bit of a pullback, but that the longs have already had their day and have been winning. So it's going to be volatility tomorrow for sure, but it is roll call time right here, right now on the ProfitX Recap Show, where, hey, first thing we do, give a big shout out to Fabian on the 1s and 2s all day long. Fabian and Audrey doing a fantastic job with it. Got to give a big shout out to the Midday Boys, the Bash Brothers, of course, Sharif and Joe looking dapper today. It was picture day, so they had to look incredibly dapper. Sean and I were pretty much normal. Give a big shout out to Sean on the Palantir long, of course, earlier. He's gone. He's going to be track day as well tomorrow. And of course, a big shout out to Adara on the news desk, keeping everybody informed all day long with accurate and timely news. Key on the accurate. She always makes sure she gets it right. It's not about being first, it's about making sure you get it right. And a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls, best moderator in the business. But make sure you hit the like and subscribe to Subs Only Chat. If you want to be in roll call, then you got to make sure you're a subscriber. Let's get in there right now and do it.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words there, Neil. Though I also must mention in this news cycle, sometimes the news itself is not accurate, but if it's moving, you have to accurately tell people that it is out.
It's true.
Very new thing, still getting used to it, but I always want to clarify, sometimes the stories seem a little bit hard, but I'm just reading what the market is reacting to. We'll always get it right for you in the end. Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif. We have got Brendo, we have Joe, we have Fabian, Ramin, Andre, and we're going to have Obi on the desk tomorrow. We're going to have Chris here, Surcore Trader, Ronaldo, Derek Thompson, Normal Special, Papa LaCour. Don't mind if we do. Pelican, Mike DeRider. We've got Marcelo Prieto, the student, AB, Chris Donnelly. We've got Bart Simpson, Anish, Gangsta Farts, Razul, Pedro Khan, Coach Hartman, Cass, H, Rubicon Pelican, Dilwar. We've got William, Edwards, Bill, Donkey Trader, Mimi Lulu, Marlon, Pepper Potts, Sebastian Ontiveros, Nevin, Isaac, Loco, Trav Man, and we're going to end here with Save Man, Woman, Peace. Thank you so much to everybody for being here today. We'll be back with you tomorrow, same time.
And shout out to Loco for this one. The girlfriend gets mad at me when I shout out roll call and grab her roll. So sorry.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, with that one. Shout out to all of you. You guys have a great sense of humor, and I know we're just having fun with you. But we're gonna have a lot of fun tomorrow. Palantir is gonna be a mover. Hims and Hers is gonna be a mover. I can't promise you that Ford is gonna move, but if it does, we'll cover it anyways. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you bright and early, 8:30 in the morning. Bye, guys. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.